Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes.
Podium mic check. 1, 2, 3. Podium mic check.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
I'm good. How are you? Turn off my microphone.
Mute the restaurant track on your audio mix or remix.
Her mic is open.
Hey Patrick, cough again. We have a mic open in here. We have a.
That one's open.
This mic is open.
Okay, welcome to, what date is this? The April 15th, 2025 Volusia County Council meeting. We will call it to order at 4:03. It's nice to see a full house again. We will start this meeting as we always do with an invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. If you are a member of a faith group who would like to participate in doing the invocation for us, please send an email to kgreen, the letter K Green at volusia.org. This is Carissa down here, and she will get you all set up. I'll All different faith groups are welcome, and this morning we are happy to have Pastor Joshua Owen from the Spruce Creek Presbyterian Church in Port Orange to lead us in the invocation, if you would stand for that, and the pledge.
Thank you. Let's pray. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. And from you all authority in heaven and earth is named. You have appointed the governing authorities to be your servants for good, a terror to evil conduct, and an approver of what is just and honorable. As each one acknowledges the supreme authority of your Son, Jesus Christ, to whom you gave the nations for an inheritance. We give thanks to you for the well-ordered liberty and peace we enjoy in our land. We acknowledge your grace in blessing us beyond our merits and despite our demerits. And we ask that by your kindness you would lead us to repent where we are failing you, to seek your mercy and your paths of righteousness. Father, I pray for these representatives and their families. I thank you for giving them hearts to serve others with the strength and skills you've given each of them. May you grant them even this day that wisdom from above, which is first pure, then peaceable, gentle and open to reason, full of mercy and good fruits, impartial and sincere. And so may a harvest of righteousness abound from their labors for peaceful government. Father, as you lead us in your everlasting ways, we ask that you prosper the government services and the businesses in our county that are honorable to flourish in service to the community. Bless our hospitality to visitors, that we would be genuine and kind as we receive them. Increase our love for our neighbors, especially remembering the poor, the orphan, and the widow. And strengthen your church in this county, that your ministers would ever exhort us to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with our God. Through Christ I pray. Amen.
Okay, Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Johansson.
Here.
Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Santiago.
Here.
Mr. Dempsey. Mr. Brower.
Here. Thank you. All right, we do have public participation to start our meeting, and when I call your name, if you would come up to the podium, make sure you have a microphone near you, near your mouth, so that we can hear you and so it can be recorded. And we would ask that all of your comments be directed to Volusia County business, something that this council might be able to act on in the future. I can't do anything about, or we can't do anything, but anything that's happening in another state or in D.C., but we can affect Volusia County. And I would also ask you to be respectful in your language of the people that are here and the people, including families, that are in the public listening. So you have 3 minutes to address the council. First, we have Peggy Hill.
She has some pictures.
Okay.
Pictures. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Peggy Hill, and I live on Miller Road in Orange City. For months, I've been telling you that I used to live across the street and far away from Miller Lake. It is now in my front yard. I'd like to show you some aerial photos from Google Earth that show what I'm talking about. This picture is from 2008. It shows the large part of Miller Road, which flooded after Hurricane Milton last fall. This is before the county purchased land and cleared most of it. The water you see near the date is Miller Lake. You can see the tree line, and the markings show the fluctuations of the lake itself. The next picture is from 2016. The lake is within its normal markings and far away from the road. You can see where the county cleared and dredged most of the land next to the road. Yet, still the water is far away from homes. This is what I mean when I say my house used to be far away from the lake. The next picture is from 2017, early 2017. The lake is still away from the road and homes that were across the street from the lake itself. Then during 2017, Volusia County gave the St. John's Water Management District the go-ahead for Royal Oak's 2017 permit, which has since filled the lake and continues to fill the lake. The next photo is from 2018. Notice the amount of water rising in the lake. The next picture is 2019. Notice the water is still rising with moisture in the cleared area. The next picture is 2021. Still more water in the lake. The next picture is May of 23. The lake is overfull and close to the road. According to the Volusia County website, we had approximately 2.5 inches above normal that month. This was not toward the end of the month or end of the year when we had a lot of rain. So not much rain, and look how full the lake is. Then the following picture is 2024 after Milton. You can see that Milton caused it to flood the road. The temporary road is in, and there's water all over on both sides of the road. And the last picture is from this past weekend. The water is still there. And next is the video, if you can. The video shows just one more reason our lake continues to be filled. This video is from a short rain we had in March. Notice how much rain is draining into just one of the 2017 Royal Oaks permitted storm grates. This rain is coming from Tremont Drive and Big Lots Shopping Center. They are not part of the permit, yet they drain into the permitted system. Please ask to revoke this permit from 2017.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. A couple of things. The judicial review, hopefully that is the review for the courthouse that is or was on City Island that hopefully moves to Beach Street. If it is, I'm suggesting that two locations to rebuild it. One is just south of the current courthouse that's on Palmetto in Ridgewood. There's plenty of room there to duplicate the courthouse that's on City Island. Or do it across Palmetto and increase the size of the old courthouse to give it plenty of room to grow into the future. But neither one would be preferable on Beach Street itself. The highest and best use of Beach Street is to put condos to gain income. So if we put a couple of $1 million condos there, what's another $5 or $10 million to help us out when we have to pay for the Metro Rail? Secondly, $10,000 for grazing their cattle, that's dirt cheap, I think. For those two ranches, what are they paying per cow? A penny a cow? And they're going to make several hundred? That I really would like to know. The turtles, $170,000. That's a lot for them just to look at the turtles. I know they drive every morning. I see them every morning. But other than driving and occasionally staking, there's not really much to do. O through S, all those settlements, you list one at $20,000, but you don't list what the others are at. Are we getting to the point where we're just routinely settling without looking to save money? And lastly, I was listening to a demographer on the radio, and he was talking about Harley Davidson and why they did not understand the loss of revenue, because as the seniors grew older, they were not going to be buying the motorcycles, and the young kids bought the crotch rockets. So their revenues were going down because they didn't anticipate the baby boomers aging and dying. Same thing with our bike week in Daytona Beach. It's slowly decreasing because the seniors are dying and there's not as many motorcycles. So what is we as a county looking at for our demography? Right now, Daytona Beach is growing with seniors. Well, what happens when we get to the point where we have 90% seniors in Daytona Beach and nobody works? Nobody fills our factories. Nobody does our restaurants. So are we looking at our demography for the county of Volusia? Thank you.
David Hill. You have photos for David?
I got a couple photos. Dave Hill, Miller Road. Okay, that photo's a picture of my front yard. This is my front yard. I have 20 to 40 dead oak and pine trees. These oak trees are 50 plus years old. They don't grow in water. So I've heard your staff tell you that this is common, and I don't agree with that because I've been associated with this lake for 45 years. And up until that Royal Oaks permit was issued, we didn't have flooding in my front yard. The county gave a letter of no objection to receive this water. The county nor St. John's Water Management spoke with any other property owners on or around Miller Lake. Other than the county, no other property owner agreed to take this water. The county has no way to control or stop the water coming from the Royal Oaks permitted system. I want my dry land back, and I don't agree to this water. If you'll go to the next picture, please. Okay, this used to be my neighbor's backyard. The Miller Lake used to be behind this island. Miller Lake, this picture is a picture of what used to be my neighbor's backyard. Miller Lake used to be behind this island. Miller Road used to be 5 to 7 feet lower than where it is now, and you literally walked up onto this property here. The county came in, bought multiple lots on Miller Road, tore down the homes, dredged the lots, and raised and paved Miller Road. Basically, the county just created a bigger lake is what they've done, and now it's brought it closer to Miller Road. The 2017 St. John's Water Management Permit for Royal Oaks is a disaster for Miller Lake. It allowed unpermitted water into the system. The weir was removed. The system was not monitored or maintained, and it is draining more than Royal Oaks parking lot water. It drains acres of Big Lots Plaza and Tremont Drive water. If we don't have a way to get the water out, or if we're not going to stop the water, we're just going to continue to show up here and complain. And to my knowledge, nothing has been done yet. And right now it's hot and dry, but come summertime, we're going to be in worse shape than we are in October. So with the Royal Oaks unpermitted water that they had coming into the system, the permit says that you can revoke it. All the things that were done with that system says it can be revoked. So why doesn't the county just protect themselves and protect us and call for a revocation of this permit? And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Catherine Levinson.
Hi, everybody. I have a lot of photos, so we're going to go a lot faster than they did. You ready? Okay. Wait, we gotta go. Yeah. Go to the first one. Okay, hard to see. But basically you can see that Miller Lake was not really a lake. It was two little ponds. We have two springs. They're in those ponds, and that's all there was until every single year the water has been increasing since 2017. So as you can see in that picture, the little ponds, and then it was all dry. It wasn't even really wetlands around except for between the ponds. Okay, next one. This photo shows exactly what happened after Milton. This is October 24th. You can see that their little ponds are gone because they're swallowed up by a giant lake. My house is the one with the arrows on the bottom side going up. I am directly across from the horse farm that's completely underwater. Next one. This shows the amount of water flowing in from 1792 from the north and the south of Big Lots and Royal Oaks. Every single day it flows in at 7 to 10 inches, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It never stops. Every single day. So yeah, the lake's going to get full and keep going fuller. Next one. So this is my friendly bear who loves to go into my property, but he can't go now because that's underwater. That whole area is gone. It's underwater. Next one. This is my dock in 21. It's a dock, and it's also on the back side. They had it for a goat farm, so it's kind of like a goat area where you feed them and everything. That's 2021 when I bought the property. Next one. This is my dock in October, the day after the hurricane. You see it back there underwater? I can't get close to it because the whole area is completely flooded. Crazy. Next one. This is the back of the dock from the lakeside. As you can see, it's completely underwater. Next one. The dock again, and you can see there's no way to get to it. Go ahead, another one. So this is 2 days ago, and you can still see 2 days ago, it's still underwater. So nothing's been done, and it's still underwater. Next one. I'll try to go faster. This is you guys trying to make Miller Road a road. That has already been gone. Next one. So this is my next door neighbor's shed. Continue. There it is underwater about 4 feet. That's at 34 feet there. It's supposed to be elevated. Next one. Then again, and that's where it came down in January of 25. Next one. This is my camera that I measure everything from. It's 5 feet. It was 5 feet above water, above land, I should say. Okay, next one. This is after the hurricane, a month later. See how the water rose, and it's only 8 inches. The next one, and I'm not going to get to any more, but it continues on. Continue one more. There's that same tree it fell over because it's dead. Thank you.
Michelle Utter.
How are all of you today? I'm here because I'm reminding you that the COVID-19 vaccine are not safe and effective. I don't care if you're from Advent or you're from Halifax. I've worked at both. They are not safe and effective because I'm suffering from chronic inflammation, demyelation, polyneuropathy, microclotting, MCAS, May-Turner syndrome, Lyme disease, my MTHFR, I am modified. I have many other ailments, and that all came from the Pfizer vaccine. I have been fighting for my life, and now I'm on a cancer protocol. Most of us are either terminal or we on respite care now. I go for 3 days of infusions. One of them is my IVIG, which is $15,000 a month. My medications are $2,000 a month. And on top of that, now because of my cancer protocol, another 2 days of infusions, another $3,000 a month. So imagine using all of that money and all your savings, everything is gone. Everything, including your health, your identity, where you worked and everything. Nobody gives a crap about you. I have talked to every single one of you. Every single one of you. You have replied back by an email or a phone call. And then the last time I was here, I let you know how bad I was. And then somebody was supposed to get back with me. Did they? No. I had to call the office several different times. For the first time, I can't believe I was ghosted by you, of all people, out of all of these people up here, I was ghosted by you, and you're the one person I depended on, because now I'm pissed. I am upset because my life is on a thread, and there is no funding, no nothing, and nobody cares if I'm on the street. If I die tomorrow, does any one of you care? And if any of your family members get hurt, not one place in Volusia County is going to help you. I'm the one that knows where to get your testing done, whether it's overseas or in here, out of state. I know what doctors will help you, will not help you, and what medications and what tests needs to be done. But not one of you. You want me to play God if something happens to you and me make the decision that I'm going to be giving you all this information? You want to see all my test results? You can see every single one of them, because it shows exactly I'm dying. I trusted my government. I trusted my city, I trusted everyone. Now I'm dying. I have been to the city, the county. I have been on Governor DeSantis' roundtable, and you should see what I did to Latipo. That is wonderful, and I'm not done. I will not stop, because there should be something here to help me. Every one of you said, I'm sorry, there's nothing that you can do for me. Really? Really? Because there's more people out there besides me that are hurt. There is no reason, and I am upset that none of you want to help me. There's no fundraising, no nothing. I have to go to Germany and get immune absorption. That's $20,000 to get my blood infused and buy me some more time, because the Yale study came out and I'm still making spike 1,550 days. So yes, my life is worth something, and I'm tired of you guys not making me feel like I'm worth it.
Reese Linton.
Good afternoon. It's going to be a tough one to follow up. Reese Linton, also Miller Lake, and I think really the pictures and the videos have already been shown by my neighbors. I can't help but think of the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. My property, private property, is still 3 acres completely underwater. We have been in a drought for weeks and weeks. There's no water around us anywhere but where we are in the Miller Lake Basin. The water doesn't go down. It goes down very slowly, I should say. When more water comes, soon as rainy season starts, we know what's going to happen. I don't think this definition of insanity should hold. I think we need to do something. I think we need to do something different. And I would love to hear proposed solutions and actual solutions to solve this problem for myself, my family, and our fellow residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Kremer.
Dave Kramer, 180 Shady Lane, Miller Lake. You have some pictures here. This is, you'll see our 2 decks, upper and lower deck. And on the right side there, the lower deck is underwater. Next picture. And this is our house, and surrounded by water. Next picture. Again, surrounded by water. Next picture. This is the electrical. If you see the date on these, this is 2 weeks after Milton. My home was not flooded from Milton. It was flooded the 2 weeks after, when water was continually came through the pipes from Orange City. And that is the pipes that permits that are asking to be revoked. So I had electrical, I had, next picture please, and air conditioner. So the water was not around the air conditioner or the house. Now it's 2 inches from it, or it was, again, not the day after Milton, but 2 weeks after Milton, because the water rose several feet a week. That's all on the pictures. So that home, our home was built the first part of it was built in 1967. So it has never been flooded. The roads have washed out due to storms, not due to the lake overflowing, but the house itself has never been surrounded by water. Fortunately, the water's gone down enough that it's away from the house, but it's still not livable. It's the lake is also above the FEMA flood line. So I want to mention two things in previous meetings that were miscommunicated. George, as county manager, in last month's meeting, you were asked to give a brief update on that, and you mentioned that Miller Lake had gone down 8 or 9 feet. So was actually wrong. At the time, it had gone down 40 to 44 inches, so maybe 3.5 to 4 feet. So I'm not sure who told you that, but it was completely wrong. As of today, it still hasn't gone down 8 or 9 feet. If it did, that would, believe that it would take the lake below the FEMA flood line. And on the April 1st meeting, Ben Bartlett had did his presentation, and he had mentioned that a resident said that the lake was going down 2 inches a day. That was also wrong information. What the resident said that morning was it was going down 2 inches a week. So I don't believe there's a closed basin lake in Florida that has gone down 2 inches a day just from seepage and through the air. So just wanted to clarify those two things that were wrong, and the lake is still above the FEMA flood line, and please revoke that permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jate Sujovanich. I'm getting a little closer every meeting.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Jate Sujovanich. Country Club Estates, District 1. All right. I'm here on about the 6th-month anniversary of Hurricane Milton. Just to remind the council of those events, I rushed down because my mom's house was flooded, drove around flooded roads, including Taylor Road, and then made it, and then spent a couple weeks cleaning out her house. She's 82 years old. I'm afraid it's going to happen again, if not this year, then in the next couple of years. June 1, hurricane season starts again, so everybody in the county get ready. I did notice on the volusia.org website that the Taylor Road study was available, so I spent part of today skimming through that. There were 78 inches of rain in 2024, which is a pretty amazing number, which probably explains some of the things that happened after Milton. I read that there's 3 courses of action which the consulting company suggested. 2 of them involved retention expansion by acquiring properties, and I believe the 3rd one includes pumping to Lake Moore, which sounds pretty good, but I'm unsure if that will improve my mom's property. Our area is not in the study, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. At a previous town hall, I heard that our area would be included in the Taylor Road study. It is adjacent, so maybe there is some possible effect there if pumps were put in. There was water over the road in front of our house. The county did come out and pump it, but it was less than Taylor Road, so I don't know if there was a prioritization that was done with the study. There's an 18-foot clay layer below the soil around that pond. So I assume that continues to our property too, which may explain some things. Just hoping for more action, more information. I think anyone can look at that study. I think there is a meeting later this week for the Taylor Road study. But I haven't found out what day that is yet. I don't know if anyone can tell me. Thanks.
Thank you. And that concludes public comments for the beginning of the meeting. So we will we will move to item 1, the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Motion approved, Johansson.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Councilman Johansson, and the second was by Councilman Robbins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And that takes us to item 2, the consent agenda. Does any member have an item that they would like to pull for a vote?
No.
We'll start with that. Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Not for a vote.
Okay.
Just discussion.
No votes? Okay. Does anyone, would anyone like to have a comment on any of the items? Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Just for comment, item B and item M.
B and M. And we do
Chairman, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda I presented.
We don't have any public comments on this? Okay. Have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Councilman Kent, and the second was by Councilman Johansson. Before we do that, let's go ahead and approve it, and then we'll let you comment on B and M. All in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the agenda is approved 7-0. And Matt, take us to item B.
Thank you, Chair. First item B, the procurement of the architecture for the future projects at the airport. And no money, this is just a qualifying list. I know that I just want to bring it to the attention, whichever route we do go, and I think Cyrus can comment to this. There was a structure that was to be built, my understanding, and we lost that and the jobs that were associated with it. So I heard a number of jobs, and I knew it was due to fill that could not be procured, I guess. I'm not sure. Maybe you can expand on that.
Thank you. Cyrus
I don't
Callum.
want to lose those jobs again.
Cyrus Callum, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. So with this item, we are actually in the process of selecting a number of architecture and engineering firms. And what they'll be able to do, some of these firms will be able to do, is to put together a master concept development plan so we can look at addressing the some 200 and some plus acres of airport property that we would consider as non-aeronautical, but then would give us an opportunity to develop some industrial and non-aeronautical uses just off of State Road 400 up to where our Aura Aero site is off of Bellevue Avenue extension. Mm-hmm. Right. So the situation with that particular developer, we would have needed to that area shovel ready. And so just like what we have with the Aura Aero site, we were able to procure a grant from the Economic Development Administration to give us that $4 million, and then our Economic Development Division put in another $1 million, and the airport put in another $1.6 to $1.7 million to make that parcel shovel ready for development. And typically when you get developers that come into the area, there's a need for that land to already be shovel ready and already have the infrastructure in place. And so that developer needed a lot faster timeline than what we were able to turn around.
This is the one for the battery company? Okay.
A lot faster timeline than what we needed to turn around.
Okay.
So
Need to point out, that's the first time that
I knew it wasn't an ongoing thing.
the county has ever taken the chance to do what they did. We received that grant, and it's really because of that grant that we got, and then we matched it with lesser amounts of fund, that we were able to put that thing shovel ready. And by the way, it was more than fill. We had to bring utilities and stuff to it as well.
Okay.
So it's a major investment without necessarily any guarantee getting anything. So that is something of a larger discussion that I think we ought to have at another time, of how far do you want the county to be into that business. And again, the airport is a special place. It's for special businesses that are aviation oriented, need to be prioritized, and that's a federal rule.
I would say so. Yeah.
So again, there's a lot more to it. A great discussion. We'd love to have it, and we're very happy that we did what we did, and we got Aura Era. And
I didn't want to imply that we're doing anything wrong. I just wanted to make sure that was a focus. And I understand that aeronautical has to be on the forefront, has to be first.
This item, just shows the various things that are going on at the airport, because there's many different engineering firms that have been selected because they're so varied in what we're doing. So
there's more than one architecture firm that we're looking at based on what our needs.
Absolutely.
That we need for that.
Yeah, and all of them have varying skills and abilities, and so we want to make sure that we're able to compete with some of our neighboring airports, and we also compete with some of our neighboring airports for these architecture engineering firms. And so our access to have the ability to contract with or do task assignments with a number of them gives us that ability to be competitive.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wasn't going to comment on the other chair, but I did so more so for Mr. Nicholson. He had pointed out on that item about the amount of money for the Turtle Patrol. My understanding during the agenda update, George, was the fact that one of those does the reporting for us.
Yeah, correct. That's correct. They do the inspection. This particular firm does the inspection south of the inlet, and then does all the reporting requirements.
So we're not held to that in order to have staff members to do that. They take care of the reporting.
Right. They're a full service engineering firm that does do the inspection, but also they do.
It's not just a question of driving up and down the beach looking for turtles. Thank you. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just briefly comments on the latter part that our Vice Chair Reinhardt brought up. And Mr. Nichols, thank you for addressing that. I obviously voted for it. I've raised this issue in the past. I would be happier if the Turtle Patrol people would follow some of the lead of Daytona Dog Beach, who, while they're out and about, they're actually picking up all of the trash from the humans. It would be more settling to me. Like Daytona Dog Beach talks about over 5,000 pounds of trash in a half-mile stretch. Could you imagine what the turtle people could pick up while they're checking those nests? And I think it would go a long way, especially with my constituents and the taxpayers in this county, if they indeed would do something like that. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Thanks.
Councilman Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. There's Cyrus.
Is Cyrus still back there?
It's okay. I had a little bit of a conversation. Oh, okay. You thought you were getting out easy. I'm just kidding. I'll be easy on you. Cyrus, real quick, I may have missed it, and I apologize. I had some constituent concerns about the availability or like a rolling list of our inventory of properties throughout Volusia County for economic development. Are we in the works, or do we have something like that we can get out to some of our partners and stakeholders in the community where they can actively recruit?
See, and I just let Lou get out of here. But yeah, definitely we do. And we work with our partners, of course, Team Volusia for economic development purposes. And we do have a rolling list of inventory. Now, for the airport, and I know that's been a hot button topic, that's something that we're in the process of developing. Okay. And so we want to make sure that that's in concert with what we are advertising for all county lands that are available for development.
And just, if I may ask, in the process of doing that, I know Southeast Volusia, especially with the space industry and a lot of the overlays that we've worked on throughout the years, I know I still hear talks from Oak Hill, City of Edgewater, City of New Smyrna Beach, to wanting to bring some of those jobs in there. If we can also add in any available possibly properties or opportunities in Southeast Volusia that fit the bill, that we can help out economic development-wise, that would help us all out, and I look forward to seeing that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Robbins.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to item 3, and George, I assume you're going to start with this. We're going to
Yes.
recognize a long-term employee who is retiring.
Yes, come on up. We're going to be recognizing today Senior Corrections Officer David Torres for 26 years of dedicated service out in our Division of Corrections.
Public Protection Director Randa Matusiak. I won't say much because I know Joe has a couple of words, and then George, of course, has some words to say about Senior Officer Torres here, but it's certainly a bittersweet moment for us as we lose such a cool and calm presence here in Corrections, but we certainly celebrate his career here with the county. 26 years is nothing in any position, never mind corrections, and so we certainly appreciate his service to this community, and with that, I'll hand it over to Joe.
Thank you, guys. On behalf of the Corrections Division, I want to congratulate and thank you for 26 plus years of dedicated service. And, you know, any career or job, 26 years is a big feat, right? But in corrections, I'm going to give some reasons why it's a very impressive thing for me. Our officers work rotation shifts, 12 hours. They work every other weekend. They work holidays, missing time with their loved ones. And they sacrifice weekends and days off to work mandatory overtime. So to lose a model employee like Senior Officer Torres is sad, but I just want to wish you a long and healthy retirement, and it's well-deserved, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I would just like to add, you know, Officer Torres, during that 26 years, has exemplified the highest standards of integrity, professionalism, and dedication throughout his service. And his commitment to excellence has been evident in everything that he does. He has consistently and constantly maintained a positive demeanor, built strong relationships with colleagues, supervisors, and those in our care, and serve as a role model for new officers by demonstrating the highest standards of conduct. He's been instrumental in operations, including the confiscation of contraband, providing assistance in urgent situations. His efforts have not only secured the safety of our facility, but have also extended beyond our walls, such as assisting the TSA with important interventions at the Orlando airport. He has received numerous accolades, including multiple Cotton-Acts and positive employee performance notices, and they're a testament to his outstanding capabilities, particularly in preventing inmate assaults and ensuring public safety. As he transitions into retirement, he looks forward to enjoying a well-deserved relaxation and spending more time with his family. He plans on doing some traveling. I asked him what he was going to be doing. That's the first thing that came out. He's going to be taking multiple trips to Puerto Rico, embracing a new chapter of his life with the same passion that he has shown every day at work. So on behalf of Volusia County and everyone here, I want to thank you for your dedicated service.
Councilman Matt Reinhardt.
Go figure that I would have a comment for David. I remember when he first came on. 26 years ago doesn't seem like a long time, but it is. And there's never a dull day when dealing with corrections. George said it best. There was two things, and I'm going to point out and kind of piggyback on what you said. Positive demeanor, highest standards of conduct. I have never seen a cooler character than Mr. Torres. And I look forward, I mean, you and your beautiful bride back there, I hope you enjoy your trips to Puerto Rico. I hope you enjoy retirement. Stay away from politics. Don't do what I did. Everyone up here, we could spend the entire day because everybody that's here from the wardens and the captains and whatnot would be able to share probably just a plethora of information about just how cool of a character you are. And I thoroughly enjoyed working with you. I commend you and enjoy life.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to personally thank you, Mr. Torres. Thank you for your service. It's not an easy job. I visited a few times and I said I couldn't do that job. Even though politics feels like you're in a jail sometimes, but your job is much, much harder. And thank you for your service, Volusia County. And I think, George, we should have added to that long list of accomplishments that he lasted 25 years working with Matt Reinhardt. So that's a major accomplishment. Now we got him over here. So thank you again for your service. We appreciate it. Enjoy retirement, Puerto Rico. Yes, pa allá voy.
And Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I know 26 years is a long time, but something tells me you stayed that long because you got a little bit of satisfaction or enjoyment out of that job, even with you, Matt. But it's important that you're walking away from something that you've probably done most of your life, right? So enjoy the change. Don't resist the transition, and you'll find your happy new chapter here in a couple weeks, I'm sure, and never look back. But don't be afraid to swing by and say hello or have a cup of coffee with your old buds every once in a while too. Good luck to you. Thanks.
Would you like to make any parting words?
I just want to say thank you for everything. Thank you for the county, Mr. Reinhardt. It was a pleasure to working with you, my brothers, and everybody else. Thank you and God bless. I'm ready to enjoy my free time.
Okay.
Guys, come on up front.
Okay, let's get some more people on that side. Okay, all of you take 2 big steps that way. And I'm going to go climb over a few people. Okay, bottom row, take another big step that way. You guys got to go that way. That way.
They're used to giving instructions. That's what it is.
Hands behind your back. Okay, David, luckily for you, we don't get to vote on whether or not you're allowed to retire, but I would ask for a motion to approve this well-deserved recognition.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Reinhardt, second by Councilman Santiago. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you are recognized and appreciated unanimously, 7-0. And that brings us to item 4, a purchase agreement with Volusia 44 Properties to acquire 356 acres for conservation and outdoor motorized recreation. And Dr. Brad Burball is going to start us on this.
Yes, sir. Good evening, council members. Brad Burball, Director of Community Services. I have a PowerPoint that Jenna's pulling up for me. Quick PowerPoint to go over some points with council. I believe self-explanatory as it has. The agenda item has, the process that we went through with Echo and Forever to get to this point today. 46 will get you. Yes. All right, it's coming on. So just a quick overview I wanted to provide council. So this is what we're looking at as Volusia 44 properties. So this is a property that, I think we did the analysis after we went back from the Tomoka Farm site. Your staff went and analyzed several different properties, and we looked at, was it disturbed? What would you have to clear cut? Would we have to develop? How close are they to residents? So it was a comprehensive analysis of about 9 sites that we did that were on the market, or a portion of them were on the market. So this is the site. As you can see, there's already a disturbed area. That's where the plan for active recreation would go in terms of motocross and trail riding. And then the 172 acres would remain intact as a wetland and conserved. We take the ballot initiative seriously, so this 172 acres would, of course, be separated from the active area by split rail fence or something. We would educate people about that it's a conservation area. As you can see, the 2 different colors there. I'm colorblind, so we were joking in the back. I was asking what colors they were. They said gray back there, but I don't think that's right here. So you can kind of see that this is a good site that has already cleared land. We're not clear cutting anything, but we want to keep the wetlands intact as well. One of the things I just want to make very clear about the wildlife corridor, and that is that it's not regulatory. That imposes restrictions on property rights or land use. It's not a land use restriction, it's a designation. It's a conservation planning tool, not a zoning ordinance. It's not a mechanism to block recreation or anything else you don't like. It's basically, so it is not a, this is the wildlife corridor adjacent to the site. So I just wanted to share, in addition to the activity that we will be having in the corridor if this is approved by council. You can see in the center of the picture here, the blue outline is the property in question, Volusia 44. Next to it is a gun range. You can see where we've circled the parcels that have this commercial or industrial use. So bottom right, that's solar farm. Middle is an airstrip. I'd leave over to the side there is a borrow pit or mitigation bank, a nursery, a mulching and chipping operation. So we have done our part. We have a long history of conserving property in Volusia County. We are a leader in the state. For example, we've conserved 64% of the wildlife corridor with our partners. The property before you today is 180 acres that has been cleared that we are asking to develop as, with the intent to explore motocross as an opportunity there, as 1/2% of the acreage in the wildlife corridor in this county. So when we talk about balanced approach, so from the very beginning I got in the seat, we talked about creating synergy between Echo and Forever, and many of you were part of that conversation. And so this is, I think, we are getting the best of both worlds. We are having active recreation on a site that's already been cleared, and we're protecting and conserving the wetlands so they contain their natural function. This was also the place with the least amount of residents within a 1.5 mile radius. As you know, this is a big NIMBY project, and we experienced that when our first go around at Tomoka Farms. One of the things I want to just set the record straight in terms of the shape of the parcel here is different from the shape of the parcel that was being identified. So if you look here, see the blue, the shape of the parcel. If you look here, the shape of the parcel is a little different. Now remind you, your staff was doing this analysis from Zillow. This is when the property was on the market. The red pieces are what were on the market. So when we decided that this may be an attractive piece, we approached the landowner and reconfigured some of it to make it work for us in terms of what we needed. So that's why it doesn't match, and I thought that was important to share. So we will have a comprehensive management plan that, is developed that will address operational concerns, including noise mitigation, pollution control, and facility oversight. And then the community benefit, Hunt Partners, this council, or the previous council hired them to do a feasibility study and economic impact. So what Hunden has said is that over 30 years, this facility, if we get the tracks right, which is the most important thing, will generate over $300 million in new spending and tax revenue. So with that, I wanted to share this as well, that this may give us access so you can see the star at the top of the Longleaf Pine Preserve. The solid yellow trail is already trails that are existing on Longleaf Pine Preserve that you can enter from Pioneer Trail. What we're proposing is the dotted lines, which be a connection to those larger trails on Longleaf Pine Preserve. So people could pull in to this site. It has a good road coming in, a split highway. They would meander their way to the back there. There'd be a trailhead where they could park and connect to Longleaf Pine Preserve. We own the 12,000 acres adjacent, I'd say directly north, of course. There's a gun range in between what we own and on the east side, and then on the west side, the gentleman who owns this property has maintained the property from our blue line over to the Barrow Pit. But on the other side of that, we own as well as Longleaf Pine Preserve. So with that, I'll answer any questions you have of staff.
Okay, let's start with questions only. First up is Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Brad, thank you for the overview reference this item. Tell me something. Do you have any additional information in terms of how this fits into the Echo and Forever Volusia process and how it aligns with the ballot language and what the Echo board said in terms of it fitting in the program?
Sure. So to walk you through the process that we do with each committee, that I will say first, the ECHO committee does not approve direct county expenditures. They review them. That was very clear in the agenda that it said they reviewed them. The ballot language says that ECHO is for environmental, cultural, historic, and outdoor recreation. This is outdoor recreation. It is compatible with outdoor recreation. It is outdoor recreation. The Volusia Forever process is, that a property will come in to the committee. They will look at it and determine if it's eligible for further consideration. This property did that at a public meeting, said yes, it's certainly eligible. It came back at a future meeting, and the council or the committee ranked it into A priority, which is the highest priority for acquisition, or B priority, which is it may be important, but it's not the most important. The individuals ranked this as the highest priority for acquisition, which is their role. The operational portion of negotiating with the landowner and deciding based on many other factors, council goals, deciding what the property will be used for in the long run. So that decision to conserve 50% of this and perhaps use the other 50% is well within the authority that's given to staff through as designees of George. So everything, the process was followed to a T here, and everything was done in a public and transparent manner. We could have bought this with Volusia Forever and then came back later and said we're going to do motocross on it. But we wanted to be transparent about the moves that we're making to the public.
Thank you, Brad. A couple more direct county expenditures. Is this common? Have we done this before? And if so, where?
Yes, sir. So direct county expenditure has been used over the years, I think over 60 projects. I'm looking for Daniel. 60 projects that we've used for direct county expenditure. One of the very first ones we did was a set aside for trails. So right now, the previous iteration of the ECHO program, $1 million each year was set aside as a direct county expenditure for trail system. And the reauthorization, the ECHO Advisory Council asked this board to increase that to 1.5 million. So, since we've started, there's been 7.5 million set aside for trails since the ballot initiative was reauthorized.
And I know we know some of the answers to these questions already, Brad, but I want to make sure that, especially the folks that are here and tuning in online, they have the full experience and the understanding, because there's just been a lot of toxic misinformation out there. Just a couple more things.
Sure.
Can Echo and Volusia Forever money be used for stormwater needs or roads?
So the way the Echo guidebook reads is that it can be used for green infrastructure. Now, do we want to fund standalone green infrastructure projects? That would not be our preference. If that was the case, we would ask the individuals, just very much like we're doing at the fairgrounds, is to make it a demonstration area of low impact development. So our residents, commercial businesses could come and learn about that low impact development or that green infrastructure, because the primary focus in the environmental category of ECHO is education, environmental education. So that was approved by, I believe, a different council than the seated, but green infrastructure is allowed. In terms of Volusia Forever, the goal of Volusia Forever, the mission is to preserve land in its natural state. If you were able to do swales and other green infrastructure type of things that preserve the land in its natural state, I believe it would align with the resolution and ballot language.
Brad, and kind of picking apart the ballot language to make sure we definitely get this right and there's no questions, I picked up on some consistencies with the FDEP definitions. Can you talk to me a little bit about natural resource-based recreation, how that fits into this program, and any examples that you can offer within that definition that are consistent with this?
So nature-based recreation is in the ballot language. It's conservation and nature-based recreation. So if you look at the ballot language, the project before you is conservation and nature-based recreation. DEP does classify OHV, off-highway vehicles, as a nature-based recreation activity.
So this is nothing out of the norm that doesn't fit in with the premier, I guess, environmental agency or top environmental agency in the state of Florida?
I would say that they have listed activities that are associated with nature-based recreation, and this is one of them.
Thank you, Brad. This last question is going to be for legal. Mr. Dyer or Mr. Brown, can you talk to us about the liability element of this and the county's responsibility, or how far we're sticking our neck out?
You're talking about the liability for
OHV use, yep.
OHVs type stuff. So there's a couple statutes. So there's a statute that allows you to basically for an operator to assume the liability as the middleman in any contract. If we have an operator, we typically require them to defend, indemnify us in those categories. There's also another statute, I think it's 261.10, that talks about if it's actually a county operated facility, we have our sovereign immunity cap. So absent our negligence, we would not be held accountable for a reckless type accident, one of these high speeds motocross type accidents. So there's several statutory protections, so our sovereign immunity cap, the 261.10, I believe, is what it is in the Florida statute regarding if we operate the facility. And then there's a recreational use statute for operators in the Florida statute 300s.
In the event that this proceeds forward with a public-private partnership, will the person that will be operating this facility, will they be required, or is that something we can require them to carry additional insurance? I mean, I can only assume that they will, but is that? I'm not.
Yes, sir. Like any contract we go through, to position the county in the best situation we can be in to deliver the services with minimal exposure as possible for the public. So in majority of our contracts that the Florida statutes allow us, we require indemnification, defend, and hold harmless clauses against the county, meaning that the services being provided has to accept that liability. In addition to that, we have our risk process that we go through like we would with this contract or any other to make sure that those services that are being provided, when those claims come in, they have the amount of insurance they need to be able to provide that out and to cover us as an additional assured as necessary. So we go through that process. Yes, sir.
Well
in
said.
addition, I would imagine in a situation like this, we would also, obviously if it's an operator, they're going to require releases to be signed and waivers to be signed by people using the facility. Similarly, as to if the county were to operate the facility, we would do the exact same thing.
Thank you, Russ. Good job. Thanks.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. Brad,
Yes, sir.
just so I'm clear, all we're doing tonight is purchasing land, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you have added that the intent is partially for outdoor motorized recreation.
Yes, sir.
But all we're doing tonight is buying 356 acres of property. So if motocross never came up, would we still be here today? Buying this property?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that's all we're doing is buying the property today. And what would we do? What will we do if we get to the motocross part and it comes in at $14 million and Don says, no way, I told you that at the beginning, and we all look and say there's no way we're going to spend that much money. What do we do with the land then?
So the wetlands we'd keep intact as they are today and protect them. The uplands that have been disturbed, we've done a lot of restoration in this area. Restoration is part of the Volusia Forever ballot language, so we would restore it to longleaf pine.
So by buying this property tonight, I'm to understand that part, possibly all of it, could be unused, restored land. Could be.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
It could be rolled into our conservation portfolio.
Perfect. Yeah, that's the official answer. Thanks.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick questions. One of them, Mr. Johansson just asked and answered. Thank you. Appreciate that. If we didn't purchase this land, could someone come in and buy it and use it turn it into a development of some sort?
Yes, there's actually, this is Clay's wheelhouse. I'm going to try to get it right, but there is a subdivision entitled on this property.
Could be hundreds of homes sitting there.
I think it's a 1 to 20 or 1 to 10 in this area, given the.
Here comes.
Thank Clay to the rescue. They would have to be larger lots, but yes.
Bring in the other bald guy.
Be,
yeah, unless the zoning. Thank you. Yeah, that's true. Yes.
Basically what Brad was saying, we do have land use and zoning out there that allows for the subdivision. There is an exempt subdivision that's already been approved for this location out there. The property owner, before coming and working with us, was looking at further subdivision of the land.
So he was already looking into that before we came in.
Yeah, what we're talking about is potential for ranchettes of upwards of, 1 unit per 10 acres out there.
Interesting. Thank you. I was looking to see if I had any other questions for you, Clay, but I don't. I'm good. Thank you. Brad?
Yes, sir.
I noticed on there real quick before the picture flipped, and I've got it here, there is a potential trail connection to this as well, right?
Correct.
What type of trail is in there? Is that just a cleared path, or is that asphalt of some sort?
No,
or
it's
just a clear path?
Multi-use trail for hiking and biking, so it goes from shell to kind of mucky soil. It's a 6-mile trail, I believe. So
and it connects right to it?
You're going to see all types of habitat and terrain.
Okay, so if this was to turn into that, of course, my concern would be that no motorcycles go that route, obviously.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll fence it off. We'll
it'll be protected.
We own water. We own land adjacent to this with the Water Management District, and as a good partner, we bought the land for conservation and we need to protect it, so we would fence it off.
So that land in conservation and those areas around it that are either near or to that conservation area, is that where the mulching plant is already located, the solar farm?
The mulching plant, Jenna, would you pull the
Yeah, if you
PowerPoint
could-
back up for me?
Sorry.
Please. Okay. Oh, thank you.
There we go.
All right. So it is the smallest square there on the, so if we're looking this northwest, smallest kind of right there on the road.
So it's right next to it? Is it considered part of the corridor? Or?
Yes, it is.
It is in the corridor.
All of this is the wildlife corridor. So
So the mulching plant is in the wildlife corridor?
Yes, all of this is in the wildlife. All
Interesting.
of this industrial and commercial activity is in the wildlife corridor.
Okay, yeah, because I liked your statement. It's a land use designation, not a restriction. Okay. And I think that was my only question. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing the other questions from my colleagues.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wrote down a couple of your comments, Brad, that I need some clarity to.
Sure.
What last one? I'll start from the last one. You said something about $300 million. Can you elaborate? I might have missed something there. What were you talking about?
What was I talking about? Oh, Hunden. So the Hunden report. So Hunden is the consultant that we brought in to do the feasibility analysis of the motocross and BMX, as well as the sports complex.
Gotcha. Economic impact of that activity.
That
Okay,
is correct.
thank you. That answered my question. My ears went up and I missed the beginning part of that, so sorry about that. You also said, you used the term that this is the best of both worlds. And you mentioned the least populated area and the land that's already been cleared. How much, if you can elaborate a little bit on that, what you mean, and how much of the land has been cleared?
52%, 180 acres. So I think it's 182 acres has been cleared, and that's here. It's the darker color shade, and there's two promotes now.
Did you say 180?
180 acres, yes, sir. So 184 acres of disturbed area. So this is where you can kind of see these are, well, the upland area. It's mostly disturbed with some, right off the disturbed area. There are some tree lines, but we will be required, because those are wetlands, there's a certain setback that we'll need. So when we say, it's the best of both worlds, you have an area that's been disturbed. Okay. So I got it for once. So as you can see, the upland areas are buildable areas, and the vast majority of those are disturbed. So already cleared. We're not going in to clear cut anything.
And what are the uses right now of that cleared area? What activities are being performed in there? In the
Cattle
cleared area?
grazing right now.
Just cattle grazing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And in the past?
It was a Christian kind of revival camp where they would do summer camp for kids, paintball, hay rides, all kinds of activities. Very community-oriented property owner.
Okay. And then I also wrote down, it was in your chart there, less than 0.5% of the total wildlife corridor.
Yes.
Can you give that to me? And I'm gonna throw that to you. And if you have it ready in numbers, like 1,000 acres.
So
how many?
180 acres. That's less than 0.5%.
And how many total wildlife corridor acres?
There's 372 designated as the wildlife corridor in Volusia County. We've conserved 260, I believe, is
372,000
acres has been designated as the wildlife corridor in Volusia County. And we have conserved, not just us, but with our partners, 239,500 acres is on the slide there for you.
And did I hear you say that we're the leader in the state or the model? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Absolutely. People look to us and our practices. I've told this council before, we have county governments across Florida. We have conserved the second most amount of land of any county in Florida with local dollars.
67 counties. We're in the top 2.
Yes.
It's pretty amazing. And I just wanted to thank my colleague, Jake. I think as we go through this process, Mr. Chair, the focus really is that we're purchasing land. The decision on what we do on it, I mean, I do like the transparency because it's good for the public to know. That way nobody's pulling any fast ones on what we're considering. So I think that was a good behavior on your part. But today we're here to purchase land. In the future, we'll make decisions on what we do with that land. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that was a statement and not a question, but.
Thank you. Well, it was important, and I appreciate the fact that Jake brought it up. And that was really my only question, but I want to bring it back up and push you on it a little bit more because I think it's so important that what we're voting on today is the purchase of this property. Are we voting on I know the answer to this, but are we voting on the motocross today?
No.
When will that come before council?
As soon as possible, as soon as the next meeting.
Okay. And if that...
In terms of the model, I'm sorry, the model, there will be a decision. Staff needs direction on the model that you would like to see us implement, whether that be a public ownership and operation or a public-private partnership. We need some direction on that. You had sent us back and asked to do cost-benefit analysis, the pros and cons. Councilmember Johansson made that motion. I did not want to do that until we had a property. So now we have one if the council so chooses.
And that's where I was going with that is that the motocross vote is maybe as soon as the next council meeting. But even that vote isn't going to say, yes, we're doing it. It's likely that we'll ask you for more information because you're going to bring us options. I think when you did it before, Don Dempsey turned it down because the price was $10 million and he laughed at it.
Yep.
So how many? Okay.
So
so we're not there yet. Now, clearly, as Councilman Santiago just said, this is a hurdle to get there that at least some of the council members are hoping we will end up with the motocross. But this is not that vote today.
Correct. There will be several votes throughout this next year, decision points that this council will make as it relates to motocross.
Okay. Councilman Kent.
Jeez. I've been called worse, Chairman. It's okay.
Stand by.
Don, why are you laughing at that?
I'm not. Troy boy to me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Dr. Burbaugh, how much time and effort have you and your team put into finding a location for a possible motocross facility to be built inside Volusia County since the other one was so wildly inappropriate?
So that was about 4 months ago, a lot. And it's really the team, say Nick Dunham, and our GIS guy who is in Kuwait serving right now, and he was called duty. We miss him.
So this wasn't a open up a map and just blindly point to a place on the map?
No, sir.
Okay. My next question is, what is staff's response, if you can answer for staff or George, whoever wants to, but there are signs I see out here that say, not in the wildlife corridor. So what is staff's response to why this location was chosen and it's in a wildlife corridor?
Yeah. Well, if you think of the 372,000 acres of a 700,000 acre county, it would be very hard to find a place that's not within the wildlife corridor. We're taking a balanced approach here. We're not coming in and clear cutting the entire 360 acres. We're keeping the intact wetlands as conservation. This is what we preach. This is what we've talked about at this council. You've developed an acre, you conserve an acre. And we're practicing what we preach on this property.
Thank you. Chairman, I just have comments, so no other questions at this time.
Okay. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, if I could ask, Chris, could you put up not the video, no, just the referendum, the vote, the ballot, sorry. Yes, both of them. Okay. Can you
you zoom out on that or zoom in? If we can go to the top one, I know that's very, very small. A little bit more. Zoom all the way in so you can see all the highlighted stuff. There you go. It's in. I forgot my 3D glasses, but this will have to work. Okay, Brad, I'm sorry. Dr. Burball, I'm sorry, bud. This is the ballot that we voted on in 2020 for ECHO. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the same ballot, same wording on the ballot that we had in 2000, correct?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay. And it's entitled Volusia ECHO Environmental, Cultural, Historic, and Outdoor Recreation Projects to Enhance Our Quality of Life, correct?
Yes, sir.
And below that, it talks about what it's for, and the last of which I've highlighted, it says Outdoor Recreation Projects for Public Use.
Yes, sir.
Is it staff's position that outdoor motocross and OHV trail riding falls within that definition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now if we could go to the Volusia Forever ballot. Thank you. All right. And get that nice and big so everybody can see. Thank you so much. Volusia Forever. And it's this is what we voted on again in 2020 and in 2000, correct, on the ballot?
Actually, forest and farmlands were added to this ballot language, but otherwise, yes.
Okay. But the title basically stayed the same in pertinent part for our purposes. Volusia Forever, Acquisition and Improvement of Environmentally Sensitive Water Resource Protection and Outdoor Recreation Lands, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I've highlighted in the body there, outdoor recreation lands and related property interests for conservation. Now here's the $1 million part, and underline, resource-based recreation. I think you and Danny called it nature-based recreation, but it's actually resource-based, but I appreciate you guys talking about it earlier. So this is the ballot that people got sent to their house a couple weeks before the election, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And so this was in 2020. So when people look at this and they're reading the ballot on who they're going to vote for and what they're going to vote for, they see this word recreation-based, resource-based recreation, right?
Yes, sir.
So your average citizen would try and say, what does that mean? There was no definition that went with this on the ballot, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so if we look to what Danny pointed out, you look to the next slide, please. Go to, no, outdoor recreation, yeah. So you look to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. See if you can zoom out real quick, see the website that this came from, floridadep.gov. That's the ones who basically call the shots, correct? On our environmental protection.
Conservation, yes, environmental protection. Yes,
okay. And there's a definition. It says resource-based outdoor recreation, which is exactly what we had on the ballot. It says activity definitions. And in there, correct me if I'm wrong, bicycling, camping, freshwater and saltwater boating, fishing, swimming, hiking, horseback riding, hunting. We provide that stuff with our Volusia Forever funds for the last 24 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, look at the highlighted part. Motorized OHV riding, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's in the Department of Environmental Protection's definition of resource-based recreation that 72% or more of our county voted in favor of. So let's go ahead and fast forward a couple pages and look at the definition. I'm sorry, it's like 2 pages over. Yeah. Nope, that's the statute. No, go on up. There you go. One more. One more, where I've highlighted. There you go. Now, if you could zoom in on the definition, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's definition of resource-based recreation. Motorized off-highway vehicle riding refers to the recreational use of driving off of public roadways utilizing a variety of motorized vehicles. Common vehicle types include all-terrain vehicles, ATVs, trail motorcycles, dune buggies, and modified conventional motor vehicles. OHV riding providers commonly supply both trails and open riding areas. Now, Mr. Burball, would you say that this proposal fits squarely within what the people voted for in Volusia Forever?
Yes, sir.
How much, so in the last 24 years, we've had this millage, how much money, how many motorized OHV riding areas has the county given to the taxpayers to utilize?
None.
So we've provided horseback riding, walking trails, bicycle trails.
Yes, sir.
But not any of our tax dollars has been used to give these people a place to ride their dirt bikes on the trails.
Correct.
Okay, we're going to be here till midnight.
Yeah. So let me ask you one last thing. We all familiar with the wonderful project of river to sea trail system, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I believe it's a 260-mile, 5-county project. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And our county has 45 miles of paved trail.
So when it's completed, we'll have about 90 miles, but currently, yes, about 40 miles completed. 36, somewhere in there.
Is it 36? Okay, I'm sorry. And we've contributed about 1.5 million per year since 2004, correct?
It was 1.5 million since 2021, but before that, I believe it was about 10 years of 1 million and set aside.
Okay.
Didn't start right with the authorization the first time.
And this, how much, 40 miles, did you say, 36?
Tim Bailey, our Parks and Rec Director,
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Trails
Tim.
Guru, will.
Tim Bailey, Parks Recreation Culture Director. So on the St. Johns River to Sea Loop, there's about 100 miles of that portion of the loop within Volusia County. We've got about 92 or so total paved trails in Volusia County. So, that the portion of the $1.5 million of the $1 million is a small portion of the construction costs. Right. We got a lot of money from Sun Trail and state agencies and federal funding. So a portion of that Sun Trail, or the county dollars, went to development of those 90 miles of trails.
So right now, and that's a 12-foot wide.
Yeah.
Paved?
Yes, asphalt paved. Now, there are some exceptions. There's some bridges there. There's some wetland decking, et cetera. But for the vast majority, it's paved. That's correct.
So we've got essentially 90 miles of paved single-lane road going through wildlife habitat. Yes?
Yeah, about 36.3 miles of that is through the wildlife corridor.
Have you ever gotten objections by the environmentalists about that?
I have not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, and that's all I see for questions. We do have about an hour and 15 minutes of public comments, which is really important. I would like to go to that now before we debate it so we can hear from the public. So I'll start, as I call your name, just come to the front. Again, make sure you have a microphone. The podium also goes up and down for you unusually tall people. But we want to be able to hear what you say. First on board is Connie Colby. And then second, we'll have Matt Rinaldi, if you want to be ready, and then Steve Wonderly as Connie makes her way down. I just saw her somewhere. Didn't you see her go across the back? Connie Colby? Okay.
Good afternoon, Connie Colby, District 4. While 70% of the voters approved acquiring the conservation land in 2020 through Volusia Forever and Echo, none of them approved motocross or even knew anything about it. I looked at the, I'll skip that for now. Anyway, to me, it's a contradictory use of that property to have motocross vehicles going through it. Volusia Forever ranking states that the future land use for this property is forestry resource, natural resource management area, environmental core overlay, and environmental systems corridor. The report shows that it's 60% wetlands and 40% uplands. I don't understand how this fits in with the code of ordinances for the county. 72.300 says activities within these areas are more restrictive and require an environmental impact assessment. Disturbances or alterations of environmentally sensitive uplands shall be avoided to the greatest extent possible. The wetlands are to be preserved. Section 8243, conservation land shall be open to the public for access by foot. Section 82.31, it is prohibited and shall be considered a violation of this section for a person to operate a motor vehicle upon any public parklands except where posted for such a purpose, and they describe parklands, any lands owned, leased, or otherwise assigned or over which the county has authority and which are used by the general public for recreational or public purposes. Motor vehicles that are not licensed for highway use, including off-highway vehicles, are prohibited. As far as the swamp buggies and similar vehicles are also prohibited on all conservation lands. Longleaf Preserve, they have rules there that they do not permit any motorized vehicles there and it's one of their rules. And I see them trying to attach that to this new property. The gun club had to get a special exemption for their location, and it has a long list of prohibited uses on that property. The study that was done, and I have it up there, it looks like they wanted to have more than one motocross track and a BMX track. And then they went on to say they forego the needs assessment.
Thank you very much. Matt Rinaldi, followed by Steve Wonderly, followed by Melissa Lammers.
Point of order.
Yes, sir. What's your point?
Just want to refresh everybody's memory. This is about the purchase of land, this item.
Right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I address that point?
Yes.
Jake, though I agreed with your comment earlier, but the notice that went out for the public did include some commentary around motocross, and as an individual council member, I'm okay with those commentaries because who knows what happens after the vote too. So I'd rather give them the opportunity to address that particular concern or support.
Thank you. Good point.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
The item
Thank you,
says
Jake.
motorized use as well. Councilman Robbins, hold on one second, please. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, council. So I'm a resident, lives directly on a Mega Ranch Road, which is directly on the south side of the proposed purchased land that's being proposed for the conservation and motocross facility maybe in the future. I'm a member of Daytona Dirt Riders, a off-road motorcycle riding organization that's been around Volusia County for a very long time. Some of my fellow members are here today, and they may try to kick me out after I say what I'm going to say, but they also don't live in close proximity to where the proposed motocross track would be. While I am in approval of a off-road riding facility in Volusia County, I'm just not in approval of its proposed location. I believe that the quality of life that was spoken to in the ballot language, residential quality of life is greatly impacted with close proximity to that, while there are less residents in the proposed vicinity as there was in the last proposed location. It's still going to impact our quality of life, the light pollution, the noise pollution, probably the two largest impacts. I believe that both of those will also impact the surrounding wildlife that is in that area, in the wildlife corridor. I've been around motocross a long time. It's not quiet. Simple trail riding with bikes on trails compared to motocross events and motocross races where there are
upwards of 20 to 30 bikes on a track, or multiple tracks if there's multiple tracks on this proposed location, would propose a considerable amount of noise pollution, as if they were doing night events as well. So I agree with purchasing of county land for conservation. I know that this isn't the forum for the motocross vote, but I would highly urge you guys to consider those other impacts to residential and environmental life with the noise and the light pollution as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Steve Wonderly, followed by Melissa Lammers, followed by Paxton Zavitsky.
Good evening. My name's Steve Wonderly. I live in Daytona Beach. I'm here representing the Sierra Club as well as myself. I'm not here to argue against building a motocross facility. I'm just here to help make it clear that it would be a mistake to purchase this particular land. For a number of reasons. One, it's unsuitable for motocross. And to be clear, that's what we're talking about. The agenda items that acquire the land for outdoor motorized recreation, in part. So thank you to Councilman Santiago and Chairman Brower for pointing that out. We're talking about motocross. You'd probably be overpaying for this unsuitable land. And finally, it's not at all clear that this would end up being profitable. So why is the land unsuitable for motocross? I won't dwell on this item, as I'm sure there are a lot of speakers who will be happy to emphasize the point that a motocross facility does not belong in the wildlife corridor, whether or not that designation is regulatory or not. It's the wrong place, and it's not what the voters excuse me, it's not what the voters intended when they voted for Volusia Forever and Volusia Echo. I was deeply involved in that referendum, and I am confident when I say that. So let's look at money instead. You, that is we, would probably be overpaying for this land. We'd be paying more than the average appraised value, over $350,000 more than the average appraised value. You're considering paying $4.6 million for land that has a just value of less than $2.1 million, according to the Volusia Forever Project Report ranking. The agenda item packet does not address the questions of how much it would cost to develop the facility and how long would that take. Surely those are questions that any responsible individual or company would address before spending millions to buy a tract of land. The feasibility study indicates it would cost over $10 million to develop this land for motocross after purchase. So in conclusion, if you do this, you'd likely be overpaying for land, using inappropriate funds, without a clear plan or timeline for development or management. This is clearly not the best of both worlds. Thank you.
Melissa Lammers, followed by Paxton Zavitsky, followed by Mike McGuire.
Good evening, council, staff. Melissa Lammers, Ormond by the Sea, District 4, representing the Echo Volusia Forever Alliance. I am not here to naysay a motocross facility, but location does matter, so I am here to ask you to vote no on item 4 because it proposes putting a motocross facility in the Florida Wildlife Corridor and using Volusia Forever funds to help buy the property, which is the opposite of the program's intent and mission. Dr. Burbaugh is completely correct that the Wildlife Corridor is not regulatory. It's a designation of the value of land, ecological value, that Volusia County recognized 21 years before the Florida State Legislature did in 2021, and advised municipalities with corridor lands within their borders to preserve that land. We had Volusia Forever, which was the mechanism by which we could purchase that land. I have a map up here. The map on the left is what was in the agenda packet, and you've seen that a couple times tonight. The map on the right was the one that the Volusia Forever Advisory Committee used when they evaluated this land. They recommended placing 100% of that parcel on the A list, which is the highest property ranking for environmentally valuable land in our county. Why did they do that? Because it's in the Wildlife Corridor, FEGN, priority number 1. When they approved it and recommended that you place it on the A list, which you did, They weren't approving it for 50 to 100 RV pads, motocross tracks, restrooms, a restaurant, a training facility, and 750 parking spaces. They approved it to buy it under the goals of Volusia Forever, to conserve, maintain, and restore the natural environment, meet the needs for high-quality, resource-based outdoor opportunities, and there is wiggle room on what that is, greenways, trails, and open space, preserve the habitat and water recharge, and ensure that the natural resource values of such lands are protected. Under regulatory, if you'll look at the future land use for this land and you look at the zoning, forestry resource, and environmental systems corridor, which requires the highest protections when we go in to develop those lands. The voters, when they voted, 75% of voters voted in favor of Volusia Forever, and we had a 20-year history with it. And throughout that history, resource-based recreation had been understood to be recreation that didn't disturb the natural environment on our lands. But putting a motocross facility potentially on that land is problematic because it undermines not only the will of the voters, but also our ability to attract funding. Thank you, which stretches tax dollars.
Thank you. Paxton Zavitsky, followed by Mike McGuire, followed by John Nicholson.
Good evening, council members and residents of Volusia County. My name is Paxton Zavitsky, and I'm 15 years old, and motocross is my life. Most of you will label motocross as a hobby, but to those of us representing the sport in this room tonight, it is so much more than that. Those that do it sometimes struggle to explain it, and those that don't really can't understand it. But here's what I know. Sitting on that dirt bike is where we find our peace in this crazy world. It's where we feel most alive, and it's where we learn more about hard work, determination, and how to overcome fear and pain than most ever will. There's really nothing like it. Most of us that ride have dreams of becoming pros one day and spend countless hours pursuing that dream, but that journey can be extremely difficult. Motocross is an expensive sport, which is made even worse by the fact that we have to travel hours round trip just to be able to find a track to train at, which keeps a lot of people from being able to ride. Many of you that are against the county track are the same people that complain about how kids just want to stare at an iPad or a phone all day and how they should spend more time outdoors. You complain about the kids ripping up and down the roads and making their own trails throughout the woods. You complain about those of us that have home tracks for personal use just so we can train and attempt to have a shutdown. So, where are we supposed to go? I've tried most other sports, but they were not for me, and I know there are more kids that feel the same way. But if I did play baseball, soccer, basketball, or any other sport along those lines, I could travel nearly any direction in the county and only have to go a few miles to practice my skills. Why is my passion any less important? I do understand that we're talking about a lot of money to make this happen, but if you add up the number of various other sports facilities throughout the county and what it costs to build and maintain them, the cost of one track doesn't look like all that much, especially since you will be able to charge for people to use the facility, and it will attract riders from not just our county, not just our state, but from all over the eastern United States and possibly even farther. Ultimately, it would attract enough people that our entire community would benefit, not just the track. Just one motocross facility is all we're hoping for. One track to give us a place to hone our skills in, one track to help keep the dream alive and possibly give someone else the chance to find a sport that can change their life like it has mine. Thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Mike McGuire, followed by John Nicholson, followed by Alice Jagger.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike McGuire. I'm vice president of the Daytona Dirt Riders. I'm also sitting on the board of directors for the Florida Trail Riders. I'm proud to represent members from both Volusia and Flagler counties. I'm here today to voice strong support for the proposed off-road motorcycle riding facility, something our community not only wants but truly needs. The Florida Trail Riders is a nonprofit organization that has been active for over 42 years with more than 2,500 members across the state, plus their families. These people live and breathe off-road motorcycling. We're more than just riders. We are professionals. Our members include first responders, doctors, lawyers, business owners, city leaders, and working families. We are the backbone of this community. We raise our children here, we build careers here, and we give back. What unites us is a shared passion for off-road riding and a deep commitment to doing it the right way. Our mission is to promote the image of responsible motorcyclists. We do that through safe, well-organized events that emphasize respect for the land, for each other, and for our local communities. This sport is about more than riding. It's about family. At our events, you'll often see 3 generations out on the trails. Grandparents, parents, and kids sharing something meaningful. It's a lifestyle that builds character, discipline, and lasting connections. Our youngest competitors are just 5 years old, and we have racers that are still going strong deep into their 70s. It's healthy, it's challenging, and it keeps families engaged and active. Now let's talk economics, because the impact is real. Our events draw hundreds, sometimes thousands of visitors to communities just like Volusia County. That means full hotels, busy restaurants, and increased sales for local businesses. From retailers to gas stations, Florida is already a hub for off-road and motorcycle training, motocross training, both amateur and professional. With the right facility, Volusia County could become a year-round destination. Right now we have to go, there's tracks like Bone Valley in Polk County. My wife likes to ride there. It's a 5-hour round trip. But they estimate up to $5 million in economic impact for their community. This facility isn't just a place to ride, it's an investment in our families, in our local economy, and in long-term vitality of our community. Thank you for your time and for considering the incredible opportunity this project represents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. John Nicholson, followed by Alice Jagger, followed by Jody Ma.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I'm having a hard time with this one. I don't have a son racing, but I absolutely think we need places for children to be outdoors. I voted twice for Echo and twice for Volusia Forever. I knew absolutely what the O in Echo meant. I knew it was sports and I knew it was outdoors. This is absolutely what this does. Secondly, with Volusia Forever, I absolutely knew that we were not going to have a corridor that was completely empty except for animals. It's a waste to put, 2/3 of our property and have no use for it? We have to put something on this property. I was attracted to the price tag. Over $4.5 million for a property that we could probably get for $500,000. Why? Why are we spending so much money? I wish Brad would be more forthcoming when he does his presentation. I know this is somewhere in the county of Volusia County. Where, I'm not quite sure. It's somewhere in 40 miles wide and 60 miles long is this property. So I don't know where the houses are next to it. I was familiar with the last location, but this one, it's just kind of nebulous. 27 houses within 1.5 miles. Well, 1.7, is there 1,000 homes? Or is it really out in the middle of nowhere? And if it were out in the middle of nowhere, it's basically going to disturb the animals, all right? Almost anything we put in there is going to disturb the animals, all right? Too much money, wrong location, but absolutely necessary. So what do? Yes, we have to buy land. This is overpriced. I'm sorry, $300,000 doesn't seem like a lot if we're putting a motocross there. If we're going to have a place for our children. If we're going to benefit our hotels, our restaurants. There are a lot of benefits, okay? Is this location the best location? I don't know. I really don't. There's some drawbacks, but ultimately, all you're voting for is the land. And for that, I absolutely say yes, vote yes. We'll worry about all the other things later. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. followed by Jody Ma, followed by Ben Bevy.
Thank you very much. I'm Alice Jager. I live in District 4. Yes, it's true. Historically, Volusia County has been a leader in the preservation of environmentally sensitive lands. For decades, Volusia residents have always fought for and been willing to even tax themselves for the privilege to protect one of our most precious resources. These beautiful areas are one reason so many people love it here, and what makes Volusia so desirable. However, the very nature of motocross is a dire threat to the overall integrity of Volusia County's wildlife corridor. Residential communities do not welcome motocross because of the noise, the fumes, and the light pollution. It will also be a detriment to the wildlife. We need your help again to protect this endangered, irreplaceable land that has so much intrinsic value for all of Volusia County, now and for our future. Please take into consideration that other more suitable locations could be found for motocross, but once the damage is done to this highly fragile environment, it will be lost forever. Oh dear, I lost where I was going to go. The gentleman who spoke before me, who spoke so highly about motocross, he nailed it. I don't think he even realized what he just told you guys. They need a great big place so their sport can grow and not be hampered by the restraints of a wildlife corridor. I do believe they have the opportunity to grow, to be something maybe as big as the Daytona Beach Speedway. I don't know. That's what he made it sound like it was such a glorious thing. Maybe that's what you need to think about. Think larger, not think about this spot. If you want to purchase that land, it sounds like it's probably overpriced. If you're only purchasing it for the motocross, then I think you should think twice about that. This is not the place for motocross. If you want to protect the integrity of your wildlife corridor, which is a very special place that the Volusia County citizens voted to protect, not to see it desecrated by all this noise, fumes, light. The animals were there first. I think we need to think about them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jody Ma, followed by Ben Bevy, followed by Tamer.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jody Ma, and a lot of the questions and statements that I had prepared, you guys have already answered, so I'm just going to kind of freestyle here and give you a little overview of the actual use of the land and how it would be in a motocross environment. It's a bunch of hills of dirt. I mean, it's basically something to where if you wanted to mow it down in 48 hours, you can come out there with some tractors and take it down. And my son, I'm actually my son's transporter and practice mechanic, and we're at a training facility in Lake County. I used to be a Volusia County resident for many years, and I had to leave this county in order to pursue my son's dream of becoming a professional motocross racer. I had to move out of here because there was nothing here for us. And when my son first started, before he went pro, we were driving an hour and a half just to get to a facility. And that's 3 hours a day away from my other children and the hundreds of dollars in gas and going all over the state trying to get my son the experience that he needed. And it would have made all the difference in our lives and our families' lives if we would have had something here for those kids. And what else I wanted to touch on was I'm actually consulting on a 44,000 acre, $500 million motorsports complex right now. And these numbers that are being thrown around, the $10 million, I can tell you right now, beyond the shadow of a doubt, it's all hot air. There's absolutely nothing in the motocross industry that would require that large of a ticket to build. So if you'd like more factual numbers, you can feel free to reach out to me. She has my information. I've been doing it for 6 months. I've been dealing with international sanctioning bodies, other countries, major sponsors, everybody. So I have all the actual factual numbers. So if you guys want that, just get a hold of me and I'll let you know the true numbers.
Thank you for your comments. Ben Bevy, followed by Tamara Bevy, followed by Elizabeth Bonds.
Afternoon, Council. My name's Ben Butte. My son Tanner is back there for some reason, and my youngest son Bo Cephas. We are a motocross family. My daughter rides. We all ride. I think everyone in this room is all into sports and activities. I think where the majority of the people are drawing the line on this topic is the fact that this is a motocross track. Not a football field, a soccer field, a baseball field, a pickleball court, or any other typical sporting activities. But I guess that's what makes his decision easy on us. I don't know why I'm choked up. This motocross means everything to our family. It just became, we were playing football one day. It wasn't working out. We played baseball. We played soccer. I bought him a dirt bike and we showed up at a track and it was it. This is what our family does every week, every weekend. And to do this, we travel 2 hours one way to the closest, or round trip to the closest dirt bike track. To do this, we ride on our property and we get complained about. We own 10 acres and we get complained that we ride our dirt bikes on our property. My son goes to middle school. They ask him what he does after school. He says, I ride dirt bikes. And they're like, oh yeah, me too. And my son says, no, we ride dirt bikes. And then these kids, he goes down to the park and he sees these kids riding the dirt bikes down the road, down the train trestles, down the sidewalks. There's nowhere for these kids to ride the dirt bikes, even on their own land. And that's why this county needs a dirt bike track. We've got 10 football fields, 10 baseball fields. We've got a $3 million pickleball court, but we don't have a dirt bike track and the birth of speed. So, yes on dirt bike tracks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Was Tanner Butte next?
Tamerbo?
Tanner Butte?
Looks like the same name. Is it Butte? B-E-U-T-E?
B-E-U-T-E. Yeah,
okay.
I'm bad at writing.
Good afternoon, County and Council. My name is Tanner Butte, and I am a motocross fan, and I ride motocross. This is a few things that I like about moto, and it brings me back the feeling of freedom when I ride my dirt bike. It is like no other feeling. The way riding feels is almost impossible to describe. I love hitting big jumps. I like being pushed to my limit so I can do better. I know this helps me in other places with life. I like watching my brother and sister ride and spending time with my family at the track. It's a great feeling to show up to a track and see my friends. This track would make it so I would see more of my friends from school at our local tracks to enjoy together. I love motocross. Thank you.
Elizabeth Bonds, followed by Chuck Hansen, followed by Ryan Zavitsky.
Hi, I'm a Norman Beach resident, and I really wish that you guys would purchase this land, just for conservation, though. I'm against a motocross. I'm a nurse at Halifax.
Can you please lift the mic up so we can hear you? You can lift it up right to your mouth.
Sorry. I'm a nurse at Halifax. I think we see enough trauma. And I was looking at some injury rates. 1 in 200 kids or people are injured in a motocross event. But besides that, all these kids, I really feel for them. I like that they have a hobby outside of TV and everything else, but they're speaking for the love of their hobby, but who's speaking for the animals? I mean, we have this wildlife corridor, and I know it's just a recommendation to utilize it for this, but you have the opportunity now to help them. Last year, we had to pass a law that it's okay to shoot bears. And I just think, if you look on your Ring doorbell app and they're just all the talk about the coyotes and the foxes running around and eating cats and dogs. I mean, who's speaking up for these people and for these animals that live in this wildlife corridor? So I really wish we would, use this money. Last year, you guys spoke on dismantling the Environmental and Natural Resource Advisory Committee. It makes me think, were we trying to get rid of that committee so that there could be less oversight on something like this? I really think you guys should ask. And one more point, when the emails in support, I was reading through all those emails, a lot of them that are in support, they don't put what city they live in, because I don't think they live in Volusia County. So I think we should fact check where those support letters are coming from. That's about all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chuck Hansen, followed by Ryan Zavitsky, followed by Nancy Vaughn.
Good evening. My name's Chuck Hansen. This is my son, Finn Hansen, and we've been racing for about 4 years now. I heard somebody mention earlier nobody knows anything about motocross in this area because there are no tracks local that we can go out and have available to ride. We've got our closest one is an hour away, and then we're an hour and 15 minutes away. There's 10 tracks, and they're all within 2.5 to 4 to 5 hours, which is very time consuming. I think people hear motocross and just think havoc and just carnage, like just everybody going out and just going to disturb the whole property. That's not the case at all. Motocross is a form of off-road motorcycle racing held on an enclosed circuit. Okay, so enclosed circuit meaning the races take place on a closed course, meaning the track is designed and marked out for the event. It's not going to be disturbing the whole wildlife and all that stuff. And I would say that about every track that we've been to, as you're walking around there, there's turkey prints, there's deer prints, there's bear prints. It does not bother them at all. As far as the 750 parking spaces, I'm going to venture to say that that's going to be a grass field for, pits and stuff like that for us to park and all that for the whole weekend. We're not a bunch of heck raisers, if you will. Every race has a church service. First thing Sunday morning, all the kids gather around there. And, there's a handful of riders here today, but the race that we were up in Georgia this weekend, there was 270 participants in there. So this is just a handful that you guys see here, tonight. It's teaches the kids discipline, programs, responsibility. I don't feel that traffic would be a issue at all, because once we get to the track to race, we basically are there, and then we go home afterwards at the end of the weekend. So that's all I've got for now. Just please take everybody into consideration and all that. Thank you.
Ryan Zavitsky, followed by Nancy Vaughn, followed by Nate Ingram.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Ryan Zavitsky. My son is Paxton, who spoke earlier. I was born and raised here in Daytona, Volusia County. Went to schools here, been here my whole life, now raising a family here. 25, 30 years ago when I was a teenager, we used to ride dirt bikes out in the woods. We rode out off of Clyde Morris Boulevard, and what is now LPGA used to be 11th Street. I remember it back when the only thing at the end of LPGA Boulevard was the Humane Society. That was it. Now there is Tanger outlets and thousands of apartment buildings and offices and a hospital and all the things out there that that came after the animals. The people that are saying, well, animals were there first. Well, animals were everywhere first, where our homes are, where our developments are, where the buildings are. So, as was discussed earlier, if you don't build a track there, there's going to be something going this place. There's going to probably be a housing development going there or some apartment buildings to displace the same animals. Most of the people who are against motocross tracks, I would ask how many times they've been to a motocross track. How many hours have you spent there? My family and I have spent, over the last 5 years, hundreds and thousands of hours in time at motocross tracks with all the animals, with the outdoors, with the environment, with all the things that a lot of kids these days don't get the opportunity to see and to be part of. A lot of kids get up in the morning, they go to school, they go home, they sit on their iPads, they play video games, and this would give other kids the same opportunities that my children have had. I've got 3 boys that ride. Paxton, that spoke earlier, is 15. My son Sterling is back here, he's 11, and my youngest boy is 7. And, sorry, as Ben Butte said earlier, we're a motocross family, and not just my 5 people, but everybody that's here and the other 1,000 people that ride motocross in Volusia County. We're all a family. It brings an element of growth to these kids. My kids have tried everything before they started racing. They started racing about 5 years ago. They tried basketball and baseball, and that's not what fit with them. We started riding during COVID. There wasn't much else to do, bought a couple of dirt bikes, and that's how it grew. And they both have dreams of becoming a professional motocross racer. Maybe they won't, I don't know. But you know what? It gives them something to work towards. And as everybody else has said, it's really expensive and it's hard to get them from place to place. But that's what we chose and that's where we are. But I think that this is something that could give other kids the opportunity to find a dream that maybe they didn't know they had because there was no place to do it. You can go to any school in Volusia County and learn how to play basketball, baseball, volleyball, because it's there. Motocross doesn't have that opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Vaughn, followed by Nate Ingram, followed by, I think it's Tiffany Kyle. You'll correct me when you get up. Nancy.
Hello. County council members and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Nancy Vaughn. I live in Port Orange, and I am speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters. Before I go into my prepared statement, I wanted to say how impressed I am with the passion of the riders and their children, and seeing kids engage civically up here in front of you all. Just that's what we're all about in the league. So very happy to see that. Respectfully, we are asking you to vote against locating a motocross track or tracks within the wildlife corridor. Now, we're not against motocross, and I am even not against motocross after what I've seen. It's just wonderful. But it shouldn't be located in sensitive lands using Volusia Forever funds within our wildlife corridor. The League of Women Voters believes in honoring Volusia Forever's intent as it was established and voted upon 25 years ago and renewed 5 years ago. Renewed in 2020. We have consistently supported this program with its original and current goal of conserving land, protecting the wildlife, and the recharge areas of our aquifer. What we are respectfully asking you is to not place a motocross track on or near designated high-priority conservation land. Please ensure that we use Volusia Forever as it was intended to protect our land, our water, our people, and their health. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for upholding the intent of Volusia Forever. And I just wanted to make a sidebar about the other development within the wildlife corridor, and I know that is reality, but it also sets a precedent. And to do this today within the wildlife corridor would pronounce that precedent that's already being set and make it harder for us to preserve the land as it was intended. Thank you very much for your time today, and thank you.
Thank you. Nate Ingram.
Good evening, Council. I appreciate the time. It's good to see each and every one of you here. I realize this is a sensitive issue. I'm a landowner in Volusia County. I live about 5 minutes from this site. I'm here today to urge you to vote for it. Approve this purchase. This is exactly what Volusia Echo and Volusia Forever are for. I realize we talked about it earlier with Councilmember Dempsey's presentation on the meaning of the ballot, and that's outdoor recreation projects. You can't get much more outdoor than being on your dirt bike in the woods. I would know this because I raced motocross and supercross. As an AMA member, I raced at Daytona Supercross, finished 7th a couple times in the old guy classes, managed not to break too many bones, so that's always a bonus. But I wanted to draw your attention back, not necessarily to the motocross track possibility of this property, but the potential to preserve it. And I think that's the key here tonight. Councilmember Johansson hit the nail right on the head when he talked about the fact that, yes, the language does include outdoor motorized recreation. We're really here tonight about voting to preserve property. 356 acres right there on State Road 44. Now, I've heard some discussion tonight about that property and potential use for it. I'm a commercial real estate broker in Volusia County, and my job is to buy and sell land, commercial properties, and to work with developers to make their dream of home ownership happen. If we don't preserve this property, somebody like myself, another developer is going to come along. We're going to make this property into homes. We're going to pave it over. We're going to put a beautiful subdivision in there, and I ask you not to allow that to happen. And I realize, as a realtor, I'm kind of telling on myself here, but it's the truth. We need to make sure we preserve this property. Use the ECHO funds. We looked at Resolution 2020.79 earlier tonight, and it talks about the authorization for Volusia Echo. I took this language directly off the website. Resolution 2020-79 states, and I'm going to paraphrase all the way down to the very end, projects to be used for environmental, cultural, historical, and outdoor recreational projects. We go over to Volusia Forever's website, it says almost the same thing. Finance the acquisition and improvement of environmentally sensitive water resource protection and outdoor recreation lands. Once again, we can't get much more outdoor than being on a dirt bike. I can tell you this once again because I've spent many hours at tracks with people just like this, my fellow riders out there, on the tracks, eating roosts, eating dirt, and making it happen. Now, something else I realized this week in talking with different folks about this project, people truly don't understand the sport of motocross. They don't understand that we're actually professionals. I heard another person talk about it tonight. I have a master's degree in business administration, and I still ride a dirt bike. I know other people with educations like that have dirt bikes and still ride. My son is a police officer in this community. Recently he earned Officer of the Year award for his agency. He rode dirt bikes. So once again, I know my time is up, but I just urge you to support this project, purchase the land, let us have the discussion about a motocross at a future event. Thank you.
And you are Tiffany?
Hi, I'm Tiffany Kyle. I'm from New Smyrna Beach, and that's one of the cities that'll probably be impacted by this in terms of the number of visitors. But I wanted to talk a little bit about why I have a problem with this. In the past, we've received federal dollars to help us recover from extreme weather events, but it's possible that those dollars will be less likely to be coming in the coming years due to entering a period of austerity that we are entering. In addition, the state is considering reducing the amount of funding available for Florida Forever programs. You might want to talk to your state representatives about that. All of this makes Volusia Forever dollars even more precious. Natural forests are excellent stormwater storage devices. Wetlands store a lot of stormwater, and upland forests also reduce runoff by providing a way for stormwater to infiltrate to the aquifer, where a growing population can use it later. So please use Volusia Forever dollars to purchase forest and other sensitive property for the purpose of conservation. Given the amount of flooding in our county, using Volusia Forever dollars for a motocross seems frivolous at this time, especially since we are having a decreasing amount of funding available for these types of things. Volusia Forever dollars are appropriately used to purchase land for conservation within the Florida Wildlife Corridor. but the motocross would disrupt the wildlife. You've heard people talk about it disrupting neighborhoods. What do you think it does to animals? So I would support using this to purchase the property for the purpose of conservation. Because the Florida Wildlife Corridor is shrinking, we're going to be putting another 20,000 houses on property between State Road 44 and Brevard County. So all of that property was, for being used for wildlife previously, and now it's going to be quite a bit reduced. So can we just keep as much of the Florida Wildlife Corridor as possible? And I would say I value recreational activities. Would it be possible to use Volusia Forever dollars to purchase property for a wave park or a roller rink? I mean, it doesn't seem like that, I get that people have to travel long distances to do the things that they enjoy, but given that we're in a bit of a crisis here in Volusia County with regard to stormwater and, we're going to have decreasing resources within our aquifer, why don't we prioritize those kinds of things instead of recreation? Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Beck. Jason's not here. Terry Long, followed by Cole Harley. Jason Beck, no longer here. Are you Jason? Okay. Come on down.
Good evening, Council. My name is Terry Long, and I live in Port Orange, Florida. I've been a resident of Port Orange for 14 years. I ended up moving from California to Volusia County in 1992, so I've been here a while. I sent you guys an email, but I'd like everybody to hear it. Building an MX OHV park in Volusia County fulfills a void that has been needed for many years. Growing up in California as a generational rider, where motocross and supercross actually originated, we had hundreds of county and state legal riding areas, trails, and tracks. Then moving in my late teens to Volusia County with 0 OHV parks. That summer, I sold my bike due to lack of legal riding areas. Volusia County is the world center of racing, yet 2- and 4-wheel recreational vehicles are frowned upon. The motocross community has grown tremendously since the early 90s, and as some of you know, Florida is now home to many, if not most, of the AMA pro riders that many of us watch race on Sunday evenings on a broadcast network. To many children, pro motocross riders are their heroes. The motocross community has made such a positive influence on myself, my children, and many others. Our MX community is actually one of the largest communities to give back to the St. Jude's Children's Hospital. After selling my bike and moving to Florida, I began living a nightlife that included bars and clubs. Drinking and drugs do not mix with such a demanding sport. It is a sport that requires a healthy lifestyle, focus, dedication, responsibility, and skill. Many vet riders come from the same background as me. Moto was our rehab from drugs and alcohol. Being a positive role model to the youth in our motocross community, I have seen lives change and champions born. We are respectful of our land and we love being outdoors. Kids definitely need more of that. I will be 50 this year and I have 2 boys, 6 and 7, who both ride and race with me. My kids clean and help work on the bikes. They are learning trade, skills, responsibility, and respect, just as I did growing up. I am an ASE master mechanic who started out many years ago as a knucklehead kid working on my dirt bikes. We have all built we have built a life with long relationships with many MX families and spend our time together traveling out of town on the weekends to tracks. Having an MX park in Volusia County would bring revenue to the surrounding areas, let riders legally ride in that area and safely in a controlled environment, and be a positive influence for people of all ages. I vote yes on OHV MX Park in Volusia County. Thank you. And also, some of the residents are complaining about the animals being affected by noises. Isn't it right next to a gun range? Thank you.
Cole Harley, followed by Sarah Jones, followed by Robert. Is Cole here? Is Sarah here?
Sarah's here.
Okay. So no, yeah, if you could fill out a form, please. And Sarah Jones.
Okay, my name is Sarah Jones. I'm from Port Orange, Florida. And I also have been, I regularly work at Daytona International Speedway. So one of the things that I've been able to observe is motocross racing. And I was surprised how really entertaining and what that sport required. The physical use of your shoulders, your arms, your whole body. It was really exciting. I was also wearing earplugs. But it is not, I repeat, it is not a nature-based activity. No way, no how. And so I sat here today and I listened to Councilman Johansson say that tonight you're only going to vote on the purchase of the land. And then the other, according to him, may or may not come. Then I listened to the rest of the discussion, both from the other councilmen and from the public, and it's very clear to me that the purchase of the land is step one for motocross. Also, there was one gentleman from the county, when asked how soon he wanted to do this, he said ASAP, like next time around. So I have been on this earth for over 80 years. I've been around, and I know that this is a discussion whether or not to have this location for a motocross track. So my recommendation is not this location. This is a nature location. Just like you look at Daytona International Speedway, it's by the airport. It's not by houses. It's all commercial property around it. So I say to you, find a site for motocross. But this is not the one, and therefore don't vote yes tonight, because if you don't buy the property, you can't have the motocross there. Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want a point of order, just for a point of clarification, because I want to make sure that the audience is clear. The lady who just spoke did reference Councilmember Johansson's comments, but immediately after that, we took a different position and said that this discussion does include the discussion for motocross. I don't want to mislead anybody. This discussion, let me just make clear, subject purchase agreement with Volusia 44 Properties, LLC, to acquire 356 acres for conservation and outdoor motorized recreation. That is the subject we're discussing here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's what I wanted to make clear, was exactly
you.
what you said.
Robert, is it Ryan Hansen? That was my next guess. Followed by Jack Surratt, followed by Andrea Lee.
Council members, Robert Reinhagen, Port Orange. I had some difficulty in identifying which of the part of the properties were uplands and which part was wetlands. And I can't imagine where you could find contiguous uplands to build a motocross facility, and that you will end up filling in wetlands in spite of what the staff said. I would remind you that a few months ago, you had a meeting here to discuss a moratorium. You didn't have a motion on it, but you did have a separate motion with regard to a proposal by Councilman Kent, which had some provisions. There were 9 provisions in the motion with regard to how to deal with, at this time, immediately, how to deal with flooding. And one of them included banning future construction on wetlands, prohibiting developers from paying into wetland mitigation banks. And I would like assurances built into this purchase agreement, if you do buy this property. I hope you don't buy it, but if you do buy it, I'd like to see provisions built in to into the purchase that include that there will be no filling in of wetlands, no building on wetlands, and no purchase of mitigation credits for wetlands or specimen trees. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Jack Surratt, followed by Andrea, I think it's Lieb, followed by Steve Tonjes.
$4.6 million before construction and before any plan from Volusia Echo and Forever Funds for a motocross track. There's so many negatives. It's wrong in so many ways that I won't try to list them. There are 2 things I boil it down to that I think are core issues here. One, it's far too much money, taxpayer money, supporting too few residents. And we're paying more than the appraised value. So, value for the land, just getting started. How much will the total of this hobby be to the Volusia County residents? There are other tracks. There are 24 tracks in the state of Florida. There are several in Central Florida, and there's one in Bunnell. So it is an inconvenience. I understand that. But this is the wrong property for the wrong reasons. Issue number 2, using Echo and Forever funds is counter to the mission and spirit of those programs. It's hard to say otherwise. You can say, oh, this is great, but it's not. So, does the motocross track enhance the quality of Volusia County? The answer is no, it does not. So, as a resident for over 60 years and as a former Echo Advisory Committee member, I ask you for stewardship, for more fiscally responsible use of taxpayer money. Please do not allow this project to go forward.
Andrea? Is Andrea Lieb in the house? Okay, and while you're coming down, Steve Tonjes wants to get ready, followed by Logan Vigorito.
Hi, my name is Andrea Lieb. I live in South Daytona, and I own On Track School. 20 years ago, our son started riding motocross. Hi, people. And he became a champion, a pro motocross racer, and traveled the world. But when my husband told me that we were going to start, having to homeschool our son because we were going to travel and race, I told him over my dead body. But now, 20 years later, we have 520 students. We have students, 70% of them race motocross, and it is an actual athletic sport, like many of you are learning here tonight. So I'm glad that you're listening to that. And they really don't have anywhere to ride in this county. We moved our business from California. We're originally East Coasters, I'm just going to say that. But we were very surprised that there wasn't any place to ride. My husband's been riding. He's 65 years old. He has nowhere to ride. I politely disagree with the previous gentleman. We have to go clear across the state to ride to the track that's most suitable to him. And I wish that my students can be viewing this from Zoom, because we do a lot of things online from Zoom, because this is a great civics lesson. The people that presented in the beginning and showed clearly that you were not going to disturb more of this land than you had to, that you were going to protect the environment, I agree with him. It is a win-win. And you clearly have designated in your voting ballots that there is an opportunity for off-road motorcycles. And you still have all of us traveling outside to ride, and children riding on their own property because they don't have anywhere to ride. So I do want to speak a minute about passion. Motocross is not just a sport that actually has an Olympics of its own in Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch every summer, where we hold our graduation, but it's also a family. It is a community. They do give back. We also have a nonprofit that we can potentially bring apprentices to learn different things, and we're involved with many facilities. We're training, mechanics. We're training operations, how to build a track, safety. It is a school and a community of its own. And so I am definitely in favor of this. I've been to every single meeting that you've had, and I'm excited that we've gotten to this point. And I disagree with some of the people that are against it, because on one hand, they're saying, oh, let's not disturb the environment, but let's put a wave pool in. I don't understand that. So I think we need to understand that motocross is a sport. It's not a hobby. It will generate revenue. We have students traveling out of state because they don't have any place to ride. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Steve, followed by Logan, followed by David Hill, followed by
Steve Tonjes, I live in DeLand. Mr. Dempsey, I'm impressed by your research, and I have to admit that you may be right that the use is legal, as we're talking about. But I submit that most people like me would be surprised that it's so. I also submit, oh, that's all right, I throw it down all the time. I also submit that this parcel is identified based on its wildlife value, not for motorized uses. It's been pointed out there are other disturbing uses already on the corridor, the gun range, but that's all the more reason not to add another one. I retired from 35 years as an environmental science at the Florida Department of Transportation. My favorite projects were helping to design wildlife crossings. We actually have 3 bridges and about a dozen large culverts on I-4 between here and Daytona Beach. The purpose of these crossings is to connect smaller pieces of habitat and therefore create bigger pieces of habitat. And I should clarify, habitat is just lands that provide what animals need: food, shelter, rainfall, etc. It's one of our jargons. These smaller habitats connected together form wildlife corridors, which are the only things allowing many of the wildlife that we love and some we might not want to have a personal relationship with to survive. It appears that staff considered noise only as it affected people, but one thing I learned in my work was that noise seriously affects wildlife. There's lots of research that shows animal populations decline next to highways. The noise and emissions and lights from a motocross would be much more intense than an equivalent stretch of highway. Yes, you'll see animals around noisy places, but most of them don't really live there. I understand it's been difficult to find a place for this use. And we've heard a lot of, I really am sorry. I wish there were an easy answer. But and it's been difficult to find a place which brings out all the NIMBYs. But I'm afraid, like most NIMBYs stand up and complain, but wildlife NIMBYs will lie down and die. Thank you.
Logan Figueredo.
I'm Logan Figueredo. I'm 15 years old. I didn't plan on speaking today, but I decided to last second. I know most people are against building the facility because tearing down the woods and it will hurt all the animals and stuff, but it's going to be used for houses anyways, so I don't see what the problem is. It's crazy to see you guys build basketball courts, baseball fields, all the other sports stuff, but you can't build something for the hardest and best sport that you actually need training for, which is motocross. That sounds like a joke to me, but I don't know. I heard someone say there's 24 tracks in Florida. Half of those are private training facilities. Other like private tracks are open once a week, or even some old ones that aren't even open anymore. So there's really half of those. And if we build this track, it will be another place to train and help us get more people down to Florida. And it will help us get ready for big races coming up. This is all we've ever wanted for years. And that's all I got to say off 2 minutes of typing, but I hope y'all took it in, so yeah.
Thank you. I think next we have David, is it Jewel? Got it right the second time. And you'll be followed by Corey Pierce, and Corey will be followed by Chad Ellis.
David Jewell. I live in unincorporated Volusia County over in Ormond Beach. Wasn't planning on speaking on this subject tonight, but there's a lot of people here that seem quite interested. I think they both have good ideas, very good ideas. We need a motocross track for these people. And we also don't need to disturb any of the animals. I think I have an idea. If we would really think about it and try and make it work and not laugh me out of here when I suggest it, you don't have to spend $4,628,000 or whatever it is, $4,628,000. The county already owns the property. It's within sight of Daytona Beach Speedway. We've all been there. A motocrosser's delight. I used to ride motorcycle on the dirt out in the woods. I did hare scrambles. I couldn't do motocross. That was too much for me. The perfect place to build that track is on land that nobody wants to live on. You don't have to mow down trees. You're not going to be chasing animals away. Put it on top of the Tomoka Farms, Volusia County landfill. There's areas there that are perfect for riding a motorcycle. Any motorcyclist, a dirt biker, would just love to climb over the top of one of those hills. You're not going to use it for anything else. When they've filled it in and they've completed each section, you've got a new area to make a motocross track. No money spent. It's right in the center of the activities near the speedway. The sound, you already got the sound from the big machinery over there. Now, you wouldn't be racing Monday through Friday. You'd have all day Sunday and holidays. Later in the afternoon, after 5 o'clock or whenever the landfill closes. I think it would be a perfect location. I think the motorcyclists would be happy with it there if they thought about it and looked at it. And I don't think we'd be endangering any species or wetlands. I think it'd be a good spot. Thank you.
Corey Pierce, and we will wrap this up with Chad Ellis.
Hello, Council. I'm a firefighter paramedic for Volusia County, so that has allowed me to travel a lot of this great county, see a lot of it, including off-road with the brush fires. In my opinion, I don't see a better place for this. It is in our environmental area. However, that's the only place you're going to get away from majority of homes. If you don't want you place it near the homes, we end up with the same issue we had when this was proposed in Port Orange. Proposed in Port Orange, it's near too many places, too many houses. People complain, it gets shut down. This is near, I believe, 27 houses within a short distance. My next point is just going to be, we are preserving 1-to-1 roughly. We've already heard from a real estate person that they are planning to just, the property will be bought out and a subdivision will go in. Will the subdivision preserve 1-to-1? Because that is the environmental impact. Right now, if we buy it, we preserve 1-to-1. If a subdivision goes in, the animals would get pressed out, and they are now in the same exact issue, but far worse. For noise, we're already dealing with a gun range on that property. How much worse can a motocross track be? I ride a lot. I'm mainly in the woods. I'm not on the motocross track. However, with the way that things are going, I think that the mufflers getting quieter on the bikes. I think that electric bikes are starting to get more popular. I don't see the noise being as much of a problem as other people. I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That
Afternoon. My name is Chad Ellis. I am a fifth-generation Floridian and third-generation Volusia County resident. First thing is, I'm going to say that I can almost assure myself that if I ask how many people behind me are actually Florida residents by birth, more or less than half are going to raise their hands. So I'm just going to start with that. So somebody said something about like motocross not being a natural resource activity. You don't get much more natural than dirt. So if you go to Pictona, that's concrete. That's not natural. Cement, because I work in the cement industry, is not naturally made. It's man-made. It's not naturally occurring. So you want to go to that part. You don't get much more natural than sand. People want to talk about motocross. People are not, responsible, and we're not environmentalists. I'm also very involved with the FFA and also an agriculturalist. We care about the earth. We care about animals. Noise, animals are going to adapt. Let's just be real. At the same time, you guys are talking about what, less than half of this proposed land being used for our activity. The other half is going to be for conservation. And you guys are talking about horses and feet and bicycles are not they're not going to hurt anything. I 100% disagree. They are also destructive. So anything you do that is not anything we do anywhere we walk is going to be somewhat destructive. It's just a matter of the levels. But anyway, I digress from that. So if you look through the list of emails in support of this, somebody said that a lot of them are probably not going to be Volusia County residents. That tells me a lot of things that a lot of you guys don't know who some of the prominent people in our county are. A lot of those are very successful business people, and I have actually put their support behind what we're trying to propose to do here. Everybody that lives here, you also live in a home that was once occupied by animals. So let's just call that what it is. It just the difference is what your personal feeling is. Where you live is more important where somebody else wants to do a hobby. So that's all I really got. But have a good day.
Thank you. That concludes the public participation. But I got to tell you, this is a emotionally charged argument, and I appreciate every one of you that spoke being respectful of the people that disagree with you. I think you did a good job. Okay, we will open it up for debate, and start with Councilman Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Just so we can go into debate properly, I'll go ahead and put a motion on the floor for the approval of the purchase of this land as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the purchase of this 356 acres.
Oh. Where's my wallet? That was the sign?
This is the Lord speaking.
I'll second that, but with a clarification question, if I could, Mr. Chair, is if the motion sponsor making the motion as pertains to the subject on the agenda item.
Correct, as presented.
Okay, thank you. I second.
Okay. Motion to approve And the second was by David Santiago. And the county attorney, did you have, I hear somebody with a question down there? George?
Yeah, I'm just making sure we're up and recording.
It's on its way back up. He needs just a couple more moments, but it is rebooting up.
Okay.
Who's got the best
It's still
signals?
recording. Everything's on the backup system.
Okay. Why don't we take a 2-minute recess? Does that give you enough time? All right.
Who's good at singing? Somebody can sing.
I could clear the chambers if I say. What? I didn't hear you. Yes. Hey, David. Troy's trying to one up you with a sash. I think is that what it's called? Okay, just to update everybody where we are, we currently have a motion on the floor to approve the purchase of 356 acres for conservation and outdoor motorized recreation. Motion by Councilman Robbins, second by Councilman Santiago. And, everybody's going to have to log back in. I think Danny Robbins was up first. Go.
I just want to call the question. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and Council. I put together a couple of pictures of different outdoor activities that we do in Volusia County that are in and around our environmental corridor and on some sensitive lands. Carissa? Just to give folks a full idea of what we do and we do support.
Is she timing you?
I hope not. You reset that clock? All right. The first one, guys, back in April 1st this year, we're starting Eco Buggy tours. Headline, Explore Volusia, Threatened and Endangered Species Eco Buggy Ride. And what that does is it's one of, I believe, several locations where we drive a four-wheel drive trucks and trailers and buggies through some of this wildlife corridor and view threatened and endangered species and also learn about them as well. Carissa, can we get it's on the separate email, the trails construction? What we have here, guys, is a finished product, the trails, which the public and myself and this council have endorsed as a need. And it's obviously a great program, but it does come with some costs as well. As we heard in an earlier testimony, about 36.3 miles of paved trails through the wildlife corridor. Since 2021, we've set aside $1.5 million each year. And just in the last few years, over 7.5 million, but you compound that, it's a lot more. As you can see, next slide, please. Or next picture. As you can see, a lot of this clearing and trails goes through wetlands and protected habitat, sensitive prime, where they fill and build a lot of these trails up, which ultimately restricts flow of natural water. And then once paved, there is some impervious surfaces there. Next photo. As you can see, it's depicted in this picture, some of the construction phases and then culverts to redirect the water. Next one. You can see some of the magnitude that we do have to go through for these trails throughout Volusia County and the wildlife corridor. I just wanted to make a point of this as well. And next slide. The Eastern Diamondback rattlesnake, protected federally under the Rare Species Act. Also part in a little bit of proof that we do other things in Volusia County that we all widely support that does have environmental impacts to displace animals, to kill them, but yet there's no public outcry. And I find that interesting. Can we go back to the other slide now and then we can go through them?
The one with the buggy?
Yes, the next one after the buggy. Council, I may need a little bit on the clock.
These guys aren't listening to you anyway.
It's okay. We see some, obviously some trails up there, up top, the finished product. If we can slide down a little bit, we'll see a boardwalk that goes through a cypress head, precious swamp area, wetlands, where we drive pressure-treated poles into the ground, which also destroys subsurface habitat for many species. As part of our Florida Trail, let me get this off the screen here. There you go. There's a good picture of it. And those are wide, pretty much widely built across Volusia County. Next slide. There's Green Springs. And some of our springs here in Volusia County are magnitude and different rated springs. We go within the borders of some of these springs where we get water, drinking water. We build docks, we build seawalls, we build concrete structures holding the banks in. Just wanted to make note of that. That's very important, probably one of the most important, but widely accepted and no outcry there. Can we have the next slide, please? Next one, I'm sorry. Next one. We have beach dune access that is in boardwalks, dune crossovers, walk downs near sea turtle breeding and nursery areas, dog parks, and the same for our precious and sought after shorebirds. Next slide. And one of my favorite places is Smyrna Dunes Park. Several miles of boardwalk through environmentally sensitive habitat for endangered gopher tortoises. We allow our dogs to use in many areas. We walk in many areas for that. And also critical habitat on the south end of that area for sea turtles as well. There's no opposition or outcry for that. And do we have any other slides? Oh, there's another one through the swamp. Any other slides? Here's a form that we have to work out that we've already established in years past for workplace policies, procedure, and waivers to people that participate in some of the activities that we offer on some of these sensitive lands throughout Volusia County. And was there one more or no? Oh, okay, that was just a picture of the park, I'm sorry. Council, I just want to make a point that we support about 100% of all environmental projects that are proposed to us in Volusia County. We're leaders in the state for acquisition of such properties. There is hardly any other county in the state of Florida that can even contend with what we do here in Volusia County. And I get surprised because it's gotten to a point of great polarization and almost like a one-way relationship, some of what we see on national television. It's not healthy. I think we can all agree on that. And what I'm trying to do is put the full picture out there that in any healthy relationship, there's got to be give and take. And that's why I'm showing these pictures here today, because we all support this. I'm not dogging it. I think it's great that we do and show our kids and have these activities where we're trying to be a community that we're trying to be diversified to the point where we're targeting everybody that enjoys and loves Volusia County. And I'm not going to harp too much on it, but I'm going to give some accolades here of why I support and widely endorse the Echo and Forever program and why I support projects like this. Outdoor families or outdoor recreations get our families out of the homes, get them closer, kids out of the house, like I said, spending that quality time that they all need so much. Mr. Kent, I don't know if it was when we first started serving together, but he made a statement that stuck with me a little bit, and I hope it sticks with you guys as well, because I think the understanding is there, because it's very impactful. It was in some sort of sense, if I wrote it down correctly, we often disagree on certain issues, just like this. But what means the most, where I judge people despite of our views or our differences, is what kind of parent they are and what they do with their families means the most. That is powerful, especially when we have different views. And Chair, I got 2 more seconds, if you'd be so gracious.
We've given you 3 minutes on top of your 5, so
well,
if you can do it, you get another 5 minutes.
But I couldn't agree more with that statement, and I want not just these families here and our other families here, I want all of our families to have the opportunity to be good moms and dads, have great, solid families, their tax money being well spent, know that it's going to be something productive like we do all throughout for so many people in Volusia County. I agree with Mr. Kent. I agree with both sides here, but stuff like this allows us parents, allows all sides of the aisles to get out with our families, get closer, watch them grow, watch them evolve, and just create a better environment for us here in my community, in our community. So thank you guys. Thanks for the extra time, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to mention a couple of things on this. First, I'm just tell the rest of the council, I'm a hard yes on buying this 356 acres because we need to conserve this land. If we don't conserve this land, it's going to have houses built on it. And it may be, as Clay said, 1 house per 10 acres, but I've never seen a developer come in here that didn't ask for a change of zoning and a change of land use. It could be much denser than that. I want this land conserved. We already have flooding up and down 44 where there are developments. Venetian Bay is flooding because of some of the development around it. So we are not overpaying for it. Well, let me rephrase that. I think every land that we've bought, we've overpaid for because that's what the price of land is. It doesn't match the property appraiser's numbers, but it's within the appraised value of that. We can't buy land through Volusia Forever without getting a property appraisal. And we're right at the top of it, but we're still there. That's what land goes for, especially land that an owner knows developers desperately want. And so if we don't buy this, that's going to be the end use of this property. Now, it's already been established that we're not voting on the motocross today, but everybody knows that at least some of the people, of my colleagues up here, hope that we get a motocross there. I can't tell you today how I will vote on that because none of us know the options yet. If it's the county going into a private business to run motocross, I'm a no. If it's a way that a private firm can manage it and we get some revenue for it to help offset the pressure on raising your property taxes, then I'll listen and I may vote on it. But we don't know what those are yet. Now, every acre of land that we buy for conservation, we open up to the public. It could be a trail, it could be horseback riding, it could be golf, frisbee, fishing, camping, all kinds of things. We don't have a square inch of land that we bought for conservation that the people that you heard from today and a whole lot more of them in Volusia County can go and legally ride a dirt bike or an ATV. I think just as a matter of fairness, it's their tax dollars too that are buying all this land. You're not going to like my proposal any more than you like the motocross, but I've told staff they will get my vote on this if we open this up for horseback riding because we have 1,000 acres behind it, for fishing, it's got a beautiful lake on it, for camping around the lake, for any of those passive uses, but I want it also to be used where people can go and just trail ride on their ATV or dirt bike, because I've been there. I've looked at the property. It's not all pristine forest. The pristine forest that is there, if you can call a pine forest there, sorry to be, I'm not against pine trees, they're just not my favorite. It's all of that land will be conserved. All of the land that Volusia Forever is buying, this natural land, will have nothing done on it more than a trail put on it for hiking. The trail for a dirt bike or an ATV is the same trail. It's the same width. It's not paved. The point of having a dirt bike is to ride on dirt. I want our residents all over the county. To me, this is more of a, it's a better value than building the millions that we put into pickleball, because this does draw from all over the county, because there is no place in the county for anybody to go ride yet. So I think it's a logical use for that. Again, I've toured the land. It's much of the land, half of it looks like a burnout moonscape. It's already been cleared. It's just dirt. The road is already there to go to the back of the property to join the equestrian trails at the back of the property. So we could have, we could include that. There's lots of things that we could include for it. What about noise? Yeah, it'll be noisy if people go out there in dirt bikes. This is right next door, I think, to the largest, maybe not largest, but a very large gun range that shoots long distance and short distance. That means all kinds of calibers. It gets really loud, and when you leave there in the evening, you'll see the deer grazing on the side of the road that goes in and out and around the trail. So I'll come back with another 5 minutes if it's needed. But I just think, in fairness, this is a good use. I'll decide on motocross when we get there. We're not there today. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you mentioned pickleball. I think I'll share. Some of you may have seen me limping here today to the nurse. She said she's seen a lot of injuries from motocross, but I was at the ER for a torn, calf from playing pickleball this weekend. So that's why I'm limping around here a little bit, trying to work that leg. So that's a dangerous sport too. It was tough. Even though I did tell the nurses that I was in a UFC fight, and that's why I got injured, but they didn't believe me. Chairman, I want to clarify something to a more serious point here. For that the motion that's in play does designate this site as an outdoor motor recreation site potential. Mm-hmm. Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear on that. Potential, yeah. Yeah, because I want to, so that everybody understands what we're going to vote for. I think what will come before us, if this does pass, is the options on how we want to see that framed in the future. But I think I'm going into this today as a yes vote on the motion that's in play, is also telling the public that this is the site if we move forward with the pickleball. Sorry, I still got that in my head. With the outdoor motorized recreation, that this is the site if it proceeds forward. So that being said, for me, I think Danny's point was one that I was thinking about, diversification. I'm not a motocross guy. I'm not against it, not like fan of it. I do like watching it sometimes on TV when I'm scrolling through. I think it's a pretty cool sport. I think it's dangerous, some of the things that they do. It takes a lot of brave young men or women that do the sport. So, but I also believe in diversification. Not everybody, I think the best testimony that I felt was the father. You say, I tried baseball, I tried soccer, I tried football. And you're right, not everybody's for those sports, but we throw millions of dollars across this county, across this state every year. So I think a good diversified county with various sports or outdoor activities. Mr. Chair, your comments on the additional possibilities of other recreation, I love them. I think we should look at that for this site if it's feasible to do it. So maximize the potential, and at the same time, I think Dr. Birball's comments that this is a win-win, because at the same time we're going to take a huge portion of this land and conserve it, preserve it, as a Volusia forever. So it's a huge opportunity for those that are in the backyard. I feel your pain. I understand. Because I'm supportive of this concept, I think this is probably one of the only sites that we have available. We've tried so many, and it's always going to be within somebody's reach of something, of somebody saying not in my backyard, and though it's not always in those words. But I think this has the least impact from that perspective of everything that we've looked at. We have potential to put something like this on. So, to echo Brad, this is a win-win. And I'd like to see the diversification of activities in our county. I think it makes us a more vibrant, healthy county. And to finalize with Danny, echo your comments that we are good at conserving land. I think Brad said we're in the top 2 of 67 counties. We're not neglecting that. I know there's people that are passionate on that other side. We are not neglecting the idea of conservation as much as possible. But we also can't neglect the other side, that there's people that also have other needs. So our job is to make a balanced approach. Sometimes we make folks angry on this side or on this side, and the next meeting could be opposite sides. So there's no 100% getting everybody happy anytime we vote here. So our job is to try to balance it for the most people and try to make the best decisions. And I think this is a good one and a good investment for our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Council, a couple of things. I'm not a big motocross guy either, David. And when I was about 12, 13 years old, Don, I had some buddies that we rode their YZ80s and had a lot of fun. I could not tell my mother about it because she would have wrung my neck, but it was fun. We had a great time. It was up in Halifax Plantation, up in Ormond Beach, North Ormond there. This was back in 87, 88, and there weren't many people up there. So we could find a location to do that, albeit probably illegally, but we found a location up there to do that. My boy Wyatt is 18, and when he was 6, I went to Kmart. Kmart was still rocking and rolling in Daytona Beach back then. And I bought him one of those little tiny motorbikes. It was like $298. And we camped quite a bit with our camper and tried to always do something wholesome in the summer. And we would, at the most isolated campsites, I'd bring that, and he would be able to ride it. It sounded like a little moped, but he'd be able to ride it for about 3.5 to 4.5 minutes before somebody complained about a 6-year-old at a campsite during the daytime hours riding that. So we ended up getting rid of it because we live Ormond Beachside and we had no place for him to go to ride that. Interestingly enough, he recently asked me for something similar to that recently. But my mother keeps popping into my head, so I don't know that I'm ready to pull the trigger on that for him. I'll just say, Chairman, my vote today, I am voting when I make my decision, it will be on this location being a possible motocross area. And if not, then it'll be for the county, just owning this land. So that being said, Councilman Robbins, I'm really appreciative of your receipts you brought today with your pictures. Your pictures were impactful, and they told a story. And Don, if I didn't know any better, with your comments earlier, I could have sworn you're probably a lawyer or something. But an effective one at that, and an effective member of this county council who has an uncanny ability to not give up when you're getting your teeth kicked in and to continue to do something that you think is the right thing to do. So with 90 plus miles of 1-lane paved road through the wildlife corridor, it's interesting you bring up that impact, but nobody complains about that. $0, staff said, spent from Volusia Forever and Eco on motocross. People screaming, and we received, I would say between 200 and 300 emails on this issue, more against it than for it, but surprisingly, quite a few emails for this, but people screaming, you can't spend money from Volusia Forever and Echo for this. It's counterproductive. Well, you brought the receipts, Mr. Dempsey, with the language on the referendum, and it clearly states that this is a use that is permissible. Chairman, I echo Mr. Santiago. I loved your ideas. We better bring horseback riding to this area in some capacity. We have to do that. And you've got to help me get it on a section in Volusia County where they can ride their horse on the beach. I'm not joking. Maybe somewhere in New Smyrna. But something. We are slowly but surely giving our county back to the residents that live here. And just because you're against this doesn't make you right. And just because someone's for it doesn't make them right. But why should anybody that wants to do this type of activity not have a location in Volusia County to legally do it? And Danny, I've got to tell you, when you mentioned my comments that I said, and I may go over by a couple seconds, Chairman, I apologize in advance. Thank you for bringing that up, because I've often told people, if you're a man and I invite you into my life, I'm going to spend time with you. I'm going to share a Coca-Cola with you. I'm going to sit down and have a story. We may drink a beer together. Guaranteed you're a good father. I don't want to spend time with non-good fathers. You better be a good dad if you're going to be in my life. And I really want you to be a good husband also. Those are the type of men that I want to spend time with in my life. And I'll just say, you were talking about what I said, Mr. Robbins, and I pointed to Mr. Dempsey and said, I want to show you what I have written down here for notes. Because what I wrote was this. I'm going to read it. I met Don Dempsey up here. I never met him a day before that. I never met the chairman before our first day sitting up here. But I believe that you're a good man who loves his family, and you put your children at the top. And people have come at you. I've seen it written, oh, this is all for Don Dempsey's son to have a place to ride his motorbike. I'm appreciative that you have a passion for this, and I believe you that this isn't just about your son. Your son happens to love this activity. It's something that brings you and him close together, but there are hundreds, if not thousands of families, not only in Volusia County, but from outside of Volusia County, that will come and participate in this sport because they will have a legal place to do it. And I asked staff, if not this location, because you're never going to make everybody happy. Someone's always going to say it's the wrong location. Every location is the wrong location. Trust me, somebody complained about where the Daytona 500 was going to go way back when because it was part of the wildlife corridor back then. Trust me. Where the 500 is, there was a problem. But it happened. And people said it here earlier. It's all a wildlife corridor, and it's all for wildlife until you moved here and put your house there. You had no problem doing that. Lowe's in Ormond Beach had no problem coming out there on Granada Boulevard when I was a little boy. It used to be a horse pasture. But I'm appreciative I don't have to drive down to Port Orange to go to Lowe's or to Flagler County. Kind of like that I get to save some gas and help the environment by not driving so much on the roads. Anyway, Chairman, thank you for the latitude. I will not use my extra 5 minutes. I'll just use the extra 2 that I did. But, Chairman, I want your leadership on the extra parts of that. With the horseback riding trails and the other utility use trails. When this comes back to us, I hope staff is picking up on what we're laying down here. That to me is a huge win, and it's an extra piece to this that just makes it even better. And Don, to me, your homework is, just like you shut down the whole thought of a $10+ million facility, is to make sure that this will be at the best possible price for the taxpayers of Volusia County. You're tight like that, and it's something that I admire about you. So thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. One of the things that I'm reminded of is a friend of mine who had some land in Port Orange back when I was a city manager, and he would often complain that our police couldn't get out to his property enough to stop trespassers. The trespassers were riding their motorcycles illegally on his property. He subsequently developed that property, and in the process of that development, he had to remove over 50 gopher tortoises. So those 50 gopher tortoises didn't come in like overnight when he said, I'm going to make a development. So what I'm trying to get at here is we have kids, and even a few of us have mentioned that we may have done it illegally back when we were kids, but we have people riding their motorcycles illegally. We have motorcycles riding down the power lines right now. Well, not right now, but every day in New Smyrna and in Port Orange and in the county, actually, off of 44. We have an active fire right now in Samsula, I think. Samsula? We don't know how that started. It could have started from motorbikes, for all I know. So finding a place for these folks to operate within the confines of a fixed area that can be contained, and by the way, they police themselves pretty well from what I've seen. I think this is probably a good idea to get some of the illegal riding in Volusia County out of the bad areas and into the areas where we want them, so we can take care of business and we know what's going on there. We can control it a little bit better than what we do now, because it's not controllable right now. So, this is a yes for me for the property. And I look forward to hearing about all the great things we can do with this property, to include motorized recreation. Thank you.
Councilman Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I didn't know if I could I want to touch on something that Danny brought up earlier. If we could pull up the statute real quick. I know a lot of you guys have cited the wildlife corridor and saying that the state legislature is encouraging this corridor and that we should preserve this for animals, and I agree with you, but there's exceptions to the rules, because if you look at this, you got the highlighted one? Okay. Well, if we can zoom into the very top, I don't expect you guys to be able to read, but it says 375 Florida Statute 375.251. There it is. There you go. If you look at the top, the chapter 375 is under the Florida statutes that deal with outdoor recreation and conservation lands. Okay? Same people that are talking about the wildlife corridor. Our lawmakers in Tallahassee titled this statute, Limitation on Liability of Persons Making Available to the Public Certain Areas for Recreational Purposes Without Charge. This goes to the OHV. Paragraph 1, the purpose of this section is to encourage persons to make land, water areas, and park areas available to the public for outdoor recreational purposes by limiting their liability to persons using these areas and to third persons who may be damaged by the acts or omissions of persons using these areas. So this statute was designed to encourage the use of outdoor recreational purposes. If you look to the highlighted portion of 2A, the owner, in this case the county, who provides the public with an area for outdoor recreational purposes, subsection 3, is not liable or responsible for any injury to persons or property caused by the act or omission of a person who goes on that area. So the legislature, even thinking about the corridor, is also encouraging the use of outdoor recreational purposes and giving them full immunity from lawsuits. Now let's go down to the punchline here, the last paragraph. Sorry, it's on the next page. Keep going. Under the definition sections, well, what are outdoor recreational purposes? They include, but not limited to, hunting, fishing, wildlife, camping, picnicking, hiking, motorcycling is highlighted, underlined. This statute is designed to encourage the use of this type of property for recreational purposes, including motorcycling, by giving immunity from any type of lawsuits. You talk about liability and all that stuff. We've got full immunity. That's also what the state wants. And so I'm just reiterating that because I think the legislature wants this. The federal government does it in Ocala. They have big scrub. They use federal lands for this type of activity. I think it's the only non-subsidized state park is Croom facility, which has been here for 30, 40 years at least. And it's a state park on the West Coast that allows trail riding. And they don't, I don't think they have any subsidies that come in. There is also a fund, the T. Mark Schmidt fund. Now, in the last 30 plus years or so, we have to title dirt bikes, and all the money that is obtained from titling dirt bikes is put into this fund. The T. Mark Schmidt fund grants, I want to say, over $1 million a year, if not more, towards development of these types of parks. So the state legislature is offering incentives for this exact type of thing that we're talking about. The other thing that I was going to point out is that I'm in favor of a public-private partnership. Probably one of the longest standing motocross facilities there is in Pasco County. It's 31 years plus and still going strong. Pasco County has allowed a private person to run a motocross facility there, and they run all the time, and it's been very successful. What's sad is we have lost so many motocross facilities in the last couple of years to developers. Tampa MX, which was in an industrial area right near where the fuel farms were that Ms. Kraft showed us a video of previously, right next to it, there was a motocross park. That just got sold to a developer. Hard Rock in Ocala was a place that we could go to and ride. That's been closed and sold to a developer. In Lake County, there's a motocross facility just sold a couple months ago to a developer. So the problem with sitting back and saying, well, let the private people do it, it's not feasible. It doesn't make money like you might think. It's not like, it's like a little league field or football fields. They don't make money. But I do think this is going to be successful. But I'm out of time. I'll be quiet. But thank you guys for everything.
Thank you, Don. Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not even going to use the 5 minutes. It might be, I don't believe in repeating everything over and over and over again. I will reiterate a couple of things. Number one, Chair, you brought up a good point. When some people say, well, it's too much, you're paying too much for that property. I can guarantee you this, the $4.6 million that we're going to purchase this property, if we were to turn around and try to sell it to a developer for $10 million, I guarantee you they would buy it. If they wanted a development there bad enough, they would buy it. And then you're stuck with the development. The other thing, Don, thank you for pointing that out about the public-private operation that we could do. And you just said it. We had not just motocross. You know, there have been parks designed, whether it be for motocross or whatever, some sort of outdoor recreational activity that have been owned by private entities that have been offered that $10 million, and I'm using that $10 million just as a figure, but they've been offered a lot of money for the purchase of that land for what? A development. By the county owning that property, we eliminate that. We take it off the board. That's what I like also about the private-public partnership. I don't believe that we need to be in the business of operating a motocross facility. I really don't. But I do think that this secures that to keep it in conservation. And I absolutely love the idea of the horseback riding. I love that idea. It's big enough, I think, that you could put it in an area the horseback part far enough away from the motocross, because I see, like, when I brought up inmates and welding, I thought that was a bad idea. Motocross, motorcycles, and horses. I don't know. Just don't see it mixing. But I think there's enough land out there to do that. So I absolutely love that idea, and I hope we continue to explore that or that possibility. I am a big yes on this, huge yes on this. And I think for everything, if I was on the fence, I wasn't, but if I was on the fence, Don the attorney, I mean, doing your homework, we appreciate that. And that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
I just had a couple quick things. One is to touch on what you just said, Matt. I think Dr. Burwell mentioned the horseback riding. The horseback riding that I'm talking about, we'll see if they come back with something different, is the road that goes up to the Longleaf Preserve that's already got horseback riding trails of 1,000+ acres. So we would just need a place to park trucks and trailers. Now, maybe there's other places in there, and the only other thing I wanted to say is that someone had mentioned that at least part of this land is conserved, the part that won't have any motorized vehicles. I would say that the whole thing is conserved, because even if there ends up being a motocross track there, or just my idea of having trails where people can just pleasure ride, families, it's all conserved, and I guarantee you the deer, the bear are going to come back at night. And I say that not because I'm guessing, but because I see it every day. I've had sons trapped in an oak tree in the middle of the city of Longwood because a mama bear came where we were building a tree house, and the owner of the house came out with a pan and a spoon and ran the bear off. And we're sitting there thinking, wow, this lady's pretty brave. But the animals are adapting to neighborhoods going into their habitat. And I'm not proposing more of that. What we are proposing here is taking 356 acres out of which would ever be a housing development, and the animals can remain there. So that's all I wanted. Troy Kent, you had
just 30 seconds, Chairman, because I told you I wasn't going to take my other 5 minutes. I'll just say I need to, I guess, learn something from Mr. Dempsey, because I want to thank this council for your support with Regrow the Loop, now Regrow Volusia. I want to thank you for Dogs on the Beach. I want to thank you for getting our locals for driving on the beach at no charge. I want to thank you for helping to make changes at the Ocean Center. But gosh, I felt like those were brutal discussions. And Don Dempsey here, look at this. I'm reading the tea leaves. It looks like you might get a 7-0 vote on what you want. And staff was in support of it. I felt like I was fighting an uphill battle, all those things. So I'm gonna have to take a play out of your playbook. Well done,
Councilman Santiago.
You reminded us of all those battles we had with you here. Now, are you serious about horses on the beach?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm ready for the vote.
Okay. We used to have horses and a bull on the beach. Okay. Let's call the vote. I got way ahead of myself here. Okay. We have the motion was by Danny Robbins, second by David Santiago. All in favor of purchasing 356 acres, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you can go into closing arguments, county staff. That brings us to item 5, discussion and direction of the 7 strategies related to stormwater management and flood mitigation.
Good evening, County Council. Claire, and Director of Growth and Resource Management. I also have Paolo Soria and Ben Bartlett backing me up on this. Last meeting, we made it through a majority of the discussion on that. If the council wants to go back and kind of recap what we discussed, I'll be glad to do so. That's part of our presentation. I know we have a lot going on, so I'll try and go through it quickly. Okay, so we had a discussion on prohibiting all impacts on wetlands. There was information that was brought forward.
Mr. Chair, can we ask them to take the conversations outside? It's hard.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody in the back room can hear me, but the meeting is continuing on. For sake of time, if you could go into the hallways for your conversations,
Sorry,
we'd
Clay, was
appreciate it.
Basically, what we identified is that the definition of wetlands, how mitigation is assessed, and those types of things are all preempted by the state. And so we do have some efforts that we can do through updates to our policies, specifically Chapter 50 and Chapter 72 of our code as they pertain to wetlands. One of the things that we've identified from staff is that NRAC is Environmental Natural Resource Advisory Committee has identified updates to the wetland ordinances, both Chapter 50 and 72, as part of their work program. That would be a proper method to go in there and identify what we could do to help maximize it. As you can see, we've talked about amend the avoidance and minimization criteria and direct NRAC to come forward with it. If there's any specific criteria there, we would ask that the council identify that now. Making this a top priority to NRAC, because right now it's they are in the midst of going through the floodplain management. They were planning on going into reclaimed and irrigation issues at their next level, then getting to wetlands after that. So if the council wants us to direct NRAC to reorient their priorities towards addressing the wetland regulations, we can do so, and we will look at amending the avoidance and minimization criteria and other items that the council has identified.
Sure. Councilman Robbins, were you going to speak to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Council, just my views on this real quick. You know, when we talk about making additional laws, I know a lot of what we look at and what we call on Clay and staff to do is provide us the data and apply that math, science, and logic and a little bit of common sense behind this and try to blend it in to our role as policymakers. And every subject of data that they've been provided, and it's kind of been a routine of this council. If the data doesn't adhere, that we probably shouldn't be making any more laws or bureaucracy or red tape or additional expenses or burdens if it's not justified. What I got out of the presentation last week was on wetlands, that it's not, and I think Mr. Santiago pointed it out, a couple people pointed out, we're making minimal impacts, and the impacts that are allowed through state or federal law in Volusia County or in an unincorporated. And to me, that's very telling, because that's not what's been told to folks over the last several years. So if you want to know where I'm at when it comes to more laws, if it's justified, if there's a threshold that we can talk about. But from what I see, Volusia County and government is the biggest user of the wetland system. Everyone else was allowed either by right or by state or federal law. So making another law does really nothing. It's almost like slaying a dragon that, I don't like saying it, but slaying a dragon that doesn't exist. And the data and the information provided, although not popular amongst the opposing view, which want nothing. So that's where I'm at. I'm going to stick with less government, less bureaucracy, more affordability, no more red tape. And if we're going to make laws, make them where they really count and where the data supports it. Thank you.
Clay, can you repeat your question?
My question is pertaining to the actual wetland regulations. NRAC has identified them that they are going to be reviewing and updating them. As we brought forward in the presentation, we know that we have to update how we do our assessments. We have to update our definitions because we're relying on an ordinance that was approved back in the 90s. So there's got to be an update anyway. What we're asking you is, do you want us to look at our standards for avoidance and minimization criteria and become more stringent with those? And would you like that to be part of the review by NRAC? And would you like that to be a greater priority than where it currently is with NRAC?
Okay, good. I won't answer yet because I'm not up yet. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer your question, I'd like to redirect them and prioritize. And specifically, I think I threw some comments out there. I may have said it last meeting, but I can't recall. There are some things that I think that I'd like for the committee to look into. And it has to do with maintaining natural topographies. What can we do and what best practices are out there to encourage or guide to, any projects that come forward, how they can maintain natural topography? I know some people have thrown ideas about can we require stem wall construction in certain size projects? So I'd like to see that, which I think also minimizes fill dirt needs. But I don't know. I'll let the committee do that work because there's people in there much more smarter than me to look at that. So that being said, Danny, to your comments, this might sound a little different, but however, I still want to recognize that the avoidance and minimization standards that you all have been practicing are amazing. They have to be commended because the numbers speak for themselves. That your staff, your leadership, and George have avoided really to almost zero impacting wetlands in the county-related projects, or county unincorporated areas. So I think they're good there, but can we do better? That's a possibility, and I'd like to research that. And I know this is a kind of a third rail issue too, Mr. Chair, that people talked about, but I'd like for them to look at what tree issues. I know it's a hot topic or a sensitive one, and I don't like when they just scrub off the entire whatever acres and plant a few new trees, but how do we find ways to avoid that and encourage that not utilizing that development standard? So I'm open to looking at those, and I think we should redirect NRAC to do more of our higher priority items, and I think that's a higher priority, like when we put them to work on our other task. And they did a great job. They came with some recommendations. We took pieces of it, but I still appreciate the work that they did. So that's my position, Mr. Chair, and I'll just add one other piece there. There were two, there they are. Wow, you read my mind. What I would ask the council to do is, we have the residential and the commercial. The residential is so minimal, folks, that I don't think we should impose any additional standards on what I would call that left column right there. Where the impact, where we've gotten the most feedback or concerns or angry, is everything that falls into the commercial side, which are subdivisions and commercial projects and stuff like that. The residential, let's not put burdens on somebody that wants to put a fence in and they have to spend an extra $2,000 or $3,000 to come up with some standard or some study that may come out of this. So I would ask that we exempt anything, and staff can clarify that later on if they want, but anything that's on that left column, exempt that. And let it apply under the normal standards that we have today because the impact is so minimal. But commercial, have at it, redirect NRAC. Those are my thoughts, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Troy, before I call on you, you're next. I'm hoping that we'll get, I think we ought to separate this out so that we can give Clay some direction. Yes, we want NRAC to look at it. I agree with you. Let them talk about it. And they don't make law. They'll bring recommendations back, and then we can discuss it and decide if we want to proceed with with law. So I'm hoping that somebody will at least make a motion to give Clay direction on this one item, and then we'll move on. Troy Kent.
Yeah, I think I started the basis of that, Mr. Chair. I just figured if others want to add stuff, that's why I didn't say motion.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I can be pretty brief on this. And Mr. Santiago, I know you will take this the right way. I preface that so that the those listening online and those that are here know where I come from this. But I am so pleasantly surprised to hear your comments. I agree with everything that you just said. And I love that you're talking about us coming back and having NRAC and us talking about stem wall construction. I love that the idea of clear cutting is something that's in the back of your head that I know bothers me, and addressing that and taking a hard look at it. Those, in my opinion, are in line with my thinking on this. So Clay, I am one that I want to hear from the rest as well before I'll make a motion or second a motion, but I'm in total agreement with us sending this to NRAC and asking for those recommendations that you mentioned.
Mr. Chair, can I just respond to him real brief? Sure. Just a quick response because you have time.
Could I stop you?
You
No,
can.
go ahead.
You run the meetings.
Go ahead.
But, I only wanted to respond because I know you said, to the audience out there and the commentary because of folks that may appear to not be of opposition to me. You know what I'll tell you to that, Troy? They've never asked me my opinion. That's why. They've never asked. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we still don't have a motion on the floor on this one item. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a quick point, David. I'm going to support you. Where my stance was based was we just had the LID discussion staff worked on in NRAC for over a year. It included the topography, it included stem wall, and what goes into it included the trees, all of which we've been focusing on, and then they came back with the data and said, hey, thanks, and things didn't line up. But all that stuff was gone over in that. Listen, I'm all willing to have that discussion again, and I want to support you with every direction you want to go, but we also just had this project that staff worked on for over a year where they presented all this. But if that's the direction you want to go and talk about it again, I'll support you, David.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Danny, and you're absolutely right. It was part of that optional thing that we talked about. I don't want to just brush that over because you're absolutely right. I think we're at a position now, at least for myself, I'll say, I've evolved a little bit on that side of it. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we direct staff to have the NRAC committee focus on the, oh my gosh, what's the topic?
Update of wetland regulations in Chapter 50 and 72.
Ditto. And to, as part of that process, make sure that we look at exempting anything additional for the residential side, and we're looking specifically for the commercial larger impacts. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We have a motion on the table from Councilman Santiago to direct NRAC to look at wetlands, and he's including to exclude anything that affects residential. I think that's a mistake, that we should just ask him to do it, to look at it, and then bring us back. We can exclude anything we want, but that's the motion. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Robbins. Okay.
Question for David.
Yep.
Mr. Santiago, would you be against taking that residential piece out? I know it looked minimal by what they said, but I agree with the chairman, letting them look at it, and then we can make that decision when it comes to us.
I'm not opposed to it. And, I think Clay's going to say something. Let me just say this first. And maybe we should, because the context that's going to be taken out of there is going to be like, we're going to allow all these subdivisions. So to avoid the fake news, I'll say it. I'll remove the residential side of it, because it's really about the specifics here that many understand. But Clay, you wanted to add something to that?
I would just say that from my perspective, what I heard you say is look at what options are available for vested lots that are basically
That's what
infill
mostly that is.
projects and accessory structures for existing single family to see if there's some options available in regards to reducing the amount of time required for review of wetlands.
But you're not going to take residential out of it, right, David?
No, I'll remove that part of the equation,
motion?
and,
Okay.
and it'll come out all in the context of the ordinance.
Is the seconder okay with that?
Thank you. Safe move.
All right, thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I just, obviously I wasn't here last time for the full discussion, but I know it came up before when we talked about making LID voluntary versus mandatory, and I believe the incentives that some people were concerned about weren't significant enough. So I don't like mandates of any kind, but I do like incentives. So I was wondering if part of that we could ask NRAC to look at maybe beefier incentives to get people to maybe, so we can try out LID and some of these other strategies to maybe get some of these people to opt to the experimental type of work through incentive-based benefits.
We can discuss that when we get to the final topic about the fill bar on the site, because, and also later tonight, hopefully, agenda item 9 is the comp plan amendment that will put in place the LID standards. So if that is adopted tonight, all of that work that we did will actually be on the book, so developers can utilize that. And I can tell you we've had several discussions with 2 groups that are interested in going forward with that.
So do you think, I mean, do we believe like as presented that it's enough incentives, or do you think we maybe need to offer more incentives to get people to at least try it out?
I think we got a good model that we can utilize to kind of ground truth it over the next years and see what we can do with it. I think that's the best way to proceed.
Okay, thanks, Clay.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm glad you brought that up too, Don, because I had a conversation with Clay, and he did express to me that people are interested in what we passed about 2 months ago, those optional methods. And my vision, and when I was supporting what I spoke here earlier, is to, as NRAC looks at that and they hear feedback, because I think we presented it in an a la carte version almost, like package deals. And maybe these types of enhancements, stem wall, topography stuff can be part of that a la carte, and we can guide people that way until hopefully we don't ever have to make the final decision to push people there. But that's what my vision is, Don. So does that make sense? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So if I understand it correctly, the motion on the floor is to ask NRAC to take a look at this and see how specifically, I think you said, Clay, Chapter 50 and Chapter 72 applies to wetlands, and because there are things that we could change there if the council chooses. Chapter 50 is, like I said last time, is the gold in this whole argument. Is that clear enough?
You also want that moved ahead in the prioritization of what their work program.
Yeah.
And you also want us to look at what options are available for differentiating standards for existing single-family developed lots that are looking for either accessory structures, docks, or similar types of permitting.
Correct, and the intent is not create bureaucracy
Yes.
for them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And
the discussion on the use of mitigation banks, it was pretty clear that we are preempted by federal and state law, so there's really very limited options available for the council. The acquisition of flood-prone properties, Ben went into that pretty thoroughly, and we are going forward with it. We did not see any kind of direction needed at this point, unless there's anything specific that this council wants us to do above and beyond what we're already pursuing in cooperation with FEMA, the Department of Emergency Management, and our own stormwater utilities, and Transform 386.
just a quick question. As I understood it from that discussion, the staff is already working on a list, and I would just say bring us that list as quick as possible so the council can consider it and approve it. Do it right, but I hope you get it done.
It won't be in the form of a list. I want to clarify. It'll be project specific. So we'll be buying, and a lot will come out of the studies that are out there. suggesting what the solutions will be, and of course, we'll be using county-owned lands or publicly owned lands wherever possible to reduce costs. So, but you have to use the land that's near the flood problem. So,
right. Okay, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if it's worthy. I just thought of an idea, and it could be a bad one, but because earlier today, I think the council took criticism for parcels that we purchased in the past for capacity, to hold additional capacity. I felt like we took criticism as a body. I think it was purchased probably before us, this body. And what public notices, if any, could we do when we contract a piece of land to inform the neighbors that this is what we're buying with this intent? Because our intent is to preserve the area and minimize flooding in the area for this particular project. So I just want to throw that out there.
yeah, we can talk more about it, but at the time, there were meetings.
Okay.
Some of the people that spoke today weren't even there when that occurred. So, and it happened over several years. It's not like it was all at one time. So we received similar grant funding to what we have now. And actually, we got it because some other county didn't use it. And so we were asked to use it, and that's how we were able to fund the project.
The one I questioned was purchased to have more capacity. It wasn't to build another pond, right?
Oh, exactly. I mean, and in fact, I would submit that it helped because, again, with 20 inches of rain that fell and 2 back-to-back storms, you saw today the evidence out there. There was really no houses that flooded. You had maybe some sheds and some docks, and the road went underwater. But as far as we added that capacity, so it helped.
Yeah. Thank you.
And to be clear, when we did that, we obtained a permit from the Water Management District with the express intent explaining what we were going to do with those properties. There's a technical staff report that talks about how it will improve flood mitigation and attenuation, and those are all advertised like any St. John's permit, and people are allowed to object if they choose to do so or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. You're on canal maintenance?
Canal maintenance, there was no direction provided because there was no real questions to be asked at that point. We identified what Ben is doing, how he's doing it, what our sources are. Everybody wanted to take a ride in the Spider. So that's basically where we were at.
I have one question with that, too. I think there was a question posed in what I read, and that was that if we could get USDA funding or any funding, should we require participation in any match costs from the cities? I would say my vote would be yes, we should, since the cities, that's where a lot of the development is going. So if we could include the cities on match funds and not just the county, I think we should do that.
Yes, on non-county maintained projects, I think we applied for some money as well on some county maintained canals as well for erosion protection. But on like Spruce Creek, Groover's Branch, Lake Ashby, the ones we also applied for, if we get funding for that, and if there is a match, we can reach out to the cities.
Okay. All right, Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And that's the one I wanted to address is Groover Branch up in District 4. What is our plan there? Because I heard that there was, they had to get approval from the property owners and things like that. Where are we with that process?
Yes, sir. If we were to get approval for funding from the USDA on that, we would have, in some of those areas, it's essentially private property. We would have to go in and get rights of entry from those property owners to do that work.
Right. I couldn't see why anybody would object to that, but there are actual huge trees growing in the middle of Groover Branch, so it's something that needs to be addressed.
Sir.
Thank you.
Use of public property for flood mitigation. It was identified that we can utilize whatever lands we have, including some of the lands that have been purchased with Forever and from Echo, if it is available and consistent with their management plan. One of the things that you'll see is that before Brad and his folks go forward, there's identification of what can and can't be done with those things, and if there's an opportunity, we can utilize that to help rehydrate wetlands, to direct water to water bodies that need those nutrients, to do things in regards to elimination of invasive exotics, which can create similar problems.
Mr. Chairman, on that topic?
Yes, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Chair. And Brad, and this may be you or Polo or legal, but I think that the last meeting I brought up the comment or question on whether or not we can sell credits from the properties that we've purchased to replenish some of the funds into those particular accounts. And I don't remember what the answer was.
So I think Brad's answer was that, it's a defunct system for the creation of those regional mitigation banks. What is new is that the legislature has said in a credit deficient basin, a government can basically put a mitigation bank on its property for private use if there is insufficient credits available.
And we do have some areas that have deficiency. Am I correct?
That's beyond my expertise.
Oh.
Right now, there's adequate capacity at both the Farmington and Lake Swamp mitigation banks, plus there's smaller ones available. If you go on and just Google wetland mitigation banks, Volusia County, St. Johns River Water Management District, you'll see that there's adequate capacity. What the legislation does is basically this: if there's no mitigation banks within the basin of where you're at, and there's no way of doing it, then it does allow for a county or a city that's in that situation to use some of their public lands for a mitigation bank for private use.
Otherwise, they don't want you competing with the private sector.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So again, I did not see or hear of any kind of directions in regards to public property for flood mitigation.
Chairman?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm for this. I think that.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. Please. What were you going to say?
We are, whenever we have the opportunity to do so, we are utilizing that to the maximum extent possible.
Good. Good.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. And Clay, I think it was something, I forget, somebody else brought it up too. When we're buying these properties in some of these neighborhoods or areas, new word, some of my constituents ask if we can also use these mitigation ponds or retention ponds, use them for parks as well. Is that something that's out of our realm, or
we do that?
Would that create?
We actually, because one of your favorites over there in off Glencoe Road, we made a disc golf course out of. So we have done that.
I'm all for that. We put some benches out there for people to sit or swing set or whatever. But if it kills a couple birds with one stone, 100% push forward. I'm all about it. Thanks.
Chairman, if I may,
put fish in it too.
Yeah, the fish will come, and I like that, because what you mentioned were actually some passive parks, and those enhance a community. They make them even better. In fact, I had a tour yesterday of Miller Lake, and we saw a gentleman hanging out making his own passive park at the one pond. Thank you.
Okay, so George, do I understand that to mean that you must already have staff looking at our current properties to see if a water park or conservation fits into their current management plan?
Well, we look for those opportunities. I don't know if they actively, or as we acquire them, that's part of what they have to look at when we develop. Another example would be the one we talk about all the time up there at Holly Hill and Ormond, where we created really the county's first dog park. So we always look at those opportunities, It usually starts off first, though, with obtaining the land and building the pond, and then usually looking at what we can afford to put enhancements. Sometimes we revegetate around them too in such a way that they don't look like the typical DOT rectangle. So we've been trying to do things like that, and we'll continue. So we like building a nice littoral shelf around them, putting natural plants, making them fit back into the neighborhood. We've done some others where we've reforested because we knew it was be a dry pond most of the time, and I think we've put trees that can take water some of the time in there and try to reforest them as well. So we'll continue that program, but the first priority will be getting the pond itself and getting it built.
Okay. Go ahead, Clay.
All right. So then conversations with the overbuilding of apartments and multifamily, we hear that. Right now, we don't have police powers to enforce zoning or land use over the cities. We are aware of the concern that the council has brought up. I do have to, this is one we have to go in kind of cautiously because right now the cities and the county are all preempted by the state. Commercial, industrial, office properties can be developed for the highest density to the highest building height by right, staff administrative approval without any authorization. So from that perspective, if we don't want to lose our potential employment opportunities, our potential for commercial development, we still should be able to allow for multifamily to go where we want it to go, so that way we can continue to get the appropriate number of units. And I also have to point out as one of the reasons that we were able to get an exemption from the provisions of the Live Local Act, so that some of these projects would be either granted 75 or 100% tax exemptions, was because we have an adequate supply of affordable housing in a specific direct area. So this is one that we understand the concern about the overdevelopment and the negative impacts it may have on an area. We would like to work with the cities to make sure that we are doing the placement of these things so that we don't have a negative impact because of the unintended consequences of Live Local.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might surprise some here also with my thoughts, but you said something interesting in your commentary about that you helped us in the legislature to get the exemption. And I think you said that Volusia is classified as having, compared, I guess, to other counties, a sufficient amount of affordable?
What happens is the state has identified the Schimberg Institute's analysis on an annual basis as to whether or not you have sufficient or insufficient amounts of affordable housing by the different categories, up to 60% AMI, 60 to 80, 80 to 100. And if you can show that you have that surplus in one of those categories, you can avoid having the tax exemption for that project being automatic from that development under the Live
And
Local.
how often is that study charted to give?
Annually.
Annually.
So we will get new data in December. Remember, we had a special meeting in December of 24 so we could rectify those findings so that we could be granted that exemption. We're going to have to do the same thing this December.
As on the multifamily side of things, I know you reference also the highest densities, the way that Live Local is written. What is that number?
In Volusia County?
Yeah.
The unincorporated is 72 feet, 36 units per acre.
72 feet, that's...
It's 72 or 75. So what it is...
7 stories then?
Yes, could be. Basically what Live Local Act says is that anyone who is proposing to do an affordable housing project that complies with the state law is entitled to the highest density, highest multifamily density, and highest building height allowed by your zoning regulations on those properties, And it's a staff approval. It doesn't go through any kind of PUD.
What's our highest density number?
36 units per acre.
36. So the reason, my line of questioning is leading me to, is that something that we can, I'm going to use the word throttle, right? And I know it requires an ordinance change, right? But if we are sufficient, maybe I'll say less, but is that something that we can?
You can. The issue is, you would have to take away those densities from. We're talking about the Sunrail Activity Center. That is what is Sunrail. Sunrail Activity Center is what is the highest density in the unincorporated county. If you lower that, you're lowering that, which triggers Burt Harris provisions. I will also say that some of the bills that we are seeing, legislature saw you coming. So they set a time, or they set a date, and they say your density as of this date, which is January 1st, 2025. So it doesn't matter if you lower your density in the future, because the density is as existing as of that date.
Okay, you just blew up my idea. Yeah, they know what they're doing up there, huh?
And if I could just add one point of clarification, the annual Schimberg study only deals with moderate income. We use the word low income for a minute, but it's that 80 to 120% levels. So those are the levels that generally represent the market rate in much of Volusia, which is why we could opt out of the tax exemption for this year.
Okay, trying to get creative here.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the creativity, Mr. Santiago. I appreciate that staff is looking into this and we're having this discussion, and not to point fingers at any one municipality or city, of course, but my constituents, and I'm sure yours, but it seems like mine in District 4, especially that I can think of, and Mr. Reinhardt's in District 2, are screaming and yelling about. And by the way, I'm not a no-growther. That's, if you wanted a no-growther, you didn't put the right guy in this seat. I'm a no-growther unless you have the density. I mean, unless you have the capabilities to handle with the infrastructure that you have. If you don't have the infrastructure, then I'm a no on it. And the complaints that I've heard about LPGA, Williamson, and Clyde Morris, Mr. Reinhardt, and that's where the mass bulk of apartment complexes that you said, 36 per acre, have been popping up. And it just seemed like it was overnight, explosive. And when your roads can't handle that, it's problematic, and it's a shock to people, and then, you hear from your residents up in Ormond Beach, who they're shocked to find out none of this is in Ormond Beach. All of this is happening next door in Daytona Beach areas that I've talked about. And that was my whole point in bringing this up, is to say, there's got to be a way to have a conversation with our local municipalities about just not so much at one time. We've got to be able to breathe. But I hear what you're saying about Live Local and Burt Harris, and it's frustrating. Thank you, Chairman.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kent, thank you for bringing that up, too. And Mr. Santiago, your comment earlier about trees, I couldn't agree more. And I think of a project, that's what we're talking about. But real quick, the question, Clay, a lot of those projects that are happening or have already occurred, ground has already been broken, they're already starting to elevate some of these projects. Those things were approved probably.
A large amount of that area was under the old LPGA development of regional impact, approved in the early 90s.
So we're talking 20, 30 years of those things have been planned on, and now we're just starting to see them break ground. And with Live Local, that just opened the window for them.
Many of them were built prior to Live Local being.
Well, I'm saying now that are actually.
But yes,
it just falls in guidelines with it. They have no fear now with respect to that. But I think of a project, and that's what I said about controlling. That's where I agree with Mr. Kent. with respect to having the conversations with these cities about some of the growth that's occurring. I think of a project on Clive Morris. It's in Port Orange. I'm trying to think of the name of it. Ben, you know it, right across from the Colonial Village. But yes, right adjacent to the police station. Thank you. That actually almost, by looking at it, if you didn't know any better, almost looks like 2 or 3 different developments because of the clumps of trees that were left there, as opposed to clear cutting everything. And then you take the drive down LPJ in Williamson and it's just leveled. So I do agree with having the conversations, but I also understand the obstacles that are in the way as a result of that with respect to Live Local and some of the projects that were planned 20, 30 years ago.
Councilman,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just saying the one item that we hadn't gotten to is the restrictions on filling property for development, but I didn't.
Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick update from Southeast Volusia and some of what we've been experiencing in communications with our cities, Port Orange, New Smyrna, Edgewater, Oak Hill. Port Orange is just about built out. I don't think you're going to see much growth, new growth over the next couple years other than what was already approved. The land is just not there. You see it more down towards that Pioneer Trail and the Exchange, which has been planned for about 10 years before I was born. The transportation plan with the cities and the county. Moving further south to NSB, same thing. They're growing in different areas. They put a moratorium in place. We've been in communications with them throughout several of their moratoriums and helping them navigate and identifying their issues, working with our county staff, try to get them whatever support they need to address some of their hurdles. Edgewater, same thing. They're still in a moratorium. I've been working with them. And Oak Hill, believe it or not, same thing. They have a moratorium. So just a lot of us are working with our cities behind the scenes because we all know and accept, although unpopular, that there's hardly any growth in unincorporated Volusia, which is under our purview. But I know a lot of us are working with our cities to help them and help our citizens because they vote for us too. And it's the right thing to do to help them out wherever we can. And I believe they're doing that. But I just want to be very cautious on, I've been pretty consistent over the last few years about how much the county sticks their nose in another government's business. And as a less government and less bureaucracy guy, that's what I told my people, and I don't believe in bringing the heavy hand of a larger government down on a smaller government. Same thing with local control that we complain about. We don't like it being done to us, so I think we need to be very careful on what we do to our cities. So I appreciate everybody's attention with working with the cities and support whatever we got to do to make it better for them as well.
Mr. Chair, can I respond to Danny?
Yes.
I agree with your comments, Danny. I think one of the problems that we have is our partners on the other side too, which is the 16, right? That they don't stand up in most cases and say, this is our issue, right? And what I've seen in the last 2 years is they let us get beat up, right? Over issues that they're doing. They don't take ownership of it. And so I agree with you. Philosophically, I'm with you.
Yeah.
But when I see that some are not taking responsibility, then I say, okay, you're going to leave the onus on me, then I'm going to take action, right? Sure. Which I prefer not to, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
But also, too, what we're dealing with, too, David, that we've been all dealing with as well, there's also been some people on our board saying that the county can do this and then we call for studies and presentations, which
fair point
tell the difference. So sometimes we're our own worst enemies as well, and the nature of the beast is that we're in politics. Things get said, and this is the end result is chaos. So
good point.
Thank you,
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, one quick question, Clay. I've always, I think I've been pretty consistent through my laissez-faire, free market approach to the housing industry in this county. But are we tracking the number of new development applications, permit applications? Do we have any type of data on that? I watch this stuff through the market reports, and I know that now Florida has the highest number of inventory of new homes and homes for sale than in history. And the new people moving down has basically gone from 300,000 in 22 to 40-some thousand last year. So I just, have you noticed a decline in the number of developers coming in looking to develop? Have there been, I've heard of actually rumors of abandoned subdivision projects where they've done the infrastructure or they're so far in the permitting and they've kind of walked away from it in fear of an economic crash that's, with the stock market volatility, all that stuff that goes into it. Are we tracking that?
Our economic development group has very robust demographic information on that. In regards to, we do quarterly reports on our permitting. Yes, there has been a downturn, but I can tell you this much. As someone who went through the 90s savings and loan debacle and subsequent after that and the Great Recession, we're not there yet. Could it happen? Definitely. Right now, though, we're not seeing the abandoned subdivisions. We're not seeing the abandoned projects yet. We are still getting new applications in for new subdivisions, new developments, and following up on PUDs that have been approved, getting those through site plan and or subdivision. So it's still trudging along, but yes, there's definitely been a slowdown.
Okay. I mean, and with the benefit of your history and experience, I mean, do you think we're tracking that same pattern of the Great
If I knew that,
Recession?
I'd be over at Bloomberg or some other place. Right now, it's hard to tell. And also, our market is different from some of the areas in Florida that you see. So, yeah, I mean, the economic outlook overall is kind of scary when you start seeing what's been happening with our stock market and those types of things. So, yes, there is a definite concern that we could see a downturn in housing starts and building starts and new businesses starting. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Clay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. One of the things that was identified that we were not able to get to at the last meeting was the restriction on filling a property. And I want to be able to differentiate bringing fill on a site from grading a site. Because many times what I'm hearing is we don't want to see the trees taken down, and we don't want to see, there can be a situation where they're taking the trees out, they're digging the pond, and there's no fill being imported to the site. If you talk to a developer, they don't want to bring dirt on the site because it costs money. So what you're seeing is, how can we make it so that there's less impact to an existing site, is where I believe y'all have identified as the number one target. That's where the issues about stem wall construction, so therefore you don't have to fill the lot and you can leave it more native vegetation on the existing lot. The big issue that we have is that we have codes in existence right now. Finished floor elevation requirements. We have requirements for our streets because, again, you don't want to build your subbase into the groundwater because we use lime rock for our road base. Lime rock dissolves in the water, so you don't want to have a situation where you're permanently having that in the water. We have floodplain limitations, and we have tree preservation standards as well. And I just want to kind of, like we walked you through with the wetland standards, this is an actual project where you see that we get elevations showing on this project. When they come in, the survey data we get shows what the existing topography is. The critical thing is, and it's hard to see here, we get the elevations of the streets that they're feeding into. And I'm saying that because you have to have a matching grade of the street from your development to tie into the existing street you're using for access. So when you get to this point where you're seeing someone coming in and trying to lay out a very simple road and stormwater, that stormwater is going to the lowest point it can be, because that's the way it naturally flows there. But we're requiring, and I can't show you, but if you're looking at where that new road would intersect with the existing road, we've got to have it so that we don't have a sudden drop down in there. We can work with it once it's inside, but on something like this is small, you do have a relatively limited capability of deviating for your road elevation. Well, your road elevation sets your minimum finished floor elevation, because we want the finished floor elevation of the home to be above the center line of the road. And you can see that's why in these newer subdivisions, there was flooding, but the flooding occurred in the ponds first. Then when the storm got bigger and bigger, it was in the swales, then it was in the roads, then it was in the yards. And that's designed that way on purpose, so that way the last thing that could ever be impacted would be the home itself. And that's why we try and strive for these finished floor elevations that are above the base, the center line of the road. That's just a quick explanation of the engineering that we go through for that.
Clay,
Yes,
can you
sir.
hold on? What's second? Councilman Santiago has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned they dig the pond and they use the dirt. They don't want to bring in dirt, and I get it. That's the balancing of the site, right?
Yes, sir.
They want to use it on site or prevent from bringing in. But at the same time, and this is going back a little bit to my previous comments on the topography. That would potentially cause them to have to export a dirt, I'm guessing. Obviously, it's all site specific. I get it. Right. But I think what I was making sure that I would try to discourage is that when you dig this pond and you clear everything and just balance all that out the rest of the site, that way everything looks the same. Mm-hmm. That's my personal preference. I didn't like that.
Right.
So whatever practices I think that we can consider could avoid that and try to incorporate the natural topography of the land as much as possible. Obviously, can't happen everywhere, but I get it.
Well, you bring up a point that has been hammered home in all of our low impact development discussions. When we were directed to go forward with it, one of the critical elements is low impact development emphasizes leaving the site as natural as possible so that the natural focus and flow of water stays where it's supposed to be going. That way it goes to the lowest point, hits the point where it can percolate into the aquifer, and that's what our primary goal is. And then minimizing the amount of impervious surface that you put on there. So the low impact development standards, we believe if we can get them up and running, if these people that are talking to us right now about potentially utilizing them, that would be a game changer, because then we could show that it is a functional way of addressing your stormwater. It would minimize the impact to the existing vegetation, the existing topography, and they would be able to get a realistic yield so that way their business plan is not screwed up by trying to do anything else. We hope to do that. And again, as you saw, we could not create a one-size-fits-all LID. That's why we created, as you were saying, kind of a cafeteria plan. Here's what you want to do. Here are the 5 things that you can do to meet that. If you do that, here's these incentives through bonuses and density or some of the relief from some of our other regulations. So please go do that. And it would be done through a site plan or a subdivision process. So therefore, for residential development, it would be basically a staff approval until the final plat. So that's where we're trying to go with it. If you would like us to do further research, we can, again, from a staff perspective, look at trying to use like the avoidance and minimization standards. I believe that's something Ms. Conchin identified, which was similar to what we do with wetlands. What can we do in the code so that those who are not utilizing low impact development, that we come up with the avoidance and minimization standards to the maximum extent possible that would apply countywide, so that way we would emphasize on trying to minimize those impacts that you're talking about. We could do that.
Okay. Hold 1 second before he has a response, and then Danny Robinson. I'm not suggesting we cut off debate, but after these two speak, we have 3 members of the public that wanted to speak, and I think we might learn something useful from their conversation as well. But go ahead, Mr. Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that's exactly where I was going, Clay, with your closing statement. I can't repeat it verbatim, but I think the council heard it. That's the concept I was looking for, and it guides them based on here are your options, right? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. And David, that was kind of what I was hitting on before about some of the LID that we incentivize. You know, we may look at more incentives, like maybe Don had suggested, for additional wetland impacts, but we got to also understand too, in these rare cases that they do make impacts, they avoid them like the plague, because if you've ever had to, and I've seen some of the reports of how much it costs to even buy into a mitigation bank, it's astronomical. So why would anybody want to impact the wetland? That's why those numbers are so low, is because it's not cost effective to impact that wetland. It defeats the whole purpose of capitalism. So at the end of the day, that's what we've learned here, or what I've learned from Clay in the last few years. But if you wouldn't be opposed to it, if we talk about the monolithic pours versus stem walls, you know, they do need extra dirt for those, but they also have other costs added on that can become more expensive too, and especially when we talk about affordability. So I'm interested in hearing that discussion. If we could lay those out in the most simplest form when we do come back with this presentation, benefits of monolithic in this situation, benefits of stem wall, you know what to do. You get it. Thank you, Clay.
Just to kind of clarify, what we're hearing loud and clear from FEMA is that FEMA is going to probably mandate into the future that anyone building in a floodplain is going to have to utilize at the minimum stem wall, if not pier and piling levels of construction. So we see that happening. So we'll be able to look at issues here.
I've also learned from talking to a few developers that, you know, their first option would be monolithic, right? But I also heard that if the standard is STEM, and that is the standard amongst their entire project, it's something that they could do. It's about requiring the change, one monolithic, one STEM. It's that back and forth change, because they usually come in with a crew that this is their cookie cutter layout. So I just wanted to address that, just share that with Danny, because it's the only place I can share that. I did some inquiries around that, and they said, hey, we could survive with STEM. It's just that's the standard, and it applies. It doesn't make that much difference in cost, is what I've heard. Onesies and twosies, yes, but if it's a standard for, you know, some of the larger projects like we're talking about, it doesn't have as much of an monetary impact, is what I've been told.
Thank you. Can you take a break a second? And we'll hear from just three members of the public. Dr. Anderson.
Thank you all. Dr. Wendy Anderson, I live in DeLand, District 1, and I did sign up to speak on item 9 as well, but if I can get all of my thoughts in 3 minutes, you don't have to hear from me twice. I am glad that Clay left off with this final thought about low impact development, and I wanted to say to Councilman Kent, if you can pick up when I'm laying down, that everything that you said back in February about, you know, your 6 points is low impact development. It is. And, you know, and Clay has said this over and over again, and Matt and I have been nodding at each other, and Danny knows this, and David has figured it out too. All of these things are low impact development. Wetland protection is LID. Protecting trees is LID. Littoral shelves around ponds, which George just mentioned, that's LID. Using common areas for floodplain mitigation, whether that's inside of an HOA or public land, that's LID. Avoiding building and filling in floodplains is LID, and working with the natural grades, stem walls, it's all LID. We want this stuff. We need this stuff. We need to regulate this stuff. We really do. And jumping forward to item 9, I'm not sure what the public-private partnership is here, to use Dempsey language. But I'm not sure if voluntary and incentivized approaches gets us there. I think that the hybrid approach that we talked about on February 11th is that cafeteria style planning where you have to do some of it because it is best management practices, but you don't have to do all of it because not all of it works on every site. So I just wanted to bring those points home for all of you, that you're talking about good stuff, you want good stuff. Yes, those stats that you talked about on April 1st, being minimal impacts to wetlands in the county, yes, that's good news because we aren't developing that much in the county and our county staff are doing their jobs really well. These problems are happening in the cities though. It isn't like, don't gaslight us that these aren't problems. These are problems, but they're problems in the city. And you're right, Mr. Santiago. If the cities aren't going to have strong regulations themselves, yeah, maybe the county needs to come in and help them out with that and give them a reason to upgrade their own policies. So I'd like to see these things happen. What NRAC is working on right now is floodplain hazards, and so that is in the fill zone. It's, we'll get to wetlands hopefully soon too. So yeah, we're continuing to do the good work, but I'm happy to see this conversation converging on LID principles because that's what we're wanting to do here. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kent, did you have
If you didn't mind, it was just a response, less than 30 seconds to Dr. Anderson. And I appreciated, her using some of my comments that I used, but, that February meeting, I sat and talked about all of the reasons why I would support the hybrid approach with the LID, and then I voted against it. And there was a very specific reason why. I was reading the room, and I knew it was going to lose. But if I vote in favor of the majority, I get to bring it back up. And then I'm hearing, some of my colleagues up here start to talk about these things. So I'm just waiting for the right time as a person that voted on the winning side to be able to bring that up again.
You were using Jedi mind tricks.
Just so you know.
Okay, I got you.
John Nicholson.
The Force.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. At the city library, 386 had a meeting, and I asked about stem cells when they were rebuilding the houses.
Stem walls or
stem
cells?
walls, I'm sorry. Two thoughts. At any rate, and she said, no, we're going to raise the land, but not throughout the whole community because we're only building a single house. But we will raise the land underneath the house. And I'm wondering why? Because the old system that existed, especially in Midtown where we had it, all the houses were built up. So the water would flow underneath and be able to sink in the ground underneath the houses. If you build the property up, then it negates that. The water then must remain on the outside. So if we would take a look at that, I know you're not going to have to require that, but it really helps if we can get as much water into the ground as possible and negate the amount of solid surfaces that we do have. Thank you.
Thank you. David, is it Joel or Jewel? Jewel.
What this gentleman said over here, I'm David Jewell, by the way. What this gentleman said, I agreed with much of his statements and what he was talking about, especially the last one about importing fill. It leaves people that were there previously living across the street from projects. When you raise it up 3 feet, now I get flooded. I live in I don't think it's a flood-prone area. I've been there through 12 years of all the hurricanes. My garage sits right on the level with the grass with a concrete floor. I've never had a drop of water in there, dry. Down toward Timber Creek Road, we've lost 2 houses. I was going to talk about Ernest Worsham. He wrote an article in the Florida Bar Journal in 2009. I would implore everybody to read it if they haven't got it. It tells all about how the law intersects with stormwater and flooding. It's supported by 6 pages of case law, all the way from the Florida Supreme Court. I presented it to one of the legislators here a little over a year ago, and it was thrown back in my face, and they said it was only a magazine article. I checked in with the Florida Bar Journal. They said anything but the truth. They said that is absolutely untrue and just the opposite. This man dedicated his whole life. He was counsel for St. John's Water Management. If you looked up his name, I looked up his obituary. I have it right here. It tells everything about the man. He has a degree in hydrology, watershed management. He has a degree in meteorology, which doesn't have much to do with this. He has been in Gainesville as a public service general counsel with St. John's River Water Management, special counsel for the Department of Community Affairs State Land Planning Agency in Tallahassee. Since '85, he's had a private practice, and he has specialized in water management, land use, and the cleanup of contaminated properties. The guy knows what he's talking about. And this tells it all. Grover Branch was brought up. I brought it up 2 years ago on a development that's been permitted across from my property. I said, there's no positive outfall. You're going to flood the whole area. I guess that's it.
Thank you.
I need about an hour and a half.
You got to run for office. All right, Clay, could you take us home on item 5?
Yes, sir. At this point, as Dr. Anderson said, we are working on the limitations of fill in the floodplain through NRAC. So that group is working through that. That should be done relatively quickly. So I think we can go forward with that. The thing I think staff wants to know is if you would like us to explore the opportunity of a avoidance and minimization requirement that could be applied countywide for someone not seeking to utilize LID, but would be rather using our traditional stormwater standards. If that's the case, then we would need a direction to do so, and we'll initiate that effort.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I don't know what that means.
So in other words, like if you're coming in and you're doing a development, you have to prove to us that you have to do all of the grading and elevating and changes and impacts to the trees for a purpose other than it's just easier to do one giant grading plan. Now that's going to be becoming tougher and tougher because the state has preempted us from restricting building permits for residential subdivisions. If you're doing a residential subdivision and you've got your preliminary plat approved, so that means it's not recorded, not final, they can come in and get building permits for at least 50%, and it goes up to 75 in 2027. So in other words, they're allowing for developers to come in and do mass grading and mass building for upwards of 50% of the total lots approved in the subdivision and 75%. Just want to make sure everybody understands what your staff's having to deal with in regards to those things. And that's all before they record the plat and can legally transfer the property. So from our perspective, what we will be trying to do is hear from you, minimize impact to trees, minimize impact to existing topography, and if you can do so, you have basically demonstrating how that can be done. I'm not certain we can come up with that, but we'll do our best.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear from Don Dempsey.
I'm just curious. Stem wall construction actually sounds like a good idea, but I noticed in the South that they all build on monolithic slabs. Up north, they're built stem wall. That seems to be the protocol up north. Is like my office downtown was built in 1892. You couldn't drive a nail into those floor joists if you try. I've tried. I can't. But now with the environmental regulations, the type of wood now is not the same type of wood they used 126 years ago for floor joists. My question is with termites. Have you heard anything? The reason they're building on monolithic slabs is because if you do a stem wall, the whole belly of the house is wood.
No, not in today's standards. What you're seeing is that stem walls are filled. They're either backfilled with dirt or backfilled with concrete.
Okay, so we're talking about elevating with dirt then, basically filling it.
But what you do is you build the stem wall first, come back, fill it with dirt, fill it with concrete.
So we're not building these houses on
With crawl
floor
space.
joists. Yeah,
There's
with
no crawl space.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clearing that up. Thank you.
And termite companies can treat that. Anyway, Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Clay, I know we had went over this nail ID discussion a few months ago. This is a very complex issue when you're dealing with trees and natural topography. And I know in a perfect world we want to do that, but can you just go ahead and explain the challenges when you have higher elevations, for instance, around an oak tree, like we had a gentleman come in today who now has water that's pooled where this natural topography is because it's the lowest point, or what happens to when you leave a tree in the ground in that you have to make your base flood elevation or that height of the road, and you put dirt on top of those roots or halfway up the trunk of that tree. What happens to that tree? And why do they do what they do?
Well, I wanted to show this plan here because what you're seeing is that it includes the tree surveys of the specimen trees that are on site. And unfortunately, our ability for me to carry over but there's circles you see in here. They show one tree being preserved there in the common area, which is like their stormwater, but the rest are on the lots. Knowing that they have to be graded, those trees are basically determined to be dead, because if you came in there with 6 inches or greater of fill material, you negatively impact the root system and kill the tree. So we would require that to be mitigated. So that's, again, additional costs.
Yeah.
So yes, we have several different conflicting interests. We hear people not wanting to see the site impacted with fill material or otherwise, but at the same point, we have to do our roads at a set height for our own maintenance. I mean, ultimately, if these are public roads, we would be responsible for them. We have to meet federal regulations and state regulations in regards to elevations above the center line of the road for for just your finished floor elevation, and if you're in the floodplain, your base flood elevation. So you see that. That's why this gentleman was talking about the amount of fill that's brought in here. It's coming primarily from us implementing some federal and state rules.
And like Mr. Santiago, I think I don't think there's one person that's going to argue with you. I sure won't. You know, I love those older oaks, right? And I don't want to see those go. Those have a tremendous value. But the conflicting, what we've been battling all along is separating the fact and the fiction of what we're able to do. But there's a quagmire and a rat and a nest of just a spider web of just conflicting things that I still have a hard time understanding it. I'm getting it after 4 years, but it's very hard for the public to, because they don't deal with it like we do. So getting through some of this stuff, I think it may help clarity wise, but those conflicts have always been our biggest problem here, because our hands are tied, and it's no different than providing some infrastructure and stuff like that before the developments happen. You know, when Rick Scott had implemented, Clay, refresh my memory on that. Was that, what act was that, back in 09 or 2011?
2011, the Community Planning Act.
Where they took a lot of our local powers away, you know, and whatnot. It really restricts us, so it has us in a corner. But what's still good that I want to hit home, every presentation you see in response to citizen concerns, they're low 100% of the time. So that's where I know I like these discussions. I want to make sure that we're talking about something new, that we're just not going back, and that hopefully my colleagues and you didn't take that the wrong way. I just want to make this stuff continuously count and go in a good direction and not keep digging up the dead. So,
Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Clay, forgive my ignorance because I'm not going to understand. I know there's a term for it. I guess I wasn't talking about like one tree, two trees. I'm talking about clumps or areas of trees. And I understand the whole idea that you have to keep that elevation the same. But I've seen projects in the past where they actually had like water gardens. Maybe I'm getting the term wrong, where the parking lot or whatever was built around a group of trees, and they had drainage where the water actually went in there. And then, of course, the water from the parking lot or the asphalt went into that area, someplace for it to drain. And I understand if there's any type of drainage system in there that gets a little more costly to drain it somewhere, but at least the water is going in that location as opposed to off-site and into the areas. I guess, and again, I know there's a term for it. I just don't know what it's. Is it a water garden or?
We do allow for that. That's one of the identified.
Just an option is what I was thinking.
Well, it's one of the identified strategies in your LID.
In the LID. Okay, thank you. All right.
Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And Danny, I agree with what you were saying. I think maybe to a little bit of clarity, and you're right, 'cause it's not going to work in many, right? But I'm thinking that maybe a concept similar to the avoidance and minimization that we do with wetlands, right? That there's a guide there to avoid and minimization of elimination or impact on trees that is reasonable. It's not going to work everywhere. Some areas it will, it may not. I think that guidance could work, and it may not work everywhere. Yeah, awesome. We're on the same page. Perfect.
Okay.
So the direction for staff is to, and we would like a motion in a second and a vote on it, is for staff to go back, look at our existing stormwater regulations and see what could be done and development standards as well, to see what could be done to establish avoidance and minimization standards for new development so that we minimize impact to trees and topography and try and maintain the natural as much as possible.
Motion for everything he just said.
Are you making that motion?
No, I'm making that motion. Everything he just said.
Second that, Matt. Thanks. That's it.
Matt makes Clay's, Vice Chair Reinhardt makes Clay's motion, second by David Santiago. Any questions on it? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Did that include all ponds to have lights and fountains?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Clay.
You got it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a recommendation and a motion because of the time. I know that we're going to stop at 10 probably. My recommendation is our medical examiner, Dr. Fulcher, is here, and he's up next. I say we go to him next, and we respectfully request that his presentation be 10 minutes or less. He shook his head yes, and then that'll give us a little under 50 minutes. If we were to move down to item 10, which I see members in the audience came to talk about the possible return, because we're going to have a discussion on the non-driving beach section. I see some Main Street merchants and people here. So my motion is to go to 6 and then 10, and then from there we can go back on to 7, 8, 9.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a great motion. I was going to suggest that we would never get to it, and they had, I think, 25 people here, and they're down to a couple.
Right.
So all in favor of doing item 6 and then skipping to item 10?
Yes.
Yeah, aye.
Aye.
Favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, thank you. Sorry, I'm a little under the weather. Oh gosh, that sounds terrible. All right, this is the annual report of the Medical Examiner's Office. I'm Dr. James Fulcher. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Volusia County. I need to thank my Operations Manager, Carla Orozco, who developed this report. So, next slide. Please. I only got 10 minutes. There it is. So, we're fully name accredited, still are. Our inspection period goes for 5 years. We achieved accreditation, full accreditation, in June of 2000. Well, actually, July of 2004. We have a 1-year renewal. She'll just basically do a virtual analysis of the office at that point. This represents an external, independent evaluation and endorsement of all our policies, procedures. Make sure we're doing things at the best possible manner that a medical examiner's office can do for a county. Next slide. So we do not take jurisdiction over many deaths. I say this every year. We don't autopsy everyone that dies in the county. Florida Statute 406, the Medical Examiners Act, defines our jurisdiction, and the Administrative Code 11G further defines our jurisdiction. We basically do autopsies on unnatural or unexplained death. Unnatural would be a homicide, a suicide, undetermined, or I guess that's an accident. All right, next slide. All right, so I have good news for you. Yay. Basically, overall cases are the same. However, the take-home point is overdoses are down again. So that is good. And we were actually down 10%, 22 to 23. We're down 25%, 23 to 24. MVAs are down pretty significantly, actually, for the first time I've been here. Homicides are slightly down. That's kind of our baseline. Suicides are up. Our average has been about 120. So we did see somewhat of a spike in those. As far as how the office is doing, turnaround time is still excellent. 15 days from the person being autopsied to a signed autopsy report. That's down from 20 days, largely due to the delays in toxicology testing that were occurring kind of in that post-COVID time period. So I would submit to you that you probably will not find a faster turnaround time in this country. I really don't think it's possible. We're getting these cases done as quickly as the toxicology lab can possibly do them. And I've selected what I think is the best toxicology lab in the country. So I don't think you can get any faster than that. This is, you've got places, I mean, I'll just name them like kind of Rust Belt, West Virginia, Ohio, take 4 months. So 15 days versus 4 to 5 months. So, and why does that matter for the public? Well, if your loved one's murdered, you know, where's that suspect in 5 months? What's happened to the case? Lots of things. All right. We do cremation approvals. So even though my office only lays hands on about 10 to 15, 20%, depending on the year of the people that die, we actually review death certificates on 98% of the people that die in this county, because I have to make sure something reasonable is put on their death certificate before they're cremated. So we do evaluate those. And actually one of our big parts of education is educating physicians how to sign death certificates. So next slide. As you can see, the balance of cases is pretty much the same, just with fewer overdoses. I knew you'd probably ask me what made up the other cases. It's the uninsured, people without doctors. So if you die in this state and don't have a Florida doctor, I end up doing an autopsy on you because we don't know how you died. So it's lack of access to health care, unfortunately. It's starting to become a problem. And it's filling the gap that the overdoses have dropped off, and that's filling the gap. I will say it's actually a good thing that we're autopsying more natural disease cases, because that means we're looking really hard for something not natural. You know, when you're finding all those naturals and you had maybe very minor suspicion of something happening, that means you're really looking very hard. So that's a good thing. Next slide. And there's the chart you probably wanted to see. We are not at baseline yet. Obviously, we still have a long way to go, but it is my belief that this drop has occurred due to the hard work of the recovery community, the hard work of law enforcement, the hard work of the state attorney, and the availability of risk mitigation substances such as Narcan, the actions of EMS. We know from CDC data that there's a lot more overdoses that people are able to be revived and hopefully get into recovery. Karen just shared something with me, I think it was last weekend. There was a spike of it was multiple time periods, but probably 10 to 15 people overdosing in this county, and we only had 1 or 2 overdoses that died. So that's pretty good, actually. You know, if we've got that much Narcan out in EMS's hands, law enforcement's hand, that we can at least get these people back. Next slide. Nothing really new here. If you've seen my presentations before, our overdoses cluster between kind of age 20 all the way up to about 50. Next slide. Our average is 46. That was unchanged. Risk-taking behavior is more highly associated with being male. So we see 2/3 male. And then we had slightly higher overdose numbers in less than 30-year-old, but minimal changes here. Next slide. The drugs that are present on the street, I guess this is my take-home point. I know the chair has mentioned this. If you buy illicit drugs in Volusia County, you are almost certainly getting the top or the bottom 3 things on this chart. Fentanyl, which the levels of fentanyl we see in this county, if you took everything else out, would still kill you. You are taking a lethal substance. The methamphetamine would probably kill you, particularly for an older gentleman, like a 46-year-old guy with maybe not such a good heart, and then you add the cocaine on top of that, that's a big problem. Everything else, the xylazine, the veterinary tranquilizer, the rest of the stuff is kind of dropping off a little bit. Those adulterants were higher in previous years. It seems like the fentanyl being produced is slightly more pure now, which is probably not a good thing, but there's less adulterants in it. Next slide. MVAs are down, and they continue to go down, so that's a good thing. I don't know why that is. Next slide. And this is the final slide, just showing, you know, MVAs kind of remained at that baseline, and we are getting better with the substances and the overdoses, but still a long way to go. So with that, I think that's it. No, wait, one more slide. So I told you I'd be an educator when I came here. I think that's why I was selected. We have continued involvement and outreach. I'm working significantly with the Recovery Friendly Workplace Alliance. That's really been pushed by the Port Orange and South Daytona Chamber of Commerce. We're working on the one boxes. We're working education for that. I should just briefly mention Carla Orozco, my operations manager, has really taken the bull by the horns and has done a ton of training with Daytona Police, the Sheriff's Academy. That building you built me, I've had that thing packed with students. I've had high school students, they don't see autopsies, but they get to take a tour, they get to sit in the classroom and see presentations. So we have that thing packed. As far as law enforcement and that big building you built me and the ability to teach in the autopsy suite, we'll have 15 to 20 law enforcement students in there. So it works out really well. It's been a blessing, it really has. And then, as I think I mentioned this previously, I was elected to the secretary position of the Florida Association of Medical Examiners. Hopefully will be president in a couple years, and I have already, tentatively, but it should happen, we're going to host the Florida Association of Medical Examiners meeting in 2026 here in Daytona. So, and that is it.
Ocean Center?
Well, they're bidding on it.
Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, on the education piece, you mentioned the schools. Are you seeing participation from all of our high schools? Or just
a lot of them, yeah. I've made myself available. It depends on their schedule. I won't lie, they're somewhat kind of inflexible. Like there's testing and whatnot and sports and activities, and you think they'd clear their schedule for something like this, but no. So, but yeah, if they're available, I've reached out to all those universities listed. Bethune-Cookman, it's spelled wrong. And we're participating very strongly with Stetson, Daytona State, FSU School of Medicine has a very robust relationship with us, and the other 2 schools have sent a few people, but they haven't been as proactive.
You had a pie chart up there. If we can go back on the
Sure.
overdoses by by age. Sorry.
Age, yeah, age.
Can you go back to that?
Right there. Yep. So it's basically, you see very few teenagers dying.
Is that 10 to 19 years old?
Yeah, 1. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a disease. I mean, overdose is a disease of older individuals, and we've talked about it with the Recovery Alliance. A lot of the cases I do are people that broke their hip and got a prescription, and now they're addicted. And, you know, with prescription, I mean, I who doesn't have a DEA number, have to do multiple hours of education on prescribing these substances. And if you hurt yourself now, it's difficult to get the type of pain relief that you might want. And there are people that will go out in the street and get that pain relief. And that's, a lot of this is, I mean, this comes back to the OxyContin, Purdue Pharmacy. There was a study in West Virginia. If you had an elective surgery in West Virginia in the early 2000s, you had like a 30-some-odd% chance of becoming permanently addicted to opiates. It was shocking. 1 out of 3. When I was in med school, pain was the 5th vital sign. And basically, you know, got your gallbladder out, you'd end up with enough OxyContin to kill 15, 20 people. That's just what we did.
I think last year I asked about this question. I can't recall, but I know you had motor vehicle accidents are down. Pedestrian deaths. Do you track that also?
Yes, we do. I don't have it with me. It's not as high as you'd think. It is centered in certain areas, obviously. We see it on beachside. But it's probably 15 to 20 a year. It's not that terrible. It's really not.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Fulcher, thank you again.
Welcome.
Every year, it's always definitely educating. And from a person, the 29th of this month will be 2 years since the death of my brother due to an overdose. And you hit it on the head. He was using a prescription, no longer had it, still enduring the pain. That's what we think, because that's what they found was a fentanyl.
Sure.
That was laced on top of the oxy. So I have to say that it's happening everywhere. I mean, it's all over the country, and I know that you can attest to that as well.
Absolutely.
I took some notes here. Overdoses drop.
That's good news.
And to the use of Narcan.
Absolutely.
I think so. And educating those individuals on how to utilize it. I carry it in my truck now. My wife carries it in her car. It's educating people to that effect.
It is.
And the fact that we can have those 1 boxes in these businesses, we just introduced it to a local businesses or a local business, and more that take that. It's not about, and I can't emphasize this enough, it's not about the stigma that's associated with that, thinking, well, you've got Narcan in your business. Is this a bad area? No. Right now we're in a world that unfortunately it's out there, and we have to find ways, as opposed to doing nothing, I'd rather do something to save a life. Suicide's up. I mean, we hit on that with respect to mental health issues being so rampant.
And also the lack of access to healthcare in general.
And the lack of access to healthcare, absolutely, because they can't seek the mental health, obviously, with that.
Yeah.
But lastly, I want to say publicly, Karen, Barbara Ann, who have taken this up with the 1 boxes and the attack that they have done with respect to the Narcan and educating folks, I thank you publicly for what you're doing. And we're better because of you. And we're better because of what you provide and the training that you devise. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Fulcher, it wasn't too long ago, and I'll say BT, before Troy was on this council, that there were I read about some real concerns with the medical examiner's office.
Sure.
And BF before Fulcher as well.
Before Fulcher, yes.
So you continue to be a positive, shining light in the medical examiner arena. Thank you for following through on what you said you were going to do as far as the educational piece. If my memory is right, which I think it is, it's also helped you because you help educate these people, and then you're able to find good employees
Yes, I have a direct association with UF, and I advertise my listings first to those master's students. I teach at UF.
Right. So that is also an unintended yet intended consequence that's positive for the community. Thanks for the thorough data and for having the one answer ready for the question I was going to ask you. You already knew. I'll just say I'm hopeful about the fentanyl deaths continuing to go down, especially after our great president, Donald Trump, has come out so strongly against fentanyl being transported across our southern and northern border. You know, he's come out of the gate swinging about that and talks about it weekly. So my hope is that we will see less of that product in our community. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yes, sir. Right.
Do you have a mic?
Enhancement penalties for a .15.
Right.
I've always been told basically when you get to .40, you're flirting with death.
That's correct.
Do we have any similar type of levels when you're doing these autopsies and you're finding fentanyl in the system? Do we have a way of monitoring, like how much or how little fentanyl does it actually take to put you over the top and kill you?
So the lethal limit of fentanyl varies depending on the habituation of the decedent. So if you read the old literature, they would say 3 nanograms per deciliter. And you don't have to know the nanograms per deciliter, but 3. And I mean, in Volusia County, we've had people take so much of it, they were riding their bike perfectly fine and they got hit by a car, but they were at 20. I routinely see levels in the hundreds, but if you took that, I mean, with that amount of fentanyl in that one young lady, actually, you could have killed, the drug in her blood would have killed 20 or 30 people if they had never taken fentanyl. So you develop significant tolerance to it.
So just to test positive, at least back in the day, it was 100 nanograms to test positive on a field strip for a urine test for marijuana.
For marijuana, yeah, for marijuana, fentanyl's much lower.
It's minuscule.
Oh yeah, the amount of drug is fits on a pinhead. It's very small. That's why it's smuggled in, because they can hide it in an avocado and put it across the border, and there you go.
So you buy a bag of weed from your local dealer, it could have that pinhead size of fentanyl to a non-regular user, it could kill you.
We find fentanyl in people that swear, and their families swear they only smoke marijuana, and the fentanyl kills them, of course.
Thank you.
You cannot buy illicit drugs safe in this county. There is no way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. You're making us look good for all the right reasons.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we will scoot ahead to item 10.
Mr. Chairman, quick point of order. I think we need to continue all of them, some of the items, all of them, before we adjourn. Items 7 through 9.
They were noticed public hearings, so not to incur additional costs for renoticing. Paolo, I'll let you speak.
You have to notice it to the May 6th and publicly announce the date, time, and location for these continued items, which is 123
West Indiana.
It's late.
At 123 West Indiana Avenue, TCK Chambers.
Yeah, no sooner than 9 a.m. on May 6th, 2025.
Item 11. Okay.
And one motion can do items 7, 8, and 9 if you wish.
No, there's no guarantee for that. Okay, so what I just heard is that we need to stay with the items as listed.
I'll make a motion to continue items 7, 8, and 9 till time certain May 6th.
No sooner than 9 a.m. at 123 West Indiana.
No sooner than 9 a.m. at this location, TCK building.
Second.
Okay. And the motion was by Jake Johansson, second by Troy Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now are you ready for 10?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Osoria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. This is item number 10, and I'll try to be quick. This is the return of the discussion for conversion of the non-driving section in the Daytona core area from International Speedway Boulevard to Auditorium Boulevard, the driving section of the beach. So just a little bit of history. The county council, a previous county council, enacted an ordinance in 1996 that removed public beach driving from Seabreeze Boulevard to the northern boundary of ISB upon the opening of at least 1,000 additional parking spaces. That condition was met in 2000 with the opening of 1,500 parking spaces. So, as of 2000, public beach driving is not allowed in that particular area from Seabreeze to ISB. Now, putting beach driving back faces, 4 legal issues. One is the statutory prohibition. 2 is the ITP and the HCP, that's your Sea Turtle Endangered Species Act. 3 is any contractual issues that result from that removal. And 4 is customary use. So those are different silos. They are independent of each other, and and each one must be addressed before you can actually put a public vehicle on the beach. So, we'll start with kind of the easiest one. The area in question is highlighted in yellow. That large brown area is a traffic-free zone that goes from ISB all the way to Seabreeze. It is designated as an urban beach management area in our ITP and HCP. Would not require an amendment to the ITP, would require an amendment to an HCP that goes through the federal level. Thankfully, I do not think that it would require a major amendment. So we're talking about a minor amendment type process, but it's still something that is a stumbling block. You have to engage with the federal service. This is kind of probably step number 1 is the legislative process. So the issue is that beach driving, as a general rule, is prohibited throughout the entire state of Florida. That was done in 1985. Volusia County falls under an exception to the statute. So state legislation is required to remove the prohibition or provide an exception to that prohibition. While the statute we're talking about is 16158, it provides a mechanism to remove beach driving, which previous county council has done. It's a 3/5 vote. However, it does not provide a mechanism to restore beach driving once it's removed. The same mechanism is basically going back to the initial approval, which is basically time barred. Approval of beach driving must have occurred in a specific area under the authorization done in 1988. So unfortunately, you either need a time machine or you get an exception from the legislature, which is what the county did. So in 2020, the county got passed HB 947. That was to accommodate the Legends Beach Parade. And what it did was it said that, in an area where beach driving was not previously permitted, the county can authorize a historical race event regardless of this statute. So, we know what to do. We know what the process is. It requires a special local law to kind of provide an exception to the statute. Other issues that require research, hitting those other 2 silos, is any contractual commitments. So this removal was done, working with the City of Daytona Beach, Ocean Walk Properties, the Community Redevelopment Agency, and the Daytona Beach Development Agreement is conditioned on removal of beach driving by the county between Seabreeze and ISB. So that's something we know exists in the development agreement. I think it was the former Adams Mark, now the Hilton. There were some improvements conditioned on the removal of the beach. The last one is customary use. So the county doesn't own the underlying land of the beach. It's still a public beach, but those private owners, they are denied one thing: they cannot they cannot remove a member of the public from the beach so long as they are using it in a recreational manner. So that's the doctrine of customary use. It originated here in Volusia County in Daytona Beach. So what that says is that private property owners cannot exclude persons from the property, and the local government can regulate customary use, but it can also abandon it. If it's abandoned, it cannot be restored unless you actually get that kind of property interest through an easement or purchase of the property or something like that. So while the county doesn't own the underlying beach, we do regulate it through customary use. So it's not very clear, but here's kind of a parcel map of the affected area. This ranges from ISB all the way to Seabreeze. It kind of shows the underlying property owners and color codes them. You know, private property is the kind of, I'm bad with colors, dark fuchsia, pink thing. Yeah, Daytona is the light pink, the county property or the approaches. So that's kind of like the pale area. So, you know, that kind of sets up the kind of legislative hurdles. This is solely talking about the legal impediments of putting beach driving. I'm not talking about logistics, not talking about cost, but, you know, we are looking for direction on whether to proceed on and how to proceed, because there are kind of steps we need to start if you give us direction, kind of starting with the legislature.
Okay. Before we go on, Michael Dyer.
Yeah. Thank you, Paulo, for that overview. This is, you know, it's a high-level overview. I appreciate it. But these are the issues we'd have to deal with. It also lays out a roadmap if you want to consider doing something, the things we'd have to deal with.
Okay. Council, we may have to have a motion. I'll give it about 15 minutes to see if we need to extend the meeting. We've got 10 people who in the public who have sat here all day to speak. That's 30 minutes, which takes us to 10.
Can we do the comments first, Mr. Chair?
I have a couple questions.
I mean, their comments.
Yes.
Oh, no.
That's where I was going.
Oh, I thought we were doing questions for staff.
Oh, you go, no. I'm just throwing a suggestion so we can get done by 10 because our rules say we're done by 10.
We can extend it.
We could.
A few minutes. You had a question for staff?
Yes, sir. Just one. I don't know if it's able to be answered. Can we go back to the contractual commitments slide? And that's one of the ones that it's kind of always concerned me. Okay, Paulo, I know this isn't the first time we've gone over this. I think we've at least talked about it once every year for the last 4 years, now going on 5. But I don't think we've ever hit on this. Do we have a monetary value that we can use as a guide for decision making on how much it would cost us when we breach all these contracts with the city of Daytona Beach, the development agreement with the Ocean Walk Properties, and the Community Redevelopment Agency? Do we have a price, cost of the breach of the agreement?
No,
for all the other ones?
that's something where we would have to research. One, I don't know if it's a breach, but you know, it's one of the things that we have to look for. You know, it's either you pay money or they can file an injunction.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Paulo, and I'm not trying to be a pain in the butt. It says contractual commitments.
Mm-hmm.
I take that as we have commitments or made commitments with them to do certain projects. What I would like is to have that information. If that isn't a contractual equipment, that may affect the way I vote. So I need to know, and I think council would need to know what they're actually dealing with. How are we going to pay for it? Is it cost efficient and effective to go down this road? And what we're looking at. I mean, if it's a greater economic impact to open up this thing, it may be, but it could be cost us $200 million. May not. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to establish there, because money's the deciding factor for most of us. Thanks.
Okay, Thomas Caffrey. I'll just call, I don't know if all 10 of the people are still here.
No, I don't know how many of us are less, but I appreciate you guys moving it up on the agenda. Thank you very, very much for that. Thanks for listening to this. It's very important for us as Main Street business owners and beachside residents over on the East Coast and over here in what we call California or the West Coast. It's quite a drive for us, and again, we appreciate it. So one of the things I noticed when my research and doing the stuff, and I appreciate all the stuff that staff sent over to me, so thank you for that, is the reason for removing it was economic impact. And when you look at the economic impact when they voted on this in 1996, it was going to be a boon for the area. It was going to increase business in the area. It was going to drive hoteliers to the area. In that time, just the Main Street corridor, if you want to say from Auditorium to ISB, we've lost just about every building there. There's really no businesses left on Ocean Avenue that were there right directly on the beach. They were all small motels. They were all businesses. We had a McDonald's, we had a Crystal's, we had, Steak and Shake. We had all those little tiny motels again right there, bicycle repair shop, many different things that existed then that no longer exist. And one of the comments on this was that it would give a Disney-like resort atmosphere, which I find funny because I don't know if you've been over there. There's nothing Disney-like in the last 25 years. It was very, very thriving and vibrant 25 years ago. Matter of fact, Bert Kreischer was just here in town. His advertisement had the old boardwalk on it. It had the Ferris wheel. It had all of the other things. That's what out-of-town people use to represent our beachside. They don't use what we look like now. And that's really important to understand that. One of the other things that you look at is families. You guys mentioned family. Family is very important to me. I've got another one on the way. It's pretty cool, excited, but I don't see many families in that area. And it stinks. Main Street Merchant is really, really trying to bring those things back. And I think we're doing a good job. Growing up here, that area had families everywhere. It doesn't any longer. It's empty 90% of the year. St. Augustine has one parking garage for its entire downtown. We have 3, and they're never at 60% capacity, ever. So we have a lot of things that we're doing over there, but I think the wrong things are not having beach driving. And I think we need to bring that back. And it really is amazing what we can accomplish when we don't care who gets the credit. So please, please, please do something on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom Guest.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, county staff, my name is Tom Guest, and I've been a resident of Volusia County since the 80s, and I've had business on Main Street since 1985. People used to drive down on the beach and with their families and park and have a great time. It was just a huge parking lot, and when they tired of the beach, they used to come up onto Main Street and go shopping. They don't do that anymore because there's nothing there. The first year that beach driving was taken off of the beach in that vicinity, the Main Street merchants, or every store on Main Street, was down 50% that year. And of course, it's been worse ever since. There's been a lot of changes on Main Street, like Tom alluded to, and most of them not for the good, not for the better of the whole area. The Adams Mark or Marriott, whichever it was at the time, started by having volleyball games on the weekends, and they got the county to close this little section of beach. And that soon evolved and spread to a lot of other hotels, and eventually, a few years later, became complete beach closure. which definitely hurt everything on Main Street. And I still have businesses down there, and I know a lot of people have left, and buildings. Yeah, there's a lot of buildings that are not there anymore. I mean, there's been, and if any of you, and I know a lot of you have probably walked down Main Street back during the '80s and know what it was like. Well, and you walk down there now. If you even go over there, it's a complete change. I was going to turn around and introduce a whole bunch of people that were here from the Main Street Merchants Association, and there's only a few left, but a lot of people left because of maybe time constraints on different things. But there are a few other people that do want to speak on this, and I'm sure the hotels are definitely important, and it's the hotels that have caused this beach closure. The hotels are very important to tourism. However, should the locals and businesses suffer for the hotels? That's about all I have.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. As you know, I live like 2 blocks from Main Street. I moved here, and it was packed. The boardwalk, you couldn't move, all right? Spring break, you couldn't move. Summer, you couldn't move. But that's not the problem because we closed the beach. The problem is the way the city reacted when the beach was closed, all right? We've got 6 downtowns in Daytona Beach. We had 3 cities and 2 black cities. They all had a downtown. And then we have a boardwalk, which is considered another downtown. Where do you put your emphasis? The city did not choose to put the emphasis on Main Street once we closed the approach. Not a dime was spent on Main Street. And it was closed after we got hurt by having Main Street closed for a year when they were putting the landscaping in. So we got hit with things, one thing after another after the other. We've had a dozen major things happen to the city of Daytona Beach that killed us. Remember World War II, all the hotels went. They had to fill them up with soldiers. We had Disney open up. We were a family town. What is Disney? Family. We had integration. Everybody said, oh, that doesn't matter. Well, absolutely did. What did our businesses people do? They moved to Ormond where the schools were better. And it left all those empty houses who used to go to Main Street because they would walk. They were all gone. So there are a dozen reasons why Main Street's not functioning. The major one is the city is not doing anything. For the 20 years that Jim Chisholm was here, it was all Beach Street. They would keep company from going to Main Street. Hamburger Mary's wanted to be on Main Street. Jim wouldn't allow it, so it ended up on Beach Street and closed. All right? Opening up the beach will not help. All those things that brought people to that location was the boardwalk. And it's gone. There's like 3 businesses left. A restaurant, a t-shirt shop, and a game room. You're not going to get dozens of people to drive there for those 3 items. It's not what it used to be. Opening it up will not help. The city turned down 9 buildings in that area that's dead. 9. Before they changed the rules, look what happened on the north side of the pier. The reason why that empty space is there next to the pier, it was under lawsuit for 20 years. It's a lawsuit that caused the problem.
Thank you. Doug Pettit. Is Anessa Hansen here? She left.
I want to thank you for the consideration and moving the time up in the agenda. My name's Doug Pettit. I'm in Ormond Beach. As a beachside resident, I'm here to add my voice to those of Volusia County residents asking to restore beach driving and the portion of the beach between ISB and Auditorium. The beach in Daytona was once the hub of tourist activity and economic energy for the area. I recall coming here in the mid-'70s, all right, to Daytona Beach for spring break. It was a vibrant and exciting area, nothing like what we have experienced today. The world's most famous beach was given that name because of the unique experience of driving on it. Vacant buildings and transients now occupy areas that once teemed with tourists looking to spend their money in pursuit of that experience. Closing beach driving in this vital area led to the dramatic economic downturn that we see today. For years now, effort after effort has been made to revitalize the area. Slogans, advertising, all sorts of other gimmicks have been tried to bring back the economic vitality to the area to no avail. In football, we say to be successful, you either have to be better than someone else or different from them. Beach driving always gave Daytona the ability to be different. We just keep hindering our own ability to succeed. Revitalizing the area will have a far-reaching impact. Recent media reports have cited the effort to have the lucrative national cheerleading competition return to Daytona. A thriving Main Street area would be a game changer in helping fight off other cities looking to poach this group. Then there's the $40 million investment being made for the transformative reimaging of the Ocean Center, a county facility that has never fulfilled its true potential. Are we just going to put lipstick on a pig, or are we going to make this investment pay off by restoring a vital destination area where people want to come? The success of the Dog Beach program is a real example of where bold thinking created a positive public relations image and a great experience for the residents and visitors. Using that example, why not consider a temporary restoration of beach driving for the area? A probationary period would need to be long enough to determine an impact, a year or two, but what have you got to lose? Caving to those that point out the legal issues ignores the county's own charter, which gives it authority over the beaches, and Florida statutes that state that requirements shall not apply to counties that adopted beach regulations pursuant to a county home rule charter. Here's a chance to use home rule while we still have it. Finally, I quote District 2 Councilman Matt Reinhardt when he said about Dog Beach, "It makes us unique, even more as a county." Remember, be better or different. Restoring beach driving in this area makes us unique and restores a missing link to a chain that was broken 30 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian Rome? Is Christian? Is Bobby Gadati still here? You'll be next.
Thank you, members of the council. My name is Christian Boehm. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I live at 126 Flamingo in Daytona Beach. I'm opening my third business in Daytona since I moved here in 2016. First day I moved here, I bought a bar on the corner of International and ISB. With the promise of a thriving business, I moved down here during Biketoberfest and thought, wow, this is amazing. A couple of days later, after I had my new bar, I said, where the heck did everybody go? But learning the city and being here since then has really taught me a few lessons about what an impact could be made on Main Street, where I'm now opening my third business. If the beach ramp were to be reopened and we were to open that back up again, Main Street has such amazing potential. There's so many buildings there that are not being utilized right now that could really, I mean, we have a ton of t-shirt shops. We need to bring something unique, and that is what I plan to do, and that's what I hope that the members of this council also plan to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bobby Gadati? And then Paul Zimmerman is no longer here, correct? Mike Dennis? Okay. So we'll be down to Bobby and then Edwin Peck.
Thank you for letting me come up and speak today. I'm owner and operator of Main Street Tattoo. I was blessed to be able to do this. I was a teacher here in Volusia County for over 15 years. and I was blessed to be able to give back into the community, not just because it's tattooing. We do a lot more than just that here. Being part of the head of the Daytona Beach Christian Surfers chapter, me and my wife, she's also along with me with the Main Street Merchants, and we do a lot right on Main Street to bring a life back to that area. We work very, very hard, and with all those events that go on during the year, we try to do things within the community. And I think just looking at that beach approach, they've been working on it. They're trying to bring it back to life. My buddy John Benning, his company is coming in and repainting the whole process of Main Street and on the boardwalk itself. They're trying to bring it back, and I think having that closed, since I've born and raised here, watching that, once it closed, it started to really dwindle down. You've seen things different. Things started to shut down. It wasn't alive like it used to be. I enjoyed that. My family used to come down here from during the 80s all the way through the 90s, and it was a beautiful area. It was a lot of the businesses thriving. I talked to Helen Humphrey, who owns Humphreys and Sons, and told me, which I don't know the exact numbers, but 45 to 50% of the revenue had dropped after they had closed just that entrance onto the beach. I feel allowing that to be back open would be awesome. Troy, you said something about giving back to the community and helping people who live here. I think doing that will make a big difference in helping small businesses thrive back again. And I think it'll bring back, even allowing that will allow 1,000 more parking spots, which to me gives back to you guys to find a way to make money. If that's another issue you can have, you can make money back by allowing parking and people to be on there, because they're going to come from all over to be there. So I think it'll help big time within the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Edwin Peck.
Thank you for moving us up. We appreciate it. Thank you for doing that. My name is Edwin Peck. I live in Daytona Beach Shores. I have been coming to Volusia County my entire life. My parents brought me here when I was young. I even went to Florida Military School here in DeLand and graduated. So I've been here for many, many years. I want to go back and talk about Beach Street or Main Street and the Main Street Boardwalk area. I remember back in the days when Atlantic Avenue was only 2 lanes through that area. They had tunnels that went under Ocean Avenue to get to the beach, to get to the boardwalk. Times were great. There were all types of things happening on the boardwalk area. The rides, the carnival atmosphere, the throwing the balls at the harassing guy in the dunk tank. I mean, things were happening. And you go down Main Street area. I remember there used to be movie theaters. There was hotels on Main Street. There was fine dining on Main Street. If you wanted to go see a hot band, you went down to Main Street. If you wanted to go dancing, you went to the pier. The pier itself had 2 rides on it. It had the tower with the circling, would ride you all the way up to give you a good view. It had the gondola that would ride you all the way to the end of the pier. People parked on the beach. They used that beach approach as a destination. It was a destination to go to the boardwalk, to watch the taffy pulls. It was a destination to go to Main Street. They closed that location or that beach approach and everything disappeared. It went away. To answer Mr. Robbins, one of his comments about the contractual part of this, we're talking about from auditorium to ISB. So your major hotels, your Ocean Walk, your Hiltons, etc., everything north is not affected by this. We're talking the south part, which Tom mentioned, is totally empty now. The only thing there is the ocean deck. So, with that, I would like to ask that you please take into consideration the reopening of that beach approach and the driving on the beach to International Speedway Boulevard. give a chance for Main Street to come back. Bear Koopman opened up 35 Bistro and Wine Bar. It's a fine dining facility. Daytona Beach is talking about the old Corbin building, rebuilding that. The direction is going.
Thank you very much, all of you, for staying all this time. Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Peck, thank you. Your comments, you can have a seat. Your comments brought back a flush of memories for me as a child and a young adult. Council, I'm gonna make a motion, but before I do, just a very, very brief comment. In my opinion, this experiment has happened now, what are we, 24, 26 years? We see the results. It's created a dead zone. This was a close vote when we had this, and you all remember I changed my vote so I could be on the winning side, so I could bring this back to us, which is here today, because Mr. Santiago, I felt like you needed to weigh in on this, and I was hoping, and maybe during this time, someone who was on the other side of this, maybe they've changed their mind as well. Paolo, it sounds to me like, the process is to engage our legislative delegation.
Yes.
Okay. So my motion is to move forward with the process to engage our legislative delegation to restore beach driving from International Speedway Boulevard to Auditorium. It starts the discussion. Doesn't make it happen, but it starts the discussion. Doing nothing, you're going to get exactly what we've had for the past 26 years, which is these Main Street merchants dying. And I'll just also really quickly say this. 1993, when I graduated high school, I think it was 1994, there was a Taco Bell. You didn't mention that, Mr. Caffrey. That Taco Bell, I heard, was #1 in sales in the country. There was a line out the door until 3:30 a.m. #1 in the country, and it's shut down quickly after, I'm sure, that this happened. Anyway, that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to engage the delegation to reopen the beach from Auditorium to East ISB to start that process. Is there a second on Mr. Kent's motion? I'll make that second. I just passed the gavel to Matt Reinhardt. I'll make that second.
Mr. Chair? Oh, that's
Sorry.
right.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I like your haircut.
Mr. Santiago.
Thank you. There was a slide. Go back one slide. No, more. Right there. And Troy, I appreciate you having me to put some dialogue on this, and I'll tell you where I stand on it. I mean, I'm not against it being beach driving there, right?
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, my problem is the challenges that I think we're going to have. It's going to be messy. Not that I'm scared of messy, but I just don't see success. Going through messy and success. Where I struggle the most is customary use. That last paragraph means a lot to me. Customary use is in an exception to the traditional property right to exclude persons from the property right. If a specific customary use is abandoned, which we abandoned, is that...
I'm not going to affirm or deny what we have done regarding abandonment of any customary
Okay,
use.
I get it. I don't blame you either. Okay, some can interpret that we abandoned that when we closed it as a customary use for a certain period of time, because remember, it's when the usage is. And then the next line says, then it may not be restored. So there's going to be opposition to this if we move forward it. If I'm on your opposition, which I'm not, but if I'm on the opposite side, I'm going to say, this is the interpretation, right? You abandoned, possibly, the customary use for X amount of time, which means that you're not entitled to go back. So and then that's separate to the other challenges that we have, the contractual and all those things. That's probably the biggest one for me. So I don't see us overcoming that, Troy. And it goes back to the juice worth the squeeze.
Right. Yeah. No. And I appreciate that, because in my opinion, I think that the juice is worth the squeeze here. And you know what, David? I'll just say this. Our lawyer doesn't want to weigh in specifically on it maybe we did, maybe we didn't. But at the end of the day, we're the county council. We are in charge of our beach. We make that final decision. And this is just simply putting it out to our legislative delegation and seeing if we can even get support from there. Doing nothing leaves it exactly a status quo. And I'm not a status quo, leave it as it is. I mean, we've got these individuals coming in and telling us, look, here's what it looks like. And unless you're there on Biketoberfest or Bike Week or on New Year's Eve, those 3 times, forget it.
So if I may continue, Chair?
Go ahead.
I know we're on the. So your motion is to give it to the delegation to give us an answer.
See if we can get support. That's what we have to do. We have to do it that way.
So
if we could handle it ourselves, I would. But Mr. Johansson is right about, I think, and both of you are process. We talk about the process, and we got to stick with the process. If we want to make a change there, this is the process. But doing nothing gives us exactly what we currently have there, which is a dead zone.
You done?
Okay, I appreciate you sharing your comments. So it's helping me expand some. And Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to extend our meeting hard 15 minutes. 10:15, call the vote.
Motion made by Mr. Santiago to extend the minute and seconded by Chairman Brower. All those in favor?
Aye.
Like sign opposed?
I'm done.
All right, extend it till 10:15. I'm next on the board, so I'm just gonna. I totally understand, but I think it's more than just. First off, it's more than just asking the state legislators. When this was brought up, I was the one that actually said, "Well, go ahead and revisit it," and we're here today. To
what?
No, as far as I was in favor of bringing this back.
Oh, okay. I was like, hold on a second.
No, I said I was in favor of bringing this back for discussion. So in that time frame, I had conversations with certain members of the delegation, but they were informal, very informal. Nobody was interested in taking this matter up this session. So it's not gonna happen this session. You got to know that. Okay, it's way too late in that. But I wasn't pleased with how they responded with the fact that they weren't interested. I've had conversations with the city of Daytona. You just saw the map, one of the major land owners, and it's not, you're right, our beach, but we don't own the underlying area of that beach. So you talk about one of the biggest property owners on the beach is the city of Daytona Beach. And the mayor himself publicly came out and said he's not interested in this. I know it's more than the mayor. I get it. Before it's said. The customary use issue is probably one of the biggest issues I have. Going out and trying to find easements, if we're able to do that, that's another issue in itself. The cost associated with that, I'm glad Mr. Robbins brought that up, because we're all conservatives up here. We all want to know what the cost is going to be associated with that. So your motion, I understand your motion, but it has to be bigger than that. It can't be just, and it's only a recommendation. Is it just asking the state legislature, and then we wait and they finally give us an answer, and then we're going to ask, okay, what's it going to cost? And then we're going to ask, I'm just saying, I don't want to keep kicking this can down the road. I want to find out answers. So if you want to expand your motion to include everything that was listed in this last paragraph.
May I?
Please.
Please, acting chair, participate, jump in, tell me exactly, but where's Paulo? Because I was going by the process of what we needed to do step by step. I didn't want to eat the elephant all in one bite. I mean, I'll be happy to take out the machete and start whacking away here. But, I thought the process was, that's why I asked, the first thing we needed to do was bring this before our delegation.
Right. So these are all, as I said before, these are all independent hurdles. So, the state is basically saying no beach driving anywhere in the state unless you did it in 1988. So that's one hurdle. The next hurdle is, okay, you have turtles with the Endangered Species Act. And the other hurdle is, what are your contractual issues that stop you for that? And and the other hurdle, and you can do them in any order, is, how do we address the customary use issue?
Right,
So-
and there was driving on the beach in 1988. And Paolo, would you recommend I add anything else to my motion other than sending it to our delegation right now?
Well, that would be the logical first step that staff would do.
Fair enough.
We would see if, is this legally possible under the statute?
There you go. Okay.
Fair enough. Go ahead. County Attorney,
Yeah.
Mr. Dyer.
If I could, I think Paul is right. You got 4 hurdles, but I think you can tackle some simultaneously. I would recommend, if council is inclined to take this on, probably need to be having a conversation with City of Daytona Beach. Need to have a conversation with the other upland property owners in that corridor.
That's why I'm saying that. That's exactly why.
because I think the response we get to that could give you a lot of information.
I'm guessing that the delegation would want to know, what do all the owners think along
I can
there?
tell you right now,
What is-
the owners along that property, it's going to be big in their mindset when they make that decision, because they're more familiar with customary use probably than we are. So.
Acting Chair, happy to amend my motion to add the property owners in that conversation as well. Is the seconder okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Before we take the vote, Mr. Dempsey.
Yes. Oh, thanks. Paulo, I'm assuming this language, customary use, stems from the prescriptive easement area of law?
It's not, no. It is a whole other realm of law dating to William Blackstone under English common law. So it is not a prescriptive easement. It is a recreational right to use the beach that is in line and copacetic with the private property use of the beach. The only thing it denies a private property owner is the right to exclude persons from property. You can kind of think of it as prescriptive easement, but the case law is such that it doesn't fall into that particular category. It's its own kind of thing.
It's basically judicial doctrine to allow the public to use private property.
Which is kind of like a prescript, like just down these sidewalks
Yeah.
of the land.
Yeah.
A lot of property owners
I-
own into the center of 1792.
And, Volusia County and City of Daytona Beach really led the effort for beach driving. I mean, they have been sued and prevailed in the past to have this right. And so in 1974, Florida Supreme Court said that use of the sandy area adjacent to the mean high water line, so where we sit and where we park our cars, it's owned by somebody else, but the public has a right to use it if the use is ancient, so it's got to be old, reasonable, without interruption, and free from dispute. So that is where we have prevailed to establish where we do have beach driving. And of course, the statute allows council to remove beach driving, which it has. You have kind of a hybrid beach right now. But that was what the city of Daytona and then us later had to overcome to give the public the right to access this private property.
You said without interruption. What does that mean? I jumped in, Mr.
That's
Chair,
the
I'm sorry.
abandonment aspect.
It's the abandonment issue, which is going to be, we will have to tackle that. I mean, that's going to be part of the hurdle, I'm afraid.
So is there any direct case law on point, like binding precedent, or are we just talking about?
There's no particular. So we have been sued before, and we have prevailed in the establishment of customary use. There is no case law on point on what constitutes abandonment. All anyone can have is just the commentaries of William Blackstone saying if you are accidentally interrupted but you never give up the use, that's not abandonment. But if you voluntarily, permanently give up the use even for a day, that constitutes abandonment.
By the way, Paulo at lunch every day reads Blackstone. If you want to join him, but I mean, I think the issue here for us is going to be, you remove beach driving close to 30 years ago. Is that an interruption? If you try to bring it back, I mean, I think that will be the issue. that we will have to argue one way or the other.
But there's nothing.
I am not aware of any jurisdiction that has had this fact pattern where it's been litigated.
Okay, because I was in support of this. I'm firmly convinced, guys, that are we into just questions or debate? 7 minutes. Okay.
7 minutes. Yeah.
Actually, it's funny because from John's Rock and Ride, I've known John since back in '92, and I used to go visit him all the time on Main Street. And it does seem like Main Street was busier back then than it is now. And my oldest son, now when he was 3, we'd go down to the beach, and it always seemed to be more thriving, the boardwalk. So I'm convinced that beach driving helps the Main Street merchants, because I think I've witnessed it, but I don't want to buy a lawsuit. It's kind of like Sunrail. If I was king for a day and we could go back in time with Paulo's time machine, I would unring that bell in a second, but we're stuck with it, and we got to live with it. And I don't know if we're stuck with this now because of what the prior council did, or, I don't want to get into huge litigation costs, but that's just kind of my thinking. Can we get a declaratory judgment or something like that short of a full-blown, or is that?
We could look at that, if council wanted to pursue it. I do think the first step, as Mr. Kent had stated, what do we need to legislatively ask for, and maybe broach the conversations with those property owners.
Okay.
Because I honestly, at this point, I don't think any of us, I don't have a reaction. We haven't had a conversation with any of them.
Right. Okay. There are, it's a big problem with distinct and independent issues that must be solved. If you fail on any one of those issues, the entire thing fails, which is an interesting problem to have. So, the clear and I want to say easy, but the clearest process is can you legally do this in terms of, the statutory exception? Because we know what that process looks like. We've done it for the Legends Beach Parade. It's really is there an appetite to expand that exception to this area?
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Mr. Johansson.
I'll see if we can make it to comment. Thank you.
Mr. Brower?
Okay, I just wanted to encourage everybody, let's take this first step, this next step. I'm hoping that we don't step back from it because it may be hard. It really worked pretty easily in the Legends parade, and we got through it. Nobody sued. We've talking about talking to the owners. Well,
what's your point?
Mr. Johansson just passed on questioning. Are we into comment yet, or
at this point, with 4 minutes left, I think we need to move it along. Whether it be for, if you have a specific question, ask the question. But unless somebody makes a motion to extend it again,
the process is going to get out of hand.
Yeah.
I think what Danny was referencing is that Jake passed because he wanted to debate, and the chairman is debating now. That's what it was. So which jumped over Jake. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Mr. Robbins, do you have any questions? Or you're more for debate? Okay, then we'll go to debate. Go ahead.
Thank you. Debate me? Or, yeah. So, Councilman Kent, I am not opposed to moving that first step forward. I think the conversation with the city and the conversation with the business owners will enable us to have a lot of information to move forward, to decide whether we're going to talk to our elected officials up in Tallahassee, which, by the way, we're not in a hurry to do because they're not going to entertain it this session anyhow. So we have time to do our local analysis and our local fact-finding. What I don't want to hang my hat on is that beach driving is the reason that our area is so, I'll use the term blighted. Atlantic City, Coney Island, Myrtle Beach, Ocean City, Rehoboth, Santa Cruz. None of them have parking on the beach. Not all of them are thriving, but they're not like ours either. And they have phenomenal nightlife, maybe a block or two in some cases. So I think it's a multi-pronged problem. Beach parking might be one of them, but if we're going to vote for beach parking as the end-all be-all, and that be the reason that place comes to life, I think we got a lot of work to do, and we're hanging our hat on one piece of a bigger problem. So, I'll consider moving forward slowly and getting some local, just like we do for everything else. Let's get some local support, and if it works and if everybody's on board or everybody's kind of on board, then let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we want to extend it? Entertain a motion, because I want to give Mr. Brower and Mr. Robbins a chance. I hear a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
Motion made and to second.
Time certain.
Time certain to final extension. Time certain to the 10:30. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Like sign opposed?
No.
Okay. 6-1. All right, Mr. Brower, please.
Okay, I wanted to say is let's just let's advance it to the next step. It doesn't cost us anything, and when we're talking with owners, the owners are here. The owners came. This is the second time they've come. These are the owners that are affected the most, that still have businesses there that are hanging on, and they have told us in no uncertain terms that this was the turning point for Main Street when we closed down that section of beach. I lived it. I worked on the beach. I saw it, and I agree with you because it was easy to see what was happening. And this is a gift to the local people of Volusia County, who also remember what Main Street looked like, what your business looked like before this happened. And there's tremendous support from it, and I think we'll hear that support. But we're talking about a slow process. Won't make it this session, so I'd say let's get started.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, Matt. A couple things here. It's interesting to see this kind of make a full circle back, kind of exactly where we were about a year ago. In a little refreshing from some of the merchants to also acknowledge that there's possibly some other contributing factors to this. I forget who had said it, but and hear that. I know shortly after, I had brought some comments up, not necessarily was the perfect takeoff and landing. I like to put it like that, but everybody knows what time of day it is, and I even had support from some of the Sons of the Beach later in the following weeks. Mr. Zimmerman in the paper acknowledging some other contributing factors. So now we're getting somewhere, right? So we understand that there's a problem. So how do we fix it, and how do we do it the most efficient, effective way possible? One thing that I can guarantee that if we try to buffalo this through with our legislature, they're going to have some of the same questions that I'm going to have. Have you talked to the property owners? Yes, we've talked to the merchant group, but have you talked to the other property owners that have some of these contracts in there? No. Okay, why not? I don't want to get caught without an answer. So as Mr. Johansson alluded to, being prepared for some of this, have we had any talks, Chairman, in the last 4 years with the city of Daytona Beach to see how we can revitalize that area. I can almost assume the answer's no, but I want to know is why not, if this is a continuous issue, right? And it's been in twice in the last 2 years. Why hasn't it happened in the last 2 years, some of these things? Have we had an economic impact study? I would just be curious to see the economic numbers from 1996 to present. But I do believe what you're saying is valid. I think it's a contributing thing. But if we compose this and give us to these legislatures, got to remember they're attorneys, they're businessmen, CEOs. They're going to be asking some of these. So if we're going to do this, instead of buffaloing it through when it's not going to be in session, should we, or should the merchants and the business and everybody somehow get everybody at the table and get our what together and not get ahead of our skis and not look like a bunch of amateur hour when we're sending things up. And please don't take that as an insult. I want to be very professional when we go up to Tallahassee, and I want them to respect us when we make this big jump here. So what I'm thinking, guys, in order for us to do this right and to flush out and pinpoint exactly what some of the issues are, is I encourage the electeds here that would like this, or the maker of the motion, the second, begin talks with all the stakeholders at hand, hear everybody's ideas, and see how to go forward. Because we got one, I'm going to support them, I want to support them, but we have others too that we have to be fair and impartial with as well, that we can also have some major contractual commitments. So I think we said it all, or I think I said it all. I want to support and try to protect our beach driving. We just need to do it in the right manner, in my opinion, and get our stuff together. Thanks.
I just have one quick statement. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Well, I'm going to yield to Mr. Santiago. Go ahead.
Good yield.
Yeah.
Kidding. I'm going to support your motion. All right. I've always said, Mr. Nichols knows this, what have I always said about Daytona? It's the economic engine of Volusia County. That's why I'm going to support it. I think there's major hurdles that we have to overcome, but I'm going to support the next step. And certainly I would like to see that area revitalized. I think the city needs to be a huge player in it. The county should be a huge player in it. Our hoteliers should be a huge player in it. Our small businesses should be a player in it. A bigger impact needs to happen in that area to revitalize it. So I'm up on it. Let's see where we go from there. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Dempsey.
And just in line with what Danny was saying as well, I'm going to support this as well, Troy, to move it to the next step. The one thing that I always wondered, I preferred beach driving as opposed to the way it is now, but I've also noticed over the years that there's been a lot of money infused into other areas of the city to attract tourism. I've noticed, because when I was a prosecutor over in Daytona in '93, Fridays everybody would go out to have a beer after work, and then you're wondering, well, where is the downtown? In DeLand, we all know where the downtown is, but in Daytona, is it Main Street? Is it Beach Street? Now, is it one Daytona? They've infused, I think, $100 million between city and county money, and state money, I should say, to create Daytona One, which is now a hub for nightlife. And Beach Street was revitalized through, I believe, CRA money. I don't know how much has been put into Main Street. My understanding is it hasn't been that much, not nearly as much as Daytona One got or Beach Street got, and so you guys are left as the last one left behind. So I'm wondering if that's a contributing factor as well. Not so much the beach driving, but maybe there should be more CRA money going to revitalize the Main Street, maybe that might be the catalyst to get it going. And it may not just be solely resident on just beach driving. So that's the other thing I wanted to put in. Thanks.
Mr. Kent?
Thank you. Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, unless you're the president or the governor, government is not a one-person sport. In fact, even for the president or governor, there are fail-safes in place, so it should not be a one-person sport. And this county government is proof that this is not a one-person sport, but a team approach. And I just publicly, wanted to thank this council. It sounds like we're going to have support to at least start this discussion. And in my hope is that, get Daytona Beach and many other small businesses on board so that we can have a healthy discussion with our legislative delegation and right this wrong and continue to give Volusia County back to the people that live here. Thank you, Council.
Before I call for the vote, I will say one thing. I don't think anybody's worked harder than Mr. Caffrey on this. And I think 2 years ago when I came on council, he was the only one that actually came out to me. And that's my district. No one else, just you. So, and I voiced my reluctance then. And I think we just said why. And the way you handled it respectfully, I appreciate that. Because the conversation, we took a walk down Main Street. And I will say one thing. I took the time to watch you on the Daytona Beach Redevelopment Board. And your approach on the ideas or 4 concepts for improving Main Street. That's the first time I heard positive like that in a long time about Main Street. I would love to see that. I moved to Volusia County in 1970. In 1970.
You move.
No, I moved in 1970 and grew up here and graduated in 82, and we spent more time over here. It was on the west side, but we spent more time. I'm going to support this as well because it has to start somewhere. That's all I wanted, Mr. Kent, is that I don't want to just keep bringing this back and bringing it back, because that was my only intent, is that we try to tackle as much of this as humanly possible instead of kicking it down the road. So with that being said, I don't even think we need to call a roll. So, all right, let's call the roll, Carissa, please.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago?
Okay. Yes.
He said it. Say it again.
Yes.
He said yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes.
And that 7-0 passes to get with the state legislation and the conversation with City of Daytona.
Okay. Can I have this?
Yes, you can have that back.
Before everybody goes, we've got a few minutes. We have to get item 11 done. The HA board is really depending on us doing that, so which means Mr. Kent, Mr. Reinhardt, and Mr. Robbins have a nomination.
Motion to nominate Mr. Mark McDonald.
Second. Oh, you want to add a match right in there, and I'll second that too? Do it in one motion?
Mine,
Can we do
and
it all?
mine as well.
Mark McDonald for Councilman Robbins.
Before you continue with the other 2 appointments, just please know that we need 1 member at least from the lodging. So Mr. Mark McDonald would be from the tourism category. So the remaining 2 nominations would need to come from the lodging industry.
Both of them have to come from lodging?
Just 1.
Just one of them? Therefore, my motion is Johnny McGill for District 2.
Johnny McGill.
Okay.
I'll second that too.
What?
And now we need somebody from the hospitality. What names are in the I'm sorry, I'm speaking.
No, I was going to ask you what McGill was.
He is from the...
Not a motel.
He's not a motel.
Okay.
No.
Mr. Kent's looking. He's got 3 minutes. We'll go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Sandra Whittington Boone.
Okay, second that too.
A hotelier?
Yes.
Perfect. Sandra
Whittington Boone, it said.
Whittington. Second that one?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Santana. Okay.
Yeah.
We got 3 nominations. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
I have a quick question. Do I now have an empty spot?
No, the way that this nomination works for the advertising authorities is they're on a rotational basis. So we left off actually with Mr. Brower. He would be the next person to appoint to this board. However, the District 2, District 3, and District 4 members postponed their appointments. You did make nomination. You only got one, I think, though.
I'm good.
I see George is up there, but he got 2 minutes, Mr. Chair.
I think the rest of us are done. County Manager.
Yeah, just quickly, I wanted to announce I've authorized Chief King, who uses his authority as the chief, to enact a burn ban that'll be effective at 12:01 a.m. Right now, the current KBI index is 517, so that's a severe drought, especially in the western side of the county. This will be in effect for the unincorporated Volusia County, Lake Helen, Pearson, and Oak Hill. And it means it bans all outdoor burning, including yard trash, bonfires, and campfires until further notice. You can cook on an enclosed gas or charcoal grill. And just want to let everyone know that we're not expecting any rain until substantial rain until the middle of next week, so it's going to be a little crispy. And we do this under an abundance of caution. And we've had quite a busy night with fires while we've been in here. So.
Oh, really? Great. Okay. Thank you for that. So.
Hey, I got a minute.
You do. 30 seconds.
I'm going to send you an update tomorrow on House Bill 579, the agricultural enclave issue that was in Senate Bill 1118. A good part of that bill has made its way to other legislation, so I'll send you an update tomorrow. And I was just kidding about the minute.
Motion to reconsider the city attorney, county attorney's raise.
All right. We are adjourned at 10:29, 1 minute before the firing squad. They have to approve the change, and we did it before for the Legends Parade in Ponce Inlet, and it worked really easily and quickly, but it was 1 day a year parade.